Hi. Sorry about that. I usually leave the starting for a little bit longer, but I messed it up. Good morning. Welcome to South Korea Grand Slam Tour Day 7. This is my tent. It's been raining a lot of the night and then on and off all morning, so I did a lot of the pack up and I had to switch my camera over to the waterproof setup, so that's why we're not in the tent, but we're outside the tent. So we'll continue packing up. I've already packed up, or like put together my sleeping pad and sleeping bag. Coffee?
Would you like one cup of coffee?
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 Yeah?
Americano.
Americano?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, sweet Americano.
Yeah? Oh, 감사합니다. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah.
Where are you from?
Canada.
Ah, Canada.
Yeah.
Long time was good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
Good
much.
luck.
Americano. Wow. Okay. He's trying really hard with this English. I felt bad. I should have just pulled up my translator. There's like a little hut here, and this guy pulled up here a little bit ago and walked in there, and then saw me walking out in the rain, and I guess he decided I could use a coffee. All right. Wow. All right. What? My hands were cold, but now they're not. Oh, dude, today's a good day. It's supposed to rain on and off until like noon. It's very hot. Feels nice on my hands, but it's probably too hot to drink. In the meantime, I can start packing my stuff, I guess. The timing there, I literally just started my stream and the guy's just like, do you want an Americano? That's crazy. Chemical Hue, thanks for the prime. Alright, just don't kick over the coffee because I'll be traumatized. To a high school. Easy to get a visa for each country. I'm very privileged to be from Canada. That allows me to, without too much difficulty, go to many places. Not all places, but many places. So, maybe for example, in Korea, I get 6 months visa free. Like I just show up. They didn't even ask me a question. They just looked at me, looked at my landing card, and then gave me my arrival sticker. So I got no advice for that because in the grand scheme of the world, I'm very lucky. Not many places seem to dislike Canada on a national scale. Looks like a very public spot. It is. It's right on the bike route, and then there's kind of a road through there, through the bushes, and there's a little bathroom there, I think set up for the bike route. So I think since I'm like on the biking infrastructure, like if you see a tent with a bike there, that's pretty accepted. Got a little wet. Sorry. I'm trying to put it. Oops. Oops. Trigological. Thanks for the resub. Appreciate it. Let's see if this little backpack cover covers my this backpack. I don't know if it'll work that well. Because of those straps. Maybe it could just fall off though. And Brown with the 2 months. And Sergeant Major Skills with the 100 bits. Oh, we got a morning hype train. Thank you guys. I'm hyped about that, and I'm hyped about this coffee. It should be cool enough now. Oh, sweetened. Wasn't expecting sweet. What a wicked thing to do. There's playing relaxing morning music. Okay. Thanks 3 subs in the bits. Y'all, let's continue packing. Order of operations. King colleagues, the 100 bits. Wet tent. Give the fly a good shake out here. The thing, so with like a sil nylon rain fire like this, it keeps the water out, but the material kind of like absorbs it. And also, I don't know if you can see, the action cam might show it very well. The material, like when it's sitting wet overnight, like it loses some of its rigidity. So now, like this was taut. This was a rigid setup tent when I set it up, and now it's like floppy. I miss my Dyneema. But I do like the double wall tent setup. It's good for dealing with condensation, and it's just kind of a simplicity to it that's nice. Guess I better hitchhike to the station. Saggy tent. Sad. Come on. So it's not cooperating. There you go. Time we went now for tonight. Being all packed together. So yeah, I have the tent. Sorry, one second. Tent fly in there first, and then I might put the ground sheet and then the tent body. The part that you ideally don't get too wet would be the body where I actually am. The tent fly being wet isn't super consequential. But yes, when I set up the tent tonight, there will be moisture around. But looking at the forecast, today's the only rainy day for like the next week, at least in this area. It could change as we head south, but well, actually today's like a there and back again kind of tale, as we gotta do this route out to this dam and then backtrack all this, which is partially unfortunate, but so far this route has been decent. So yeah, we'll put the ground sheet as a buffer between the body and the fly. Okay, I guess for copyright reasons we can stop morning music. Another dam, right? We're just loving the dams here in Korea. Albeit the last dam we had to detour to, you couldn't even see the dam. At the stamping point, it's like, you made it to this dam. I looked out over the water, I'm like, they're building something, but it's not damming the water. Was there a dam here and they took it down? I don't know. There's a distinct lack of dam at the dam. So actually the reason that I restarted the stream and messed up the server thing was, if I start my server, it automatically turns my Twitch stream on. But YouTube, I have to like set up the YouTube stream in YouTube Studio first before I go live, otherwise it won't start. So I forgot to set up the YouTube live stream. And the only way I could think of to get it to work today is to quickly stop the stream and restart it. But I accidentally pressed the button when I stopped the stream to turn off the server. So I have to wait for it to restart. It's starting to rain again. I think tents are great. Getting the wet is not fun. Yeah, I agree. Well, I don't mind so much camping when it's been raining, or like at night and it's raining on your tent. It's almost cozy. I don't like waking up and it's raining, and you got to pack up your tent in said rain and get all wet and uncomfortable, and then leave your tent wet for the next night. Okay, it's starting to rain again, so let's try to get the stuff that shouldn't get wet away, which is a good chunk of this. No. Get a moment, can you recap what happened at dinner last night? I was watching the VOD, then we went live. Looks like you turned away at one place. Yeah, I'm getting a good meal. Yeah, for sure. It's a good time to do that. So yeah, right around here is when I'm like, okay, I'm close to a town, sort of, and the sun has set. It was already dark at this point when I got to this bridge that I'll show you in a second. But then I looked at what I thought was the town, and there was kind of a lack of food places near the trail. But there's one close by, and it was like a spicy fish soup restaurant or something like that. I'm like, that's close by. Spicy fish soup. Maybe I can make it not so spicy. Anyway, I went there, and it could have been a bit of just language barrier issue. I feel like people were kind of saying it probably was just like they only serve it for like groups of 2 or more. But at every other place, I'm just like, I can eat 2 people's meal. It's fine. Anyway, she's just like, told me to go further into town. And sure enough, if I rode X number of minutes further into town, there were a couple other choices. The next one said it was a beef restaurant. And I went there. And we somehow got pork. But anyway, the dinner we did end up getting there was really tasty. It was really good. It's like a pork back soup with all the sides and stuff like that. It was nice. And it was very cheap. That big thing of soup and meat and rice and stuff like that, and a bottle of soju, 12,000 won, like $9.20 US. God, so good. Beef restaurant serves pork. Yeah, like, well, Google said it was a beef restaurant. And then I went there and I got my big serving of meat soup thing. I'm like, I assume this is beef because it's a beef restaurant. At least that's what Google says. And everyone's like, that looks too light to be beef. That must be pork. And I'm like, with all the flavor here, I can't even tell what meat it is. So I'm just going to go with what you guys say. Apparently it's pork. How's the coffee? Nice and warm on my cold hands. Pay more than that for just the ball of soju. Yeah, I know. When I got the bill, I'm like, is that correct? Sulong, thanks for the 51-month resub. As yeah, if I was in Canada, I would have paid. Yeah, at a restaurant, the bottle of soju would have cost more than that. Then the food would have cost like $30. Get another chance at the seafood stew? Yeah, hopefully. It does sound good. But one of the things that put me off like going back in and like negotiating, being like, I can eat lots. One, it was spicy and it was really spicy and I had to eat 2 people's worth of spicy food. I would have hated my life. And then I might have appreciated that I camped next to an outhouse. And 2, when I looked at the menu prices in there, I couldn't really read them, but they're like all the main dishes seem to start at like 50,000 won. And then also for the 2-person meals, every place I've been to that does like the 2-person proper meal, you pay the menu price times 2. The menu price is per person. So like I could have been walking out there with, 100,000 won dinner. Is tipping a thing in Korea? No, but I think you technically are allowed to. It's not like Japan where they'll like be offended if you tip, right? Where does tour end? Well, I have to finish back in Seoul because that's where I can get my cycling passport certified and get my medal. This is a bike tour to get a gold medal, all right? I've never won a medal in my life. This is my one opportunity. If I was single, I'd put it on my Tinder profile, but I'm not, so I'll just show it off to Sarah every time we have a phone call. Place of hyper-capitalism? What does that even mean, beyond capitalism? When does capitalism become hyper? I feel like if I go to Reddit and I go to like the subreddit Wall Street Bets, that's like hyper-capitalism, because everyone there is very hyper about capitalism. But I don't think that's what it means. Think America, but worse, like Japan? Isn't like Japanese capitalism inspired by American capitalism? Partially because America was like helping rebuild Japan after World War II. In fact, they were in control completely of Japan for a few years, at least after World War II. So it makes sense that there were some big cultural similarities in that way. Okay. Okay. Get in there. Try eating chocolate bread you received. No, but I have my snack bag out, so I'm gonna eat here before we ride, actually. I might spin the camera, or we could eat on the bridge. There's nowhere to no, there is a spot to sit. We could sit, I think that's a covered place I could sit. Seen South Korean movies. Some are not light on their themes. I don't think so. I don't think I've seen South Korean movies. Oopsie. Wait, that's not what I want. This one. Okay, we're pretty much packed up here, but we'll go eat some of my tasty snacks. I can't believe I got coffee. So, in the morning, since I didn't bring a stove on this trip or something like that, it's like I can eat lots of fun snacks and stuff like that, but the thing you're missing is a nice warm drink, especially in the winter. But not on this trip. Well, not today. GPS. Yeah. Oh wait, no, I have seen Parasite. Okay, I have seen a Korean film. My bad. That was good. I liked that. Me and Sarah watched it. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can just push the bike with some of the bags open over to that little bench in there. Oh, yeah, it's raining again. Yeah, well, I could actually fully put this under cover, I think. Just go around that way. Not seen Squid Game. Ah, that's is another Korean one that I forgot that's Korean. Yes, I have seen Squid Game. Is that Korean? Yeah, right? I don't know. It's the coffee booth. It's the building just past this place here. Snacks. I got 2 snack bags actually. Got so much snacks, I better eat them, otherwise I'm gonna have too much food. Old boy, fuck, I have seen that too. Guys. The heck. It turns out Hitch has only seen Korean movies. Yeah, what is going on here? Okay. Stinks. I want to try these chocolate cream breads. Yeah. Like, does it say calorie information? 423 calories, but I don't know what the serving size is. What else? Chocolate milk would be good. What else? Like granola bar would be good. Snickers bar would be good. But yeah. Oh my gosh, one giant one. I thought it was gonna be a mini one. Wow. Look at this thing. Wow. Oh. This is gonna be good, I bet. I'm curious what this building is that guy went into and then brought a coffee out for me for. I'm guessing it's some kind of like government something building, potentially supporting the bike infrastructure. Yeah, that's why he was so nice to me. Like a fortification here. There's a building across the street that looks very overgrown. I don't know, it's just like an abandoned farmhouse or something like that. It doesn't look fortified enough to be military installation. Hope it's good. The head shake confirmed. This is very good. Pure sugar and carbs. Well, sugar is a carb, but anyway. Good fast burning energy. I'll try and find some stuff with fat and protein in it as well. Oh, I have nuts. That's good fat and protein. This Korean gas station snacks so much. Almost worth the 3K plane ticket. Yeah, probably round trip they're about that right now. I paid almost 2,000 Canadian in total to get myself to Korea. One way. Usually for expensive tickets like that, I'll try and use airline miles to burn points, and then I just have to pay the taxes and fees, which are usually within $100. There's no availability. As I said, it's fairly chocolatey. If you have something chocolatey and then you have chocolate milk, all of a sudden the chocolate milk doesn't really taste like chocolate milk, it just tastes like milk. It's kind of strange. What's inside of bun? Like a chocolate cream puff kind of filling. You're not running out of airline miles? I travel a lot. You accumulate them as you burn them. I've done a very rare like mileage run. Like when there's a really good deal on a flight that would accumulate you a lot of miles. Plus it works out in getting me to where I need to get to anyway. One time I flew to get back to North America with Singapore Airlines. There was a really good deal. Actually in business class. It's still going to sound expensive, but they got me enough points to fly anywhere in the world in first class, and it got me home in business class. It was like $2,000 to fly from Singapore to Frankfurt on Singapore Airlines, Frankfurt back to Singapore, Singapore to Frankfurt to New York City on Singapore Airlines, all in business class. And because all those are really long flights, and then it's in business class, so you get like a 2 times mileage multiplier, I got enough miles from that one flight to fly anywhere in the world in first class. Right. How is the dairy, honey brown cheese, Norwegian brown cheese got very popular due to its taste? Funny you say that. Me and Sarah went out to an Italian restaurant in Incheon before I started this trip. And we had like pasta or whatever for dinner, and then it included a free dessert. And it was like this little shot glass looking thing of like just ice cream with shredded brown cheese on top. Like Norwegian brown cheese. I'm like, what the heck? It was actually good. I've never had ice cream with cheese on it, but it worked well. They shredded brown cheese? No, they shredded it. Like it probably was in a block and they grated it. Excuse me. Oh, a car parked there. That's why it's barking. I'm like, I haven't changed. Nothing has changed. At some point in my life, I do want a dog. It's when I stop traveling as much as I do. And ideally, I actually have, like, if I can ever afford it, a house with a yard. But when I travel, especially when I'm bike touring, well, actually, the trip through Norway and this trip, I haven't really had dogs like chasing and attacking me. When I cycled through Portugal and Spain, it made me like dogs less because they kept aggressively chasing me. Not a tiny travel dog. You know, like, bring the dog with you. I think it's very complicated to bring a pet internationally. I also feel bad if I was doing that regularly. I feel like the flying process for a dog wouldn't be that enjoyable. Like, very stressful for the dog. Since we got a dog, no foreign holidays, right? Yeah, kind of like, it's like having a toddler forever. Well, for the life of the dog. I think when you fly into certain countries, like, you can't just land and then have your dog. Your dog has to go to a dog quarantine center for like a month. So they make sure the dog isn't bringing in any potential illnesses into the country and then release it to you. So your dog has to go through the whole flying process. And then it has to go through a month-long quarantine process. And then you can have your dog. Country do you want to visit that you haven't been to yet? Korea was a big one on my list for a long time, and now we're here, so that's good. Finland is another one on my list that we might get to next year if I go and rescue my solar-powered trailer thing. Talk about dogs. First ad on the ad break was a car commercial with dogs driving. They know. Any travel plans with Sarah? Not currently. That's not to say we won't make any, but Sarah's taking after me in how she plans, in that her plans aren't really set until she's actively traveling, or like a week before maybe she'll book her flights, which is how I do it too. Like, I've trained Sarah to travel like me for better and for worse. It's not like intentional. I'm not saying she has to do things this way. I think she just looks at what I do and then assumes that that's a good way to do it because I've been doing it for years and it seems to have worked out for me. But it introduces some challenges. Finland is at least more interesting than Sweden. They got forest and lakes, not just forest. Hey, I like Sweden. I will say, when I was touring on my bike, Norway did seem more interesting geographically. Got the fjords. Although, when me and Sarah rode the tandem bike up the west coast of Sweden, it was pretty nice. Need to hitch in Finland. I'd like to. But yeah, the logical reason we'd end up in Finland sooner rather than later is because my trailer is in Tromsø, Norway. And I'm like, well, if we're up there, we could grab it and then rip down through through Finland, ferry to like Estonia and go through Eastern Europe or something. Taiwan's infrastructure has not impressed me so far. The cycling infrastructure, just infrastructure in general. Sarah has like, I said this before, I'm quite proud of her because when I do turn into the stream, it's quite busy and very city. Scooters are ripping past her, and she seems pretty used to that now. Heading into a solar maximum, great time for Northern Lights. Great time for Finland this winter. We can handle the cold. It just wouldn't stream well when you have no light. My first outside of North America streaming trip was to starting in Iceland, then I went to a bunch of Europe after. But I started in Iceland sometime in November, I forget when, like mid-November. Anyway, at the time the sun was coming up at 10 a.m. and it was setting at 4 p.m. So you had 6 hours of sun up time. And it became, it's just kind of like, there's so much night. And like action cameras and at the time cell phones, they don't really work well in low light. So what we resorted doing, like we'd hitchhike and I'd try to utilize my 6 hours very thoroughly. And then at night I'd have to set up my tent super early because there's just nothing else to do. And then I'd like read short stories in my tent to the stream. Small tweak, clip volume. Oh, GPS overlay visible on pip/trim. That's good. Thank you, Hannibal. Any action cam type of cam that works well at night? I'm curious if like it's something like they just came out. Was it DJI? The Pocket 3 camera? I think it has like a 1-inch image sensor. So theoretically, with a much larger image sensor, it's not an action camera, but it's like a handheld gimbal camera. I think Jay Streezy has it and is using it. Anyway, it should handle low light a bit better. Can also drop the frame rate down. Like most of the time we'll try and run in 60 FPS, especially when we're doing something faster like cycling. But if you drop the FPS down, apparently it can make it look a little better in lower light. Twin stream with the 23 Ultra, impressed by the camera. Yeah, I have a 23 Ultra as well. I have network issues with it though. That I don't have with my 22 Ultra. When I hitchhiked to TwitchCon Vegas, I had to switch back to my 22 Ultra because the 23 Ultra was having issues streaming in places that I had previously streamed before without too much issue. And as soon as I switched to the 22 Ultra, we didn't have any of those problems. But camera quality-wise, this 23 Ultra is great, and plenty of people are not having the same problems that I'm having. Let's get some salt in me. Pringles. Apparently Jay Streezy has similar problems with his S23 Ultra though, so I'm not the only one. Actually, I think Tallulah as well from Awkward's Travel. Is it streaming from phone to router, then router to 4G, 5G mass? Well, when I'm cell phone streaming, usually I'm using the cellular antenna in the phone, bonded with a Wi-Fi connection from like a hotspot router, as you might want to call it, bonded together, and then broadcast from there through the cell towers to the server. And with the exact same setup, doing the exact same thing on the S22 Ultra, I can stream much more consistently and just straight up stream in places that the S23 would refuse to actually have any bitrate. I prefer biking in cold weather. I prefer cold weather than extremely hot weather, but my favorite temperature for riding is probably like a flat 20 degrees Celsius, which we'll probably never get here in South Korea. Oh. Well, I think one day we had 16. So you were there last night for the facilities? Not necessarily for the facilities, it was just like a flat, easy area. And the only thing here is like the bike path. So I figured if anyone rode a bike path past me, they wouldn't be like offended that I'm camping next to the bike trail. Especially because you can see my bike sitting outside. So it was easy, and I didn't think I would offend anyone. Don't like scrolling over behind. I was talking about that earlier, and I don't actually know. People are like, oh, it could be like a bunker or something like that. It doesn't really look like thick, reinforced kind of concrete like I'd expect from a bunker. I think it's just like an old farmhouse that is pretty much abandoned. I'm gonna try this granola bar too. It's like nuts and chocolate. Should be good. How many calories? 230. That's good. Time for bed. Wonderful day. May I'll catch you a bit in the morning. All right. Have a good sleep. Sorry, the time zones are so bad. A lot of my like mods with technical knowledge. In fact, it could be all my mods with like technical kind of server controlling capability. Are all European based, and this is the worst time zone for that. So when I start, like after midnight sometime, around midnight, depending when I start. I started a little later today because I was swapping my camera setups out from the regular camera to the waterproof one. Drone crashing into the tree clip. A lot of views in LS up. Surprise, more clips. Extreme time posted there. Historically, I'd have quite a few when I was hitchhiking. Like he'd meet an odd character and those would get posted there. Well, Norway, we had quite a few trips kind of trend there. A lot of times, any of my cycling clips, there's a certain percentage of people on the internet, well, in the world, that just hate the existence of bicycles. Well, maybe not the existence of bicycles, but the existence of bicycles that might want to be anywhere near a roadway. So if there's a bicycle clip, then half the comments will be people saying, I hate bicycles. Where my hitchhiking clips were surprisingly pretty well received on that platform. Was that your clip? Anyway, I'll watch that clip. The audio didn't sound very good though. Is that what my mic sounds like all the time? Yeah, you posted it? Oh, you posted it. Okay. I'm like, I didn't post it. Yeah. Now I'll just have this and then that little chocolate milk and then we'll go. Is it raining right now? I think so. Well, we get to see how all this handles getting wet. Hopefully okay. Yeah, twitching your artwork. Put your body through extreme measures. What was your favorite snack to eat while you pedal? Chocolate milk, but much more than this. While I'm pedaling, I have like little gummy candies. Right now I've been eating like fuzzy peaches because sugar's essentially immediately available. Your body can always like process and use simple sugars like that very easily. But if I need like a midday pick-me-up, I'll drink historically like a whole liter of chocolate milk. That's close to 1,000 calories, and a good mixture of that is, well, a large chunk of that is sugar, but there's also protein and fat in there. So it kind of is an all-around kind of pick-me-up. It sounds gross, and a lot of people's stomachs probably couldn't handle an injection of a liter of milk in the middle of a bike ride, but I like it. Okay, let's start chocolate milk. Oh, we're good. Light chocolate milk really sucks being lactose intolerant. Ooh, rain's picking up. Sag. Yeah, it's supposed to rain on and off-ish till noon. Then it looks like it gets better. Thanks, Day. Good morning. But you can find lactose-free milk and chocolate milk, I assume. So that's more a specialty item now. It probably costs more, and it's harder to find. That's some actual proper rain. It's just been kind of sprinkling this morning so far. Was there bus shelter so far from the road? I think it's for bikes. Because the only thing here is a bike path, so. So in that case, it wouldn't be a bus shelter, it's just a break point for cyclists. Oat milk for that? Of the milk alternatives, my preference is oat milk. In fact, I think it actually is pretty tasty in like a coffee drink. But still, like, Oatly has like chocolate milk that's pretty easy to find. Even here in Korea, I've seen it several times. But I think it's a huge step down from normal chocolate milk. Water deer behind you. Don't bamboozle me. I like these water deer. I think they're cool. Well, they're weird. Oat or goat? I think when I was really young, we had tried goat milk before. I don't remember what goat milk tastes like, though. I was talking about oat. Well, this little shelter turned out to be really convenient. If it was windy, it wouldn't be doing much. It's not the biggest, shelter, but since there's no wind right now, very useful. So I preferred goat milk. Well, now I want to try goat milk because I don't remember what it tastes like. Hood fit over helmet? Yeah, I think this hood on this, I probably should actually. Let's try. Pretty sure this hood is helmet compatible. I was double toucan. I'm not doing anything. It's nice to have that insulation. Yeah. Here's the mic. Might be muffled. It's somewhere in there. Thanks. Bigger raindrops. Shades for eye protection. Yeah, I'll wear my sunglasses as well. In these conditions, definitely don't need the tinted lenses. Just be clear would probably be better, but we'll see. Or maybe not. We'll see how I feel. It gets kind of annoying having very rain-covered lenses all day long. Yeah, we'll see how these pants handle water. So they have a Gore Infinium membrane on the front, but then they're just like a technical fabric on the back. So they should at least have DWR on the front as well to bead off water. I don't know if the backs will have DWR. I could test this. Front does, the back doesn't. Front's gonna get the brunt of the moisture anyway. Bit of spray in the back. With all my gear back there and a full fender, I shouldn't get too much spray from the back. Yeah, we should be okay. Oh, what I will get is if there's enough rain to create like proper standing water where you're riding through essentially a puddle, the fenders can only do so much at that point, and you'll get just water kind of like spraying out from the wheel. And then as you're pedaling, you'll get water just on the sides of your feet and up to your like kind of mid-calf. The rain clears as the day goes on. It's supposed to. Around noon, it seems. I don't know what to do with all this. There's not too much public garbages in Korea. There's some, more than Japan. I think I found one in my entire time in Japan, in a random park in Hokkaido. It was pretty exciting when I found it. Oh, again, my gloves. I wonder if my gloves will handle wet as well. Station Osan Air Base. Love spending time in Korea. Follow your Instagram, see more picture trip. Managed to escape the illusion. I want to cycle from North America to South America. Talk about bicycle we ran for an adventure of that magnitude. What type of bicycle are you currently pedaling? This inspiration. All right. Thanks for the message. That's a nice one. As far as my current bike, this is a Kona Sutra, which is a touring specific bike. So a bike of that class would probably be good for a big expedition kind of trip. Notably because they're built with durability and repairability in mind. So when you're going many thousands of kilometers, miles, it's nice to have a bike meant to do that without breaking down on you all the time. So I can recommend something like that. There's many other bikes that aren't from this manufacturer as well that would fit the ticket as well. I'd probably recommend, because you won't always be on sealed roads, like they won't always be paved. Something on the wider side of tire width would be nice, and a tire that has a decent rating for off-road capability. Because if you're riding on slicks, like narrow road tires, as soon as you get off-road, you're not going to have a good time. So my tires are 40 mil. Actually, one's 38 because I could only find 38 locally. And I'd say that's a pretty good width where you don't have horrible rolling resistance on the road, but it also works decently in softer conditions. Like still, if I roll into sand, then I'm gonna be pushing like loose sand. I will say if you're in the market for a bike, we were talking about this yesterday. So many people bought bikes during like COVID, maybe used them a little bit, but are now moving on to different things in their life. And apparently there should be a big surplus of used bikes on the market in the next while. In fact, since it's winter right now in North America, It could be a good time to be shopping around now. Since people aren't using their bikes, they're like thinking about offloading them. So you may be able to find some decent deals on some pretty nice bikes. Less rolling resistance than you think from larger tires. Yeah, like I've heard for a lot of road cyclists, like the mentality used to be like super thin, less rolling resistant, that's the way you want to go. But like a lot of road tires are now like 32 mil or something like that, which for touring isn't particularly wide, but for road bikes historically that's very, very wide. Yeah, I don't know anything about the science behind it. Just the more and more people are using wider tires. My bags are very full. Because today I actually have to close them decently because it's raining. So if my panniers aren't closed properly, well, I'll have water ingress, which is not what we're looking for. Get it, there you go. It's that one. This one's being stubborn though. Oh, I still have my garbage too. Where am I gonna put that? Also has essentially liquids, which very much could leak. People paid crazy COVID prices now. I think I can ask for more. Yeah, well, then we're in a supply and demand situation. So if everyone's trying to offload their bike for silly high prices, theoretically there's a lot more supply than there's demand at that price, especially. So if they want to sell the bike, then they'll eventually have to lower the price because there just won't be much demand for those bikes at that price. But potentially, yeah, at this point, people still think they'll get close to what they paid for them. But maybe after months of trying to sell it and no one being interested, or only lowballing them, maybe their attitude will change. It's not the best, but let's do it for now. Rain has slowed down again. Okay, where can I put all this? Some of this has liquid in it, so it can spill. I'll have those separately. Not seeing new bikes prices stealing but go up since COVID though? We're talking about used bikes though. Specifically people that bought bikes at COVID time that now don't use them and would like some of that money for other things. Okay, I think we can make that work. Stream while you pedal? Yes, so we're about to leave now. What was the rest of that? No, the cable is already. Have any other channels you recommend? I'm in Colorado Springs, hence Lost Springs or the Springs. Channels I'd recommend that also do cycling. Rob CD in Japan. I don't know anyone else that like regularly does. Well, my girlfriend, Sarah Bridgewater. She does a lot of cycling now as well. There's lots of people that have done some cycling, but Not too many that have it as a regular content that I can think of. But yeah, we're about to get on the bike and get rolling. So this camera is mounted on a long pole out the back, so you can, in theory, see me, the rider, as well as the view in front of us and around us. Oh, Mikey, yeah, that's a good one. Sorry, I should have remembered that. Yeah, he does a very different style of biking. Like, this is kind of lumbering along at a slow pace touring. Mikey does like high, like, to me, high stress riding in New York City doing bike deliveries. GPS reminder. Yeah, okay, thank you. Preload the GPS. Okay. Cold hands. Okay, GPS load. How far out? Oh, we still got quite a ways out before we even turn around to get back on route. Well, real time IRL. Okay, GPS should be running. Oh, Bike Curious, local biking in, yeah, California, Bay Area. The Instagram link. I keep forgetting to change my Instagram link because I changed the name on things. It's Hitch Streams, one word, the link. We have it changed on other things, but I forget about like the ones that you click on in your Twitch channel. TNT Mikey, thanks for the 29-month resub. Okay, let's try and ride in the rain here. Well, it's like very light rain right now. Shouldn't be too bad. Well, I was setting up my tent last night. I tried to tighten the fender, so hopefully it's not making that annoying sound anymore. Consider doing an Ironman. Not much of a runner. Wait, Ironman. Wait, is that like a triathlon where you run and you bike and you swim? Substance near the DMZ. Yeah, the most northeastern stamp of this tour is close to the DMZ. Two-mile swim, 150-mile bike, and then a marathon. Jeez. I think I've done like maybe a 150-mile run, or not run, bike once, that like 24-hour stream in Norway. Now, I'm always on a fully loaded touring setup. It's a little easier to crank out some distance quickly on a road bike, or in this case maybe a tri bike, but still. Oh, fender sounds better. That's good. I'm not much of a swimmer. Like, I did swimming lessons, well, not for very long. Pretty much until I was confident with treading water. And then I'm like, I don't want to do this. So I didn't. So we rode across this bridge last night on our way to find food. I just backtracked just the other side because, yeah, I figured I could camp by the little outhouse there and stuff. I mean, minus 10 in Bergen this week, which is insane. Something gets below 0. Yeah, it is cold for there. Like many places, if you're coastal, it keeps it much more mild. Takes Bob at Crust to go live on stream. Yeah, for a bike stream, I think something involving an action camera is very beneficial compared to just running off of a cell phone. So there's a few options there. The classic action camera that people use for aerial streaming, there's a few very nice features that it has, is the Sony action camera AS300 or FDX 3000. They're pretty much the same cameras, just one is a 4K camera, one's a 1080p camera, but no one live streams in 4K, so the 1080p one's fine. And that's connected via micro HDMI to HDMI cable to some broadcasting hardware. In this case, I'm using a Bella box, which is a bit of, it's open source, isn't it? Anyway, it's some pretty cool software that you essentially build into, in this case, a Jetson Nano like development board. But they have opened it up to a bunch of different kind of mini computer boards. Essentially what that little broadcasting box does is it takes video and audio signal that you have locally and, well, sends it where you want to send it. But it does some fun things like adds adaptive bitrate. So like right now I think I have the bitrate set to like 9,000 bitrate, but if it can't push 9,000 bitrate, it'll push what it just can and adjust accordingly. It can also bond together multiple networks, so you can have multiple different cellular network connections all tied together to broadcast off of at the same time. And the nice thing about Bella Box is you can actually set it up really cheap. For a while you couldn't, because you couldn't find these development boards, the Jetson Nanos, because there was a shortage worldwide. But right now, with all the different options of boards you can use and stuff like that, I think should be able to set up a Bella Box for within $200, I think, US. The other option is LiveUSolo Pro, which is more turnkey. Like you don't have to like build the thing. You don't have to like flash a SD card with Bella Box software and try and set all that stuff up. It'll just work. But that's more like, what is it, $1,500 US? But for a biking stream setup, I'd say it'd be beneficial to have something like a Bella Box to be able to attach an action camera to. But yeah, for action camera, you're looking at a few $100s, depending on where you can find them and which action camera you choose to use. And then Bella Box can be pretty cheap. LiveUSolo Pro can be less cheap. Zvil with the Prime. Thank you for the Prime. See if I can ding. I can ding. Time limit to get the medal you're after? No. So it's not like a race or anything like that. It'd be interesting if they had like different levels based off how long it would take to get. But then if it was a time limit thing, then that could inspire people to cheat. You could just have your friend drive you around to each of the checkpoints, really. Or just rent a car and do that. New iteration, AV1 encoding, small form of Singapore also. Yeah, no, that would be... I'm always down for improvements. It seems to be a lot of change in the technology is changing quite rapidly. When I started in 2018, there was not much options for like outdoor streaming, and everything was just pretty janky. But there's a lot more options, and you can have quite a high quality stream for a low cost these days. Jay streams wirelessly from GoPro. His GoPro has RTMP live streaming, but he's not using the GoPro to RTMP stream directly to his like server. He's RTMP live streaming to his Bello box, which is a couple feet away, which means it has a pretty stable connection. So instead of having the cable connection like what I have right now, he has a wireless connection to his Bello box. It's your first time in Korea? Yes, it's my first time in Korea. Enjoying it thoroughly so far. Rain is less fun though. But it's only supposed to rain a few hours, and then should have most of the day be relatively clear, and then the next week looks all clear. Cool, but clear. Do we see snow on the strip? Absolutely. I'd say it's likely we'll see some. In fact, before I actually started this streaming trip, I was in Seoul with in Seoul with Sarah for 5 days before we started. It actually snowed one of those mornings, so snow is very much a thing we could run into. It's wet through the, I think it's wet in the palm of my glove, which feels uncomfortable. I think the membrane is just on the outer edge because that's where you expect to get all your wind and rain. That's a bump. Low cost including cell plan? Well, the cell plan, how much you pay for that depends on where you're at. And just the accessibility of getting a good cellular plan really just depends on the country. I have international SIM cards myself through Unlimited IRL and LiveU Solo Pro Connect, which is convenient, but for the international ones, not a low cost solution. This, again, could be a decent path to use the drone on follow mode. Not in the rain. Oh, you couldn't stream in the rain? I just had to switch to my camera that's in a waterproof case. But like all day long kind of torrential rain it kind of tends to find its way into your equipment and then into your electronics. And electronics don't really like being wet. This is fairly light rain so far. Often you clean or grease your bike during the rain. I clean and re-oil the chain if it sounds crunchy. There's no like set amount of time. Probably should just regularly do it, but I don't. So yeah, this is our second bigger, like, there and back again. So I have to ride, I actually don't even know how many kilometers to get to a dam down this path to get one stamp, and then we backtrack all the way back to the main route, which is where we got our last stamp, I think. Oof. It's kind of nice, like every once in a while there's have these little, you got a little covered bench, some outhouses, little flat area. Like realistically, in a spot like this, I'm just setting my tent on the side of the flat spot there. Probably more here, so you're not just right next to the outhouse. Probably a reasonable spot to just camp. I haven't actually seen anyone else on this path, nor did I hear anyone go past all morning long. There's a distinct lack of use on this trail. Wow, it's also a Monday and it's raining, but it's clean. I'm like a certain someone in Tokyo. Rob doesn't, well, I don't really ever give my bike a full clean. I just kind of clean up the chain and stuff like that as needed. If it gets, well, it starts to sound crunchy from being dry, or if I'm in muckier conditions, sometimes I'll get like some mud and debris up in the rear cassette and derailleur. Jacket is Gore-Tex one? Yes, it is. It's pretty old though. The waterproofing still works decent in like the arms and body, but the shoulders, from wearing a backpack so much with it, it's kind of worn out the fabric, so it won't hold on to a DWR, durable water repellent coating, which means it'll kind of wet out in the shoulders. Then there's a waterproof membrane underneath the face fabric, but it just doesn't do its job as well anymore. I've had this since 2017. It's an old jacket at this point. It's been used very, very thoroughly. Voltaire with a 9-month resub. It's hard to use the bell of my gloves. They give the 9 months Voltaire. So one thing I'll have to watch out for, especially after today, is most of Korea is getting some rain, seems like today. And then once the rain goes away, we'll probably get down to freezing temperatures again. So now all these wet paths and roads and stuff like that are going to be getting down into water turning into ice conditions, which is definitely a risk as we go forward. Everyone well. Yeah, I gave like, so, like 6 whack. On there? On the car? Okay. Join channel hitch. Ingest. We back. Okay.
Oh, I got to. I ain't worried about it. Like, game to my game. I break a couple laws every now and then.
There wasn't really much for.
Parlez-vous anglais?
Yes.
Yes.
So what are you doing?
I make a live video documentary on hitchhiking. Do you know hitchhiking?
Of what? Of what?
Autostop.
Ah, photo stop, okay.
So I was,
Yes, Lyon.
so I got dropped off here like 2 hours. One sec. Oh.
Okay, I was gonna move my thing anyway. Oh my god. Hopefully the network sorts itself out. It shouldn't be that bad here. I feel like this is a sim. Dude, what the heck? What do you want? Now you're like climbing up my hill. What? Got water beating on your camera. That does happen when it's raining. Can't really avoid that. Hopefully the network sorts itself out because this is annoying. Need Rain-X. We're not going fast enough for Rain-X to work. Requires a minimum speed before it starts pushing out of the way. Not very concerned about these conditions. It's fine. If we had days of this, or even all day long of this, I get pretty uncomfortable, but it's supposed to clear up in a couple hours. So, should be fine, and everything should have a chance to dry out by tonight. It normally rain a lot in South Korea. Not this time of the year. Winters are very dry here. I guess it's late fall, but you get the point. Like when I was looking up Seoul's average weather, I looked up December and it gives you like average temperatures, but also average days with precipitation. It was like 2 days of precipitation in December. And like after today, it's like looks clear every day for the next week at least. So, but we just have an uncomfortable today. It's not snow. I think we might have actually gotten a little snow last night when I pulled up my phone when it started. I think my phone did say like snow or kind of that mix. I wasn't willing to poke my head out to see. But then with that snow rain mixture kind of thing, it's just nothing ever stuck around, and then it has definitely rained now. Wet leaves can also be pretty slick as well. It's amazing cycling weather. Yeah, we shouldn't have to deal with this too much on this trip. But I do have waterproof camera set up and all that, so we can deal with it when we have to deal with it. Doing for fun when out on the bike, eating and sleeping. I assume you mean on this trip. How many calories are you burning each day? Depends how far we're going, how hard we're pushing for how far we're going. Korea in general has been on the flatter side of things. So for a specific distance, we shouldn't have to have worked especially hard. Yesterday we had apparently our biggest climb of the whole trip. It was only like 250 meters of elevation gain in one go. So, but still, like a good day of riding is probably an extra 2,000 calories. So 4,000 calories. Centricity with the Prime. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. That's a polite little ding. What's your favorite Korean food? It's tough. Every dinner I've had in Korea has been uniquely delicious. But probably my favorite, like, I don't know. To me, the most interesting kind of meal I've had so far was like that pheasant huge course meal, because I had like in total like 20 different plates of dishes. There's just so many things to try. So much tasty food. I like trying things, so Korea is good for that because pretty much all dinners will have at least a few like little free side dishes that they give with you. Like last night we just had 4 of them, but they're quite tasty and fun to mix with different parts of your meal. Cycling all of France. I've cycled, well, a good bit of France, I guess. Me and Sarah did the tandem trip starting in Bordeaux, and then we went up kind of the west coast to the north coast, to Normandy, and then east along the north coast into Belgium that way. But I'd like to do more, and I do actually like climbing, so I wouldn't mind. Well, I've been talking about like after a tour, it'd be kind of nice while I'm in good shape to like maybe rent a lightweight bike and do some of the famous climbs. Do like an Alpe d'Huez. There's a bunch of famous climbs, but it'd be kind of interesting to see how my fitness handles proper mountain climbing. Keep track of how many calories you consume and burn. No, and I have no idea how I would track the calories consumed because like you go to a small little restaurant here in Korea, it's not like they give you nutrition information on whatever they're making. Burning we could, and I want to actually, I have power meter pedals that I want to integrate. If we know how much power I'm putting down at any given moment, we can figure out my average watts times the amount of hours or the amount of time that I'm at those watts. We could convert that to kilocalories or calories burnt from cycling and give a pretty good estimate on how many extra calories I've burned that day. So that reminds me more of Norway streams. Yeah, it's pretty dreary today. Where are we at? 10:40. It says the precipitation percent goes down substantially around noon, so unless that's updated, so we might, in not too long, be able to not be getting wet. How's the altitude in Korea? Low or high? Generally pretty low. We don't do much climbing. Our highest elevation has been just over 500 meters, and I think that's the highest point of this whole trip. So, in fact, my hands are still cold. Feet are still kind of cold. My core is almost too warm. So I'm gonna get some hot blood into my fingertips using centripetal force. Get in there, warm blood. Yeah. Tastes good. Switch. Need better gloves? These gloves are great. It's wet out though. My left arm is not doing as good job of centripetal forcing blood in there. Does you need emergency services ASAP? What do you plan? Do you always have an emergency services plan? I don't know. Services in Korea seem fairly competent. I have travel medical insurance. How are you, Hitch? Good. Yeah, in general. Like, it's not as fun to be riding in the rain, so I wouldn't say this is like my favorite day so far.
WKS cheered 100 bits. We're riding today in the rain. Yes, it's a great big pain. Sub and you'll get a polite ding. Trevor will give the bike bell a ding, peering through the drops on the cam. We're fine. Don't give a damn.
Hey, I like that one. Oh, I'm gonna ding for that. Thanks for the daily bit of poetry. Your car needs to wipe when you stop. Yeah, when I stop, I will. It's just impossible to do it while I'm riding. So, like when it's actively raining, there's no point in choosing to stop to wipe the lens to start riding and have the lens immediately be wet again. I know you said when we stop, so when we stop for whatever reason, or if the rain just seems to actually stop, and then I'll clear it up. How about a comically large umbrella? Like, the locals in Japan are pretty good at like riding their bikes while holding an umbrella. I don't think I'm gonna go that direction. I haven't seen anyone tour like that. Does travel medical insurance work? Well, essentially, if you get injured and need to go to the hospital, wherever you are abroad, they'll cover it. Potentially less a deductible, depending on the plan you have. But also, it usually includes other insurance things like all the kind of trip cancellation, delay. Like mine will usually have a minor amount of coverage for theft or lost baggage and stuff like that. It's not going to replace the extent if I had everything stolen, but it'll cover some stuff. But yeah, they'll pay like up to and including like repatriating you back to Canada. Like, so if you have a very serious incident, they'll pay for your treatment locally in that place until they can schedule essentially a private chartered flight back to get you home. Expensive to get your bike over to Korea? 50 Canadian dollars. The cost to fly with your bike just depends entirely on what airline you're flying and what their bicycle policy is. The two examples I give are Air Canada is just flat $50 wherever you're flying with Air Canada, which is great. And Swiss Airlines is the opposite, up to like 300 Swiss francs, which is like 400 plus Canadian dollars. But yeah, like I've heard the cost of medical treatment in Korea isn't that insane. So even if I ended up in emergency for something like that, I'm not gonna be $15,000 in the hole for having a broken ankle like I probably would in the US. But it's still peace of mind. And then one of my biggest concerns since I've been traveling the past decade is being a liability to my family. Like, if I got injured somewhere, like my family would choose to help me out, but I don't want to have any chance of putting my family in a position where they need to help me due to my own choices. So I pay for insurance so that I'm self-reliant, like everything's covered by myself. PLB, traveling remote areas of the past. Yeah, I have a Spot Gen 3 satellite transponder. I only used it on 2 trips. One when I hitchhiked to the Arctic Circle of Canada in the winter, up to Inuvik and Aklavik, trying to go to Tuktoyaktuk and hitchhike on ice roads. And then 2 when I hitchhiked across Australia pre-streaming through the outback. Speaking of which, there's my mom. We would always help you, but the point is I don't want you to have to help me. I would feel very bad if, due to my choices, I was put in a position where I need help from the people that care about me. All it takes is a couple dollars a day in insurance, and then I never have to put my family through that position. Don't have to assemble anything. When you fly with it, yeah, so we put them in a cardboard box that you get from a bike shop. Usually to fit it in, depends on the size of the box. Usually it just involves taking the front wheel off, taking the handlebars off, and the seat. Oh, the pedals off and the seat out. And all those are fairly simple to do. You have rain and I have snow. Yeah, I'll take the rain over the snow. Snow would be complicated due to slippery conditions. About writing a book on the travels, it comes up sometimes. Like, potentially, I'm a very poor writer. I'm bad at putting thoughts into words. I could get help with that, but then beyond that, I don't actually know what the point of it would be. I'd be like, well, you've traveled a lot, write about that. But usually there's some kind of like narrative, a message, or something you're trying to express. I've traveled extensively for 10 plus years now, and what do I have to say about it? I don't know. Well, it's probably something to think about. It's wet when it rains. That's the whole point of the book. Ooh, a gazebo. It'd be dry in there. Northeast US right now, same exact weather and temp as South Korea. Actually, yeah, several people in chat have been saying that the climate in South Korea seems comparable to some places in the northeast of the US. Particular way of interacting with the world when you're hitchhiking. Don't know if you grew up to interact like that. Something changed for hitchhiking. It'd be cool to talk about. What is that particular way of interacting with the world? I don't like have much like tact or strategy so much when I'm doing what I'm doing. I just do. Don't think, just do. But maybe subconsciously I have some specific way of going about things that I'm not even aware of. You scared to go to work? Oh, you're gonna get the mirror we talked about. The one off of your helmet or glasses. It is really nice once you get used to it. It's like, oh, you see everything. About being a motivational speaker. I'd have to get better at speaking. I'm not actually a very good speaker. Some people it just comes naturally. For me, it doesn't come naturally. When I lived in Calgary, I worked at this job, an outdoor store, and it was owned by this guy who had a few different things that he had going on, including owning that store. But he also worked as a motivational speaker. He was usually focused around mountaineering. He did a few like Everest expeditions and other expeditions. But his first one was 97 or 98, like early on, like not when Everest was the thing that everyone did. And then he led another expedition in, I think, 2010. But anyway, he's a very, very good speaker. When he'd be at staff events and like just kind of talking stuff like that, like they just have a personality that is like, you know, you kind of hang on their every word as they're speaking. I don't know how they do it, and it's something you can learn as well. For some people, that would just come naturally, but for other people like me, I'd need to train for that. As far as bike cycling company has sponsored you, have they? No, they haven't. It's because I'm pretty much predominantly on Twitch. I have other social media, but it's just in comparison to the focus and the size and everything of what my Twitch is. My Instagram, my YouTube, my Twitter, my TikTok, my everything is essentially negligible in size compared to my Twitch. And outdoor gear brands, including bike companies, have no idea what a Twitch is. And if they do, they just know it is, okay, Bike Route says right. It's the video game broadcasting platform, so why would they invest in advertising on that platform? And they've never worked with it, so like you're asking a company to kind of take a chance on a new platform that they've never worked on before, where they've almost certainly dealt with YouTube influencers and they can see the potential benefit of that. Day 3 about 2 times speed, watching this live on my phone. Hope to Animation Museum. Oh, okay. Kenichi Tao with the 2-month resub. Thank you. So yeah, Animation Museum was pretty much at the end of the that last large detour we had to do to get a few stamps. Right now we're doing another fairly large detour to get just one stamp this time though. Are you doing this tour in winter? I assume it's rather uncomfortable. I've never done a winter tour. I wanted to. And then Korea has kind of interesting cycling infrastructure, so I definitely want to do a tour in Korea. And the timing just worked out where I'm just like, screw it, we'll do it in winter. And I've enjoyed it quite a bit so far, he says in the rain. But actually it has been pretty good. Yeah, we turn left here. After this van. And car. And truck. Nice. No swimming. This is the one you have to backtrack? This is the second major one we have to backtrack. Slow down a little bit. I'm going to open my jacket a small amount. And we told this tour in Korea. However long it takes to do all 89 stamps, but Should be
Divert just resubscribed for 3 months.
a month
Thanks
just
for
over.
all the hours of company and content.
And Stoivert with the 3-month reset. Thanks for the 3 months. That's a nice gazebo. Probably don't call them gazebos here, but long structures with tree overhang. Yeah, again, this would be a spot where like the spring would be a bit of a different vibe with actual green, so bare trees. Still very nice though. So I agree. Got cars on my bike path. What the heck? Trees. Yeah, my drone doesn't like these trees. It struggles to see like bare trees like this. Because it has sensors in all directions, but like the thin branches are hard for it to pick up. Okay, rain's picking up again. So this also happened on a road like this yesterday in the evenings. I think these are also used to access like these rural farms. So, although the sign I saw did show like a sign that said bikes and tractors, but I guess since they're driving down here to access farms, they're treated as farm vehicles. Because it's the only way at the family's graveyard. That's such a specific bit of speculation. I assume it's just for farm access. Because it's all farms here. Theoretically, at 11 a.m. here, it's about current time, in an hour or so, in theory, the rain's supposed to start to bugger off. All those mountains on the side of the road you see are graves? Wait, really? I think I saw them in one spot and I was curious what they were. Another one of these. What are are these offices? Yeah, there's an outhouse too. I think we're good. Come up doing this in the first place? Just biking and streaming? Or this Korea trip? I've wanted to tour in Korea ever since I started bike touring and discovered I liked it. And just the timing kind of worked out to do it now. And I could work in the start of this trip with the end of Sarah's Korea trip, so I could actually see my partner for a few days. First thing you said? What was the first thing I said? Bike touring in general? I studied bike touring as a global pandemic activity because it's a way of traveling while not being particularly social. Most of the day is this, riding a bike by myself. I should be cognizant of the mounds on the side of the road being graves because, you know, historically I'd just hop off the side of the road and camp somewhere, but if that's next to essentially a marked grave, that's probably less of a good idea. Walking in the woods is creepy in Korea. Oh, is it? Yeah, I haven't really done much woods walking yet. I'll have to purge pretty soon. Very long straight path. Yeah, this actually is strangely long. And yeah, just flat, straight, no turns. Just on this like dike or whatever, separating the river from farmlands and minor bits of civilization. Just time for a snot rocket. You timed that perfectly. Still having knee pain, which is concerning. I've only had minor bits, and then I would just adjust things minorly and it would go away. I did adjust things, but it doesn't seem to be going away. Which is strange because this is my biking setup that I've used for the vast majority of my touring. Probably just getting old. Look at the map. How far out are we from the end of this? We're only about halfway down this detour. This will definitely be a full day ordeal. We'll definitely get the stamp and then start riding back, but we're not gonna, I don't think we'll get back onto the main trail by the end of the day. We could end up camping in the exact same spot again.
Geek Gen just resubscribed for 12 months. Snot rockets are the content I sub for.
There you go. That's the spirit. Geek Gen, thanks for the 1 year resub. All for the snot rockets. Thank you. How old is your bike? I got it in 2020. It's a 2019 model though. So I got it April or May 2020. So it would be 3.5 years to me. Century 3 man, it's not fun anymore. Yeah, I feel like traveling the way I travel will get harder and harder as the years go on. Probably have to make some adjustments. There's plenty of people that tour their whole life, so with the right conditioning and stuff, I just might have to like try harder to maintain my body rather than just being like YOLO touring with no preparation. Have to settle down and make babies? Well, I don't think anyone has to make babies. I could see myself enjoying being a dad at some point, but I'd have to essentially commit to not this lifestyle anymore. At most, it'd be like, you know, you do a couple short trips in a whole year-long period, but most of the year be at home. Tour de Rock on Vancouver Island. No, I haven't. It's a bike ride the length of Vancouver Island from north to south. I don't. Can anyone join that? I feel like when I was growing up, whenever I saw it, it was like a bunch of like police officers doing it and stuff. It's a charity ride, but I'm curious. I forget the specifics of that ride. An umbrella would be nice. When it's raining, things get wet. If I put an umbrella, it would have to be like facing forward, because otherwise, you know, if I ride 20 kilometers an hour, there's a 20-kilometer wind, which means rain falls sideways at that in those conditions, and then you'd be looking through a wet umbrella rather than a wet lens. A spinning lens like we used to film Deadliest Catch. Well, there we go. I just need. Well, the thing is, like, especially on the pole, I can't have a heavy camera. But with enough money, most problems can be solved. It's just a lack of money. I do pretty much reinvest a lot of the money I get from streaming into things for the stream, like notably a DJI Mini 4 drone for this trip. It's not cheap. RIP, $1,000+ and then like the trailer for the summer, that was like $5,000. The tandem bike, I don't even want to talk about how much the tandem bike was. People keep saying Rain-X, but like, has anyone here used it? When you're parked on your car, like at a light, the rain just beads on the lens. And then once you get above a certain speed, then it starts blowing off the lens. That's like more like at 40, 50 kilometers an hour. Soon. So when I'm like bombing down a mountain, Rain-X would probably be like, yeah, this works. But otherwise, I don't think we really have the conditions to make that work. Buy a bike and sell it when you leave? No, I fly with my bike everywhere. Air Canada just charges 50 Canadian dollars to fly with a bike. We're going this way. Let me look at the map. Maybe it was that way. Was I not paying attention? Oh, we go back to the bridge and cross the river. Okay. I'm going the wrong way. Well, since I stopped, just for you guys. So across the river to a more main-looking road, turn right. Then eventually we get back on what looks like a river path. Okay. Trying to decide if I want to keep this clothing set up or change it around. Ooh, sad sounding front brakes. Stamps today? None so far. We're on this long detour out to get one stamp at a dam. Still got a ways out to get it. We'll definitely get it today, but this will almost certainly be a one stamp day because then we got to turn around and backtrack all the way back onto the main route to continue. Alright, there's the official bike signs. Oh no, my rose looks like it's melting. What happened? No, I'm shaving off time outside of putting my bike on a bus, no. Wow, it's a bus stop here. It's a strange bus stop. missing out on a lot of the country by biking so fast? Usually no. I've never really traveled with the goal of going to all the TripAdvisor spots. I like the lifestyle of how I choose to travel, whether that's bike touring or hitchhiking. That's why I do it. Time because your job, you have 2 to 3 weeks on holiday. Before I started streaming, I made myself have time, but this was like early life, like 19 to kind of, well, when did I start streaming? 25 era. I'd work, save money, quit my job, and then I'd travel very frugally and travel for a long time because, well, I'd be hitchhiking, which is free, I'd be sleeping in a tent, which is free, and then I'd be eating horrible food, which was very cheap. So I made lots of sacrifices so I could travel the way I wanted to travel. Now it's my job, so the mentality changes a bit. But it wasn't back then. I had a fixed amount of money in my bank account when I started a trip, and the less money I spent on a day-to-day basis, the longer I could go. So I stretched it as much as I could. But understandably, most people are in a position to just drop their entire life and use their savings to travel for X number of months till the money runs out. So that's just to say, if that is something you really want to do, it doesn't have to be your job to do it. You just have to prioritize it. All right, turn right at this next intersection. Like that kind of blinker noise. Should do that in tandem with using arm signals properly. Alright, will this guy wave me through? No. At least not yet. 자, 감사합니다. I don't know if I can ride it over this. Probably. I'll just get past it. It looks weird. Rain's coming back. It's kind of weird. The first guy waved me through, and then there's a guy in the middle being like, okay, no, you guys stop here. Let that truck through because they both waved through traffic from opposite directions at the same time. And then once the truck went through, then I could go through. Anyway. I always thought like the North American system of having a stop sign that on the other side is a slow sign. It was just very clear rather than waving batons. Because in Japan they had like a flag system. Here they just got orange batons. I don't like, but also in North America they'd talk on radio and they'd be like, you know, saying, pushing one through, this, blah, blah, blah. I don't actually know how they say it, but you see them talking back and forth on the radio. I just feel like rather than waving batons, just the sign that is red or yellow and says what you're supposed to do is very clear. Alright, it says we turn right up here, which gets me off this busier road. Oh, this road is horrible, but you have mirrors? Not on this trip. I didn't bring my favorite is the ones I used in Canada, which I hung off of my helmet or sunglasses, because then I could look around behind me by turning my head, which is kind of nice. I guess we're going back over. Wait, is this right? Going over a bridge? It's a bridge? Oh no, it's not. It's just a road. Okay. Like your Norway trip, thank you for doing this. GWP for president. Glad you like the Norway trip. Hopefully the Korea trip will match up in some ways. The crazy landscape, I don't think Korea unfortunately will be able to match Norway for the fjords. But the cycling infrastructure it's definitely making it pretty enjoyable to ride through in general. Like right now we're just riding on the shoulder of a not so busy road, which is fine. But a lot of this is just beautiful bike paths, completely separate from traffic, which is quite enjoyable. Degrees, yeah, 5 and raining. What a beautiful day. Rain's supposed to stop soon. Well, it's actually barely raining right this second, but it's just been kind of raining on and off all night and all morning. We'll see. We go straight. Better than snow, that is true. Snow would make this much more complicated. This is the first bike I've seen today. I had to wave at him. Not many people out today, understandably so. Snow went. I would be surprised if we finish this trip without getting snowed on at some point. So we'll probably see it. But if we do see it, hopefully it's just a little bit. Because a lot of it will make things very complicated. It's snowing here in Michigan. Isn't it always snowing in Michigan? That was like 365 days a year, right? Right? That's what people thought when I was in the Arctic Circle of Norway. They'd be like, that doesn't look like the Arctic Circle, it's sunny out. And your forecast says it's like 20 degrees. Doing tent, or is it room every stop? Tent pretty much every night. I took a day off 2 days ago, and I got a hotel for that. But all my travel days so far I've been in a tent. Oh, except for one night I got invited into someone's garage / veranda barbecue room. They met me at a restaurant. They're like, you can stay in my garden, which I thought was outside, but it turns out it was inside. No snow in Edmonton yet. I feel like that's surprising. I never spent a winter in Edmonton, so I don't know. Did winter in Calgary. When did the snow start coming in? I don't remember. kind of people that take you in, the English is very good. Yeah, no, for sure. It's a good experience. So that hasn't happened so frequently while riding, because, you know, if I'm hitchhiking and I get invited into people's cars quite often, like, it's just a more common thing where they're like, oh, come by our place too. Especially if it's near the end of the day. Left. Frozen. No events to display. What do you mean? I'll have to relog into this. Victoria's the most livable city in Canada. Yeah, people were saying that yesterday. It's nice if you have a lot of money. I can only afford it because I'm paying rent that is rent controlled from a few years back, and I have a 300 square foot apartment, so what's called a micro suite. Connections. If I reset my stream once, will that do that? Ooh, back on a bike path. That's nice. If I have any alerts, my alerts are broken right now. Okay, there we are. It's raining most of the area in Korea. Yeah, it seems to be. I looked at the weather radar, and it looks pretty rainy, kind of all over. No tourism, just biking. Biking is tourism. Because I'm not stopping at all the temples and museums doesn't mean it's not tourism. It's just bicycle tourism. Yeah, I know. I need to change the link to my Instagram and my bio. I think we have a command in chat that has... Well, actually, is it accurate? I don't know. I changed the name of most of my social medias so they all have the same name. But that means all the other old links are out of date. People every day are asking about moving to Edmonton, Calgary just to survive. Even I'm considering it. I have a goal to actually like own a small house at some point in my life. That's not happening in Victoria for sure. Even my hometown in the Comox Valley there, like the cheapest like single family home kind of thing is over $500,000. So I've been looking at real estate in Edmonton prospectively. Still can't afford, but I'm, you know, it's within the realm of possibility, where pretty much everywhere I'm from and grew up is not. Calgary's better than Edmonton almost every way. Yeah, it's also like 50% more expensive for a starter home in Calgary. So being like, this place is better than this place doesn't have much weight if it costs a few $100,000 extra to get a start there. Places in Canada where you buy detached house furniture, okay? Do they have an international airport that I can travel out of? Because that's literally my job. Edmonton's airport is actually pretty decent, and I can visit my family with a direct flight from Edmonton. Calgary would be better. It's a better airport, but because yeah, you could go to a tiny farming town in the middle of Saskatchewan, and yeah, you could find houses under $100,000 if you. I remember when we were riding across Canada, we looked up real estate in some of those tiny little towns with nothing going on, and quite often they were under 100. But then you're in the middle of nowhere in a farming town in the prairies of Canada, which is very hard to kind of make a living and do stuff there. Even Regina, Saskatoon, pretty tough for reliable flights. Yeah, Calgary is actually quite well connected. They got lots of flights direct flights to Europe, a few direct flights to Asia. Edmonton's a bit more restricted, but all it takes is a repositioning flight to Vancouver or Calgary, and then you're off, or Toronto even. But yeah, I think I've made the final decision that living in a 300 square foot apartment, especially with two people with Sarah, makes being productive very challenging. So when I have time off, essentially your entire apartment being just a bed makes it hard to, ooh, this looks fresh. Maybe, or did they just like paint it? Anyway, I need more space. I feel like I need an office. It's also brown. It's winter. Surf from Edmonton, Iceland. Stopped during pandemic. I think they still had like 1 or 2 direct flights to Europe. I think it was it like KLM flight to Amsterdam or something like that? Very specific. Calgary has a lot of options. It's also like the headquarters of WestJet, so WestJet will fly their 787s on transatlantic flights out of there, which is kind of convenient, or would be convenient, because they can actually be pretty reasonably priced. I need some sugar. Let's stop at this little booth. It's not even raining at this exact moment, but it could. This will be a dry spot to sit. And yeah. Whenever you call Edmonton home, love to have you here, even as a pit stop on your adventures. But yeah, like moving to Edmonton, it's like a potential opportunity to actually like own a place. But even from a renting perspective, it's just for the same price of what I'm paying in Victoria, I could get like a townhouse. What do I want to snack on? Ooh, this is loose. Is it? Yeah, that's loose. Oh, what's that? KLM flight, I think, goes into Calgary up to Edmonton and then back. Does it? Maybe. Ooh, let's shove some nuts. Victoria's expensive Vancouver. I think it's slightly cheaper, but not by much. And I bought some cranberries because I like nut mixes with a little cranberry action. But I didn't find nut mixes with cranberries, so I just bought my own cranberries. Keep forgetting to look for garbage. Just carrying around a bunch of it. Do I want all of them in there? Sure, why not? Run into VP gloves at TwitchCon. I don't know off the top of my head. Bike with all your stuff. Probably biking gear is about 100 pounds. There's another drink. What's the other drink? Oh, it's peach juice. I want that too. Calgary property tax went up. Yeah, I've heard even Calgary's gotten quite expensive, so that's why we're looking at Edmonton. Yeah, pear puree. This will be good. Nice one, Hitch. Need to sleep. Good talk. Well, GW present. Have a good sleep. Thanks for stopping by. I've been joke for the price of rents. When I lived there 2016, 2017, I paid $300 a month to rent a room in Kensington, Sunnyside. I liked it. Well, average one bedroom in Calgary is $1,900. Jeez, it's like Victoria price. That pear puree drink's good. Okay, what I found crazy was you can buy like apartments, like condos, like 1 or 2 bedroom apartments for like as low as like $50,000 to $80,000 Canadian in Edmonton. But usually they're in older buildings and they might have like $500 per month of like condo fees. But that was just crazy to me because I'm like, my 315 square foot apartment is assessed at $430,000. Like that you were here, Matt, behind you? I didn't even notice that. Where am I? I still don't know where I am. Am I here? These little stop points are nice. The other ones had washrooms at them too. This one doesn't. So far today I've seen one other bike, and just barely any other people. It's just me. It's just us, and some rain. Friend is at work today. Yeah, there actually was quite a few people out on the bike path yesterday, but that was a Sunday, so it makes sense that people have time to go out for a little rip. What's the distance we've done? Probably not very much. I've been going at a pretty slow pace. Actually, how much further till I'll turn them on? I just think we still have quite a bit. Where am I? My map shows us being on the north side of the river. Like, are we not pointing north-south on this map? How far this damn down? We are, well, over halfway, but probably another 20 kilometers maybe. Oh, I got lots of spray on my pants and overshoes. So what's been this trip so far? Generally cool but dry. Today's the first day with like any precipitation, which is fine. The wet is more uncomfortable and harder to manage with electronics and stuff like that. So after today, it looks like we're back to the cool but dry conditions. Oh, we got a very not Korean guy. How's it going? Yeah, the rainfall we've been having generally isn't like torrential or anything like that. It just kind of rains on and off. It'll get up to like a moderate amount of rainfall for a short amount of time, then peter out. All things considered, it hasn't been too bad. Wet and cold's the worst. Yeah, so this morning it was like 2 degrees or something like that, and it's like raining and wet. Luckily there's no wind, so If we added wind on top of that, that would have been an extra level of discomfort, but that's not too bad. Close friend here got her 89th stamp after 6 years here. You'll probably beat that though. Hopefully I'll beat 6 years. No guarantees. I still don't know how I'm going to get back to Seoul though. Because the route I'm taking will probably finish on like Jeju Island or something, and then I'm on the complete wrong side of Korea. We just ride back again. Take the ferry to Busan and then ride Busan back to Seoul. What's the vibe in South Korea? Do you like it? In some places I'm guessing you like it and not so. I'm very much here for a bike tour, so I haven't like spent time in cities getting a vibe for, you know, like the city vibe, if I like it. I like the vibe of bike touring here. The infrastructure in general is really good, and I can just very casually ride along on nice infrastructure. That's a good vibe. Buses and trains are hella convenient. Right, generally you're not allowed to take your bike on trains. Buses, yes. Trains, no. Uh-oh. Oh, no. How could Sarah do this? What's the saddle material? Leather. It's a Brooks B17 leather saddle. Which a lot of people say that it looks uncomfortable, but I'm telling you. Well, it is the world's most recommended touring saddle. That doesn't mean it'll be the best for you, but it's a good one for a lot of people. Mentality being, like a good pair of leather boots, once you use it a long time, it kind of breaks into, like leather softens up and it breaks into the shape of your tush, and then it becomes quite comfortable. How often have you had access to bike paths like this? In Korea, most of the time. Yeah, I'd say the majority of the time we've been on some level of separated bike path. Just before this, we were riding kind of on road shoulders for just a couple kilometers, and now we're back on the path again. Someone wants to read the Korean on the bag you're eating. Sure. Heard they need break-in. How long it takes for it to get comfy for you? First few hundred kilometers were not particularly comfortable. Also, my butt was not used to being on a bike seat, so a combination of those factors made me pretty uncomfortable. I'd say it was like comfortable by like 500 kilometers in, and like really nice by 1 to 2,000 kilometers. The saddle has over 20,000 kilometers on it, so. Yummy happiness. That's how I feel when I eat them. The pure yummy happiness. It's not too bad, it's pretty durable. These saddles, so if it's just a synthetic saddle, like when I would camp at night, I could probably just leave it out in the rain and it'd be fine. You should be kind of protecting this. If you're letting the leather get especially wet and staying wet, it can definitely break it down pretty quickly. It actually is a little damp right now. Should probably retreat it as well. Ooh. Some chocolate. It's proof-ride treatment. Even with proof-ride, like, it's not going to be waterproof. You should still cover it in like proper rain, and especially overnight. Look like you're freezing. Well, it's winter. It's 5 degrees and kind of rainy. But I notice when I'm on bike trips, I get a little bit less good at temperature regulating. And I think it's because when I'm riding, my body is focused on venting heat. And then when I stop, it still is thinking about venting heat. And it forgets that it actually has to hold on to heat sometimes. So I get quite cold when I stop riding. Brings the most discomfort during this trip? I'm guessing weather, fatigue? Yeah, probably. Like, by far the hardest part of the day for me is the morning when it's really cold outside and you have to get out of your warm sleeping bag and into the cold world and pack up your tent and, you know, just like touching the tent poles and folding them up together is, you know, cold aluminum feels horrible. But right now, I have a sore knee. Which quite often is a saddle height issue. And I've tried adjusting it, but it's still persisting, the pain. What are you eating? This is Hershey's Cookies and Cream Chocolate. Nice thing about bike touring is you can eat everything. Do you love snacking on sweet things? But you're like, oh, it's not the best for me, so I shouldn't snack on sweet things. Go bike touring. Snack on all the sweet things you want. Because it's a great source of energy. Canada or Korea? This is purchased in Korea. Yeah, it's got Korean on it. The mountains of pancakes you're handling across Canada tour. Yeah, so the one thing that I'd say isn't my favorite in general when I'm traveling a lot of places is the breakfasts. I find them very underwhelming in most places. I like the little Korean toasty thing that they do. Those are good. But like, I don't usually want like noodles for breakfast. I want eggs, bacon, sausage, hash brown. I want grease. Does it taste different? Not that I can notice. The chocolate bar. More garbage. Yeah. I need to find a bin somewhere. Where? Is that a garbage bag? Yes, it is. Okay, well, that works. Okay. This. You've been recharging at restaurants when I go and eat. You sell everything you have to cover the cost of going to space to explore. I don't think we've really gotten to the point of like going to space to explore. From like a space tourism standpoint, I'd probably pay a good chunk. But like, it's something like you'd want to spend a couple days up there probably at most and then come down, because what are you really going to do up there? Garbage cup on the bench. Yeah, I'll do that too. I don't think this is an official one. It's just like a bag full of garbage that people have put here. But it's like tied off to a sign there, so I assume it's, you know, here to be picked up. I'll finish this drink and then we're good. It's a space bike tour in the cards. I heard the moon is lovely this time of year. I wonder what riding a bike like would be on the moon with 1/6 gravity. Styling dishy for sale this spring. Yeah, I'm still working on trying to do a styling-based setup. Issue with the regular dishy is in many places they keep changing their mind on this, but they lock you out of using the internet if it detects your speed is above a certain amount. I think 10 miles an hour. Which is an issue. So I could upgrade to the high performance in motion dish, the flat high performance dish, but then it's like twice the size, several times the cost, and like twice the power draw. So I'm like, at some point I want to tour across Australia, and the only way I could stream that would be with the satellite-based setup, and then powering it with solar. Like, that's kind of an ideal place solar-wise, because it's Australia, in the outback. But I'd still have to figure out. I feel like even my 225 watt solar panel wouldn't quite swing it when the just the high performance dish draws about 100 watts average, plus all my broadcasting hardware. buy SIM card though. I have international roaming broadcast SIMs from Unlimited IRL and LiveU called LiveU Solo Pro Connect. Chick is one in his vehicle now, working well on Aussie line. Yeah, no, I was talking to him at TwitchCon, and he's saying like it's really good. Like it's pretty impressive. So that's confirmation that I could do it on a trip across Australia. I would just need to figure out probably a bit more solar and a mounting location for a big ass solar satellite dish. How much equipment would you bring if you weren't streaming? Well, a whole lot less. A lot of my weight is batteries and streaming hardware and backup streaming hardware for when things break, because I break lots of things. Yeah, I could have. I'm pretty sure, like, I'm pretty comfortable being pretty minimalistic. I'm sure I could get down from a touring setup to a bike packing setup and not use panniers, but just use like a frame bag, handlebar bag, and a seat post bag, and be able to tour off of that. Especially if I don't have a stove. It's actually got quite a bit of like pulp in this drink. It's kind of good. Hello. Garbage. Oh, a couple pieces of garbage in here still. That should be good. A little bit easier to pack now. Sometimes I accumulate too much snacks. And since I have a winter setup, more layers and beefier sleeping pad and stuff like that, or sleeping quilt. Makes it hard to fit everything in the panniers. Especially because I have only the really small front panniers right now. Because my bigger front panniers are in Europe. I have to adjust my camera too. It was kind of wobbling out of alignment. Are you digging gold here? No. I don't know if there's a joke in there. If you're legitimately asking if I'm prospecting for gold. Is there much for gold prospecting in Korea? Bike-powered USB chargers. That would be a dynamo hub, and they just don't generate much power. Gold medal. Yeah, we are going for the gold medal for the Grand Slam tour. If that's what you mean, then yes. That's what we're doing. Now I'm cold. But yeah, dynamos at most at about 20 kilometers an hour, you'll be generating maybe 5 watts of power, which could keep a phone kind of charged. Actually, I don't know how many watts my S22, S23 Ultras draw at a high brightness, but probably close to that. Ugh. One moment. Quick way to get warm blood into your fingertips. Force it using physics. Squeaky front brakes. Why do I always have squeaky front brakes? I just replaced all the brake stuff. Oh, my front right pannier is open. Let's close that. I stay warm at night. I have a Enlightened Equipment Enigma 10 degree Fahrenheit minus 12 degrees Celsius sleeping quilt, which has been actually really nice. It's super warm.
Peace and love 222 just resubscribed for 2 months.
Peace and love. Thanks for the 2-month resub. Look at that guy. This room was sitting in a fancy restaurant. There's Hitch putting in the grind. I still eat that. Oh, I forgot to check the. I think the camera's off. I still eat a lot, and in Korea I eat well. For dinner at least. Yeah, that's not good. Needs to be probably up a bit, facing out a bit. A few things. Oh, someone grinding that doesn't eat well is my girlfriend Sarah. She's vegetarian and struggles to eat good food. All places don't really do much for decent vegetarian food, especially Korea. Man. The flower Sarah gave me looks so sad now. Okay, still lean a little that way. Wait, was it that way? No, I'm second guessing myself. I think that's close to accurate. I feel like the position of this is a little strange. I might have to adjust that at some point. Well, no one makes that noise. Okay. Currently not raining, and we are after 12 now, so rain was forecast to stop after 12. Looks so cool. This is very poggers. I'll take it. Thank you. We still got like, I feel like some very minor raindrops at the moment. So much work to get this one stamp. Too bad it's not summer. I don't think I'd like it very much in the summer here. It'd be probably too hot for me. Spring or fall, like, this is fall, but earlier fall would probably be ideal for me. You bike all 50 states. That would be quite the endeavor. I'm not going to say no, but that's a lot of places to go. You know, we hitchhiked all 50, but you know, you spend your days driving at highway speed to do it in hitchhiked rides. Biking it would be quite an endeavor. And there are like kind of official bike routes all over America, but I don't know if they go through all 50 US states. I hope there's an actual time for this one. Yeah. Hopefully I actually get to see something at the end. But yeah, based on like scenery and everything, I feel like spring, when the cherry blossoms comes in, would probably be like the best time of the year. I don't know how much it rains in spring. Does it rain a lot in spring here? And the rain's back. This spring was so good, is it? Or was it, I guess? Yes, hold on. Yeah, we got the blue lines. Should be right. Just camp under here. Keep you dry. October is good because of Korean Thanksgiving. I think, yeah, I was reading somewhere October is a nice month to tour because it's cooled down, but it's not like cold like it is now. Precipitation amounts aren't crazy. So starting this right after TwitchCon probably would have been slightly more comfortable. But it's not meant to be. Kids were from Sydney, Canberra. In fact, my dad slept under bridges most nights. Yeah, no, it's a legitimate place to get out of the elements. A camera hat? Well, a hat that's above you is not going to do anything when the rain's coming horizontal because we're riding 20 kilometers an hour, which means you're smacking into the rain rather than the rain vertically falling onto you. So then if you covered the front of the camera with something, then whatever you covered the front of the camera with would then get wet anyway. Light blue for the bike lane paint. Yeah, they very sporadically have the blue lines to designate the official path. When it's there, I appreciate it. It's usually not there though. Bike lane on the other side. I don't know if it's supposed to be for both directions. Doesn't have the center line, so the road's not busy enough that I don't really care, so. This part of the river valley is nice though. Off to my right. 50% covered with water. That's what happens when it rains. And we don't have the budget of an internationally owned news broadcasting company. Oh, these are nice. Instead of institutional investors, yeah, I do. As far as monetization, it's kind of unique. Thank you, Cosmin. Alright, there's the official route sign. We are en route. Great downhill performance, 54 kilometers. Get a call from Twitch for breaking the speed limit? No. Did I break the speed limit? I wasn't aware. It was fun though. But yeah, there hasn't been many like decent sized climbs in Korea, so I haven't really got to like open the bike up on the downhills like I did all summer long through Norway. So it's fun to, you know, let gravity take over and go fast for a little bit. It was 40. Well, clearly my GPS was inaccurate. I was going exactly 40. Although, if I did get a speeding ticket in Korea for bombing down a mountain on my bicycle, I'd probably put it on my wall. Sarah wouldn't appreciate it, but I would. The only one would be like I wouldn't be proud of is if I was speeding in like a school zone or something like that. It's not hard to speed in a school zone, so that's not one to be proud of. But you know, just on a normal road with no, you know, potential school children hazards, I would be proud of my speeding ticket. Oh, bike path turns left. Oh, we're back on the path. Nice. See a cyclist in BC get pulled over for speeding one time. Was it a school zone? Because like, yeah, most places are 50, and like it's tough to go much over 50 on a bike in like a city, unless you're, you know, bombing down a hill or a mountain. But yeah, the 30-kilometer-an-hour school zones are like, anyone could probably get in trouble for that. Is a mountain bike or a road bike? This is a touring bike actually, which is kind of a mixture of a road bike and a mountain bike. It's kind of like a road bike with a bit more of a relaxed geometry on it. I think my rear tire slipped on that hill. But with like a mountain bike kind of gear ratio, because you're going to be climbing quite a bit and you're going to be heavy loaded, so you needed some very low gears for climbing. But you know, like this bike has drop bars, which is a very road bike looking handlebar setup. It's kind of a mixture of the two. And then it's just a rigid frame, so no suspension. And it's a steel frame, which is strong and durable, but heavy. Touring bike seems reasonable. Bike lane path seems rugged for a road bike. Some of them are on the rough side, yeah. If you were on a, well, you'd be okay. It's just a bit of a rougher ride. You never really have to be like off-road in dirt, where you'd really struggle. It'd just be more about comfort. Speed to the stream. Use an app called, where's my app called? RTIRL, real-time IRL. Record is 75. Yeah, my record is 69. Nice. But it actually is. Final day of touring up to Nordkapp in Norway, in the Arctic Circle there. We found a nice hill and let her rip. Like it's only 7 kilos. Yeah, my record at 69 was with this fully loaded touring bike with a big trailer with a solar panel on top of it.
Gold.
ピンクなんて
Pink peach.
ピーチ彼はお風呂に入ってます。うん。
There's just a lot of mass that you'd have to bring to a stop. So, yeah, I'd only do it when things were very wide open. And we're losing internet, which we shouldn't here. It just goes through like phases, and I feel like it's something to do with my SIM cards. We're back, yeah, it seemed like a short disconnect. But usually once it starts, we go through like a phase where it gets bad for a while and then it seems to stabilize again. Yeah, Miroslav Glavic, that was perfect timing. All your live streams archived? Most are. A few have been lost over the years. But pretty much all of them are still available on Twitch. And we have some archived on YouTube and stuff like that too. Heart rate is extremely low and like super healthy. I don't even know what my resting heart rate is. I'd be curious at some point to get like a fitness watch to just kind of track my day-to-day fitness. For heart rate, it's not as accurate as something like a chest strap, but enough to just see what your resting heart rate is and stuff. But like, Sarah's pretty healthy and does a lot of touring and stuff like that, but she just naturally has a very high heart rate. And you can see that she actually has a heart rate monitor on her stream, and it's always chugging pretty high. Happy with Garmin Phoenix, recommend great optical heart monitor, is pretty bad. Yeah, kind of just not 100% to be relied upon, but gives you a ballpark figure. I've heard the watch ones are getting better though. Again, still not to chest strap accuracy, but prefer to not have to wear a chest strap every day. Most peaceful, cozy stream I've ever seen. It's wonderful. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying the cozy South Korean bike touring vibes. With cycling infrastructure, bike touring can feel very comfortable. So in general, like if someone's new to bike touring, I feel like South Korea is a great place to go for the first time. It's because of the pure beautiful infrastructure. Cycling roads are better career in Japan. I've never toured in Japan. Sarah did a bit from Tokyo to Osaka, and I think they're much better in Korea. Japan had a lot less infrastructure. Right, Japan had less infrastructure, right? I haven't done it yet, but I feel like that's the vibe I got. But yeah, Sarah can regularly get her heart rate over 200, which is very fast. Got spoiled by Shinkansen. Too fast, convenient for bike culture. But Korea has good public transportation as well. The other thing is for Japanese people, the Shinkansen is very expensive. Although they just increased the Japan Rail Pass for tourists, like substantially increased the cost. Shimanami Kaido, I recommend you to bike. Where's that? Make sure it's 50% wool, good enough blend to be worth it. Some really nice wool shirts are a blend, and quite often they can make blends for a technical reason, not just because they're cheaping out. There's a few downsides to 100% merino wool. One is durability. Merino wool is quite a delicate fabric, And if you get a 100% wool shirt, if you wear it a lot, you'll probably notice you'll get like all these little pinholes very easily throughout the shirt. So they'll do like a coarse spun merino wool where they'll do like a thread of nylon, which is a lot stronger, and then wrap merino around that thread of nylon. So to try and get as much of the benefits of merino wool, but the durability of a synthetic thread like nylon. And then there's different materials that they can blend into merino wool as well, to kind of make it more of a technical fabric. Merino wool doesn't quite like wick moisture like a polyester kind of athletic shirt will, but if you do a nice blend, then it can start to have, you know, some of the key characteristics of merino, but also some of the key characteristics of a synthetic active shirt. So from the get-go, there's nothing 100% wrong with a wool blend. Some are used to cheap out on materials, and some are done for a legitimate reason. So just that surface value, I can't say if a 50% blend is good or not. It really depends on the brand. Base layer 100% merino. This one is, yeah. I used to have to sell this stuff. That's the only reason I know things. But I haven't sold any since 2017. So tech can change since then. I didn't work on commission though, so don't worry, I'm not trying to sell you something to make money off of it. I quite like those jobs because it was literally just my job to talk about outdoor gear all day long.
Pathalon just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Pathalon, thanks for the 10-month Prime. Putting on a Capeline. I've never used it. That's a synthetic base layer though, right? Ooh, looks like we've got some climbing to do. At least I think. Let me just check the map before I climb this hill. Yeah, it looks right. Primary went to J. Darn it, I was just thinking about using it here. That's alright. Jay's doing some really cool stuff there in India, so it's a good choice in Prime. Sometimes I don't really, like, Twitch is an entertainment industry job. My job is to be an entertainer. But I usually look at my trips purely from like a what kind of expedition do I want to do perspective, not necessarily from an entertainment perspective. Because I look at what other people do with like donations and wheel spins, and then they have to do all these challenges based off of that. I'm like, that's entertainment. And I mean that in like in a good way, like that is entertaining. And then I just come on Twitch and I'm like, I'm going on a long journey. Tune in if you want to. And I'm like, kind of different strategy. Eat that weird Domino's thing for a challenge? Well, if Domino's is gonna pay me to eat Domino's, like, I'm gonna eat Domino's. I like food. Ooh, this is like a steep hill. We just climb. I'll be fine. I gotta take a layer off if I gotta do this hill. That looks like a nice climb. Where do we turn? No, we go straight, I think. Alright, I gotta take this shell off. It's not raining right now. I'm gonna sweat too much, and if the rain comes back, I might have a problem. Wipe us too? Yeah, oh yeah. Okay. Maybe that tells you the incline grade ahead. The only thing is these bike grade signs have been sometimes close to accurate, and sometimes they're like hilariously inaccurate. Several times it's said 20+% on those signs. I have not done a 20% climb. I guarantee you it would. 20% grade is like insane. Okay, just for this climb, I'm gonna take the down off too. I might have to put it, or maybe my my black wind shell we'll put back on after. I don't know where I put it though. 20% is pain, pure pain. Yeah, like it is a really tough climb. 20%. I got food on me. Nice. Let's keep the gloves on, because I know as soon as we go downhill, it's going to be uncomfortably cold. I'll just flap it back. Get in there. I'm sure it was nice meeting you in Ohio. Yes, thanks for coming by. Yeah, whenever I go through the US, I get a nice amount of people coming by to say hi, whether I'm cycling or hitchhiking. It's a good time. It is the highest percentage of my viewership is US based. Okay. Before I get cold. It's only 500 meters. Wait, yeah, 500 meters of climbing at 7% is warming. But pretty much when I get to the top, I'm gonna put a jacket on for the downhill because I'm gonna freeze. This is an awkward gear change. My gears are a little bit out of just a little bit out. Yeah, LD Cool Girl. That's the solar panel bike. It's the same bike, but we don't have the trailer with the solar panel on it. Oh, the rain's starting again. Damn it. Really? Well, we're almost at the top. I gotta put my jacket back on. Alright. For the rain, I'll put my shell on. Off the road. It's supposed to stop raining afternoon. Rude. Shipping the bike for each trip? Yeah. So, different airlines have different policies. I like using Air Canada for these because it's just $50 wherever we're flying. Pretty inexpensive. My hood on, but I'd rather not have my hood. There's some wicked wind on J Shoot. Yeah, I heard. Let's see if I get something similar. Fire bike, where do you keep your bike box? I recycle it when I land. It's just a cardboard box. And then when I leave here, I'll go to another bike shop and ask for a box and then put my bike in it and then recycle it when I get back to Canada. Whoa. they don't last many trips. But the thing is, like, usually I fly in somewhere, like let's say on my Europe trip, I flew into Brussels and I flew out of Tromsø. Like, I'm not gonna bring the box with me, so when I land, it's done. Like, when I get back to Canada, sometimes I keep the box for a while, because yeah, sometimes they're good for a couple trips. But when I'm flying to a destination, it's usually fly into one spot, fly out to a completely different one. All right, now we're downhill. Oh, there you go. In the middle, so I should drive pretty 80 fast. We still don't have that freedom to just leave the bike out of sight for an hour. Oh no. That's embarrassing.
That is embarrassing. Oh.
What is this? Oh, you got $100?
Holy cow.
$100 for Shelly?
Is that real money?
Yeah, that's real. Wait, $100 for Matthew? Multiple hundreds?
No way.
Yeah. So like, $100 for Shelly?
Golly.
$100 for Matthew?
I need to give you some.
No, man, this is for you. They did it for you. $5 from Roxanne. $100 from BK. Man, you got like $300.
Looks like I got more.
$50.
Oh my God. I owe you some money, man.
You don't owe me a shit. $15 from Brian. $420 from Steve.
420.
$420 from Steve.
Steve, here's for you, Steve.
There's the volcano that everyone is talking about. Getting up any higher won't really change it. In fact, this creates a nice frame of it, I guess. Oh yeah. Oh, yes. Wait, 6,000 bit rate. What? There you go. I don't know why we cut out, just for the downhill. And now we're at 7,000 bit rate. I got out to check to make sure the batteries haven't died or anything like that, and then it came back. Some other people have issues with these SIM cards where they'll just like randomly disconnect from the cellular network for a couple seconds to a minute and then just reconnect and come back. It's very annoying. That needs to be tightened though. Our faces. Yeah, it's raining pretty hard right now. The forecast of stopping raining at noon has been inaccurate so far. Faster than tires can track you. It's generally not how it works. But you never know. Being that people use cellular service while driving cars, which are notably faster than bicycles. Alright. Has it stopped raining? It's raining enough that I need to put my hood back on it, but it's still doing the same thing. I think it's slowed down. Didn't see how fast you're moving. Alright. Regardless, it's not going faster than cars on a highway, which you can easily stream in most countries. It's like just adjusting my equipment here. How about what they give you? Provide me with international data through LaviSolo Pro Connect. It's international SIM cards. So the ability to like show up to a country and immediately have internet when you arrive. Some countries, like in Canada, I can connect to any of the local providers, so Telus, Bell, Rogers, any of them. Other countries, like here in Korea, we only have one. You're muffled. Yeah, I'll try and get the mic out. Stuff when you're trying to not get the mic wet. Try to hood up over your helmet to stay dry. Yeah, we did that earlier. So I can do it again. Just in my head, this rain squall will blow over quickly. And it's calmed down, it's still raining, but it's not as much as it was when I was going down that hill. But I'm looking forward to the sunny days because every day after today looks like it's going to be sunny for the whole next week, which will be much nicer than this.
Beefy78 cheered 1,000 bits. Here's to sunny days and smooth roads ahead.
Mr. Beefy, thanks for the 1,000 bits. You've been a big supporter of this trip so far with the bits every day. Thank you for that. But yeah, should have better weather after today. Looking forward to it. It's still cold, but the sun makes a huge difference. And not being wet. Rain is acidic and makes you bald? Maybe that's why I'm balding. I haven't heard that one before. Casually riding back home off stream. Less than I'd like to. I even bought a bike specifically for that. But I haven't used it as much as I would have liked to. Looks like we're back on bike infrastructure. In Korea, they say that about rain. Really? Huh. Never heard that. Well, there you go. But yeah, my two bikes that are at home are my touring bike, which of course I'm comfortable with because I ride it very long distance, and then I have a road bike, my Canyon Endurace. But yeah, I don't get used at home as much as I'd like to. I would get literally yelled at for being out in the rain. Huh. Yeah, we definitely don't have that mentality growing up in Canada. All right, left across this bridge. Let this truck go by. How do you find the seat post on the Endurace? The seat post? Or the saddle that it comes with? I didn't find the saddle particularly comfortable. But I don't know how to comment on the actual seat post. So the seat post is bouncy. Do they? Bouncy? I don't even know what that means. Did I say that in a good or a bad way? Guessing a bad way. Need like a wiper blade for your camera. If you want to develop and produce an extremely lightweight wiper blade that can be mounted onto an action camera, you're more than welcome to do that. It doesn't exist because it's a very niche market. It's not, isn't a big enough market for people that want windshield wipers on an action camera. They already exist. Windshield wipers for action cameras? Or are you talking about like big expensive cameras? Is that like a hawk or something like that? Looks like a bird of prey. For like broadcasting, like big kilogram plus cameras. Like, we're in completely different categories. And then Rain-X requires speed. If you've ever been on a car treated with Rain-X, doesn't really beat off until you're going a certain speed, and that's around like 50 kilometers an hour. Little hat for the camera. No, like, people repeat the same things. When you're riding 20 kilometers an hour, rather than rain hitting you by falling vertically onto you, you're riding into the rain, so it comes in horizontally. So if you put a hat above the camera, you would just have rain blowing sideways onto the lens regardless. So then you could angle the hat facing forwards, but then you would just essentially have a wet umbrella as the main thing in your lens, in your field of view. Every time it's wet, it's the same things. We want a windshield wiper. Have you considered Rain-X? Well, yeah, pretty much those two. Oh, and a hat, yeah. There's the reason you don't see too many people like riding a bike outside in the rain and live streaming it. It's because it's awkward to do. Wait, what did that sign say? I don't know if I'm turning or not. We're not. Okay. Yeah, I got lots of marshmallows. It's a good harvest. Okay. Looks like we're getting back on the road up here. Where's the prettiest for you so far? In the world or in Korea? Norway's gonna be really tough to beat. Just doesn't feel like a fair competition. Oh, in Korea? Ooh. I don't know. Like this whole route just follows river valleys the whole time. Most of them have been very, very nice as we've gone. I always struggle to pick favorites. I say as I just say Norway is tough to beat, and it's probably my favorite for views. But outside of obvious standouts, I don't think there's been an obvious standout in Korea so far. That's not to say it hasn't been nice, it's just kind of been almost equally nice. Tour take you to Jeju? Yeah, it will. There's like 10 of my of the stamp points for the passport in Jeju. Ooh, looks like we might. Did we climb out of here? At least a little bit. You'll like Jeju? Yeah, I think I will. It might be the last place on the actual tour. We'll see. Which would be a nice spot to finish. Far to the next stamp. It shouldn't be too far now. But then what we're doing right now, we have to backtrack all the way back. What we did all today and at the end of the day yesterday, just to get back onto the main route between Incheon and Busan. Okay, 5 kilometers. I'll have to look at the map. 49 kilometers so far today. It's not very much. We got 4 hours left. And we can still do some decent distance in that time. It's a deep hole on the side of the road. Wouldn't want to accidentally ride into that. Those fake yellow light speed bumps, yeah, them being like painted like they are, but they're not, are kind of annoying. It's another hawk, or what I think is a hawk. Very pretty birds. What percent incline would you start to walk the bike? When I literally can't continue rolling forward because it's impossible. If it's possible for me to ride my bike, I will be riding my bike. Pushing a loaded touring bike uphill is a huge pain in the ass. Okay, too warm now. Why are you skipping gear? Gears are acting a little funky. We need a downhill. What goes up must come down. We'll have one very soon. Most likely.
Las Vegas created my stream with 700 views.
Hey! Las Vegas VP, thanks for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome to Hitch, where we're climbing a hill. So currently I'm doing a month-plus long bike tour all over Korea, filling out a bicycle passport with stamps at these official certification centers. And if I do that, the Ministry of Environment in Korea issues me a golden medal. Las Vegas VP, thank you very much. Thanks for teaching me how to gamble in Vegas. I'd never really gambled before, but he taught me a bit about craps play. Played some blackjack. It's good. Lost all my money, eventually. This is a bit steeper than most of the hills in Korea. It's fine though. What was he up to today? Were we gambling? Yeah. Just the slots or? Haven't seen steep hills, some crazy steep ones here. Well, I spent all summer in Norway. I know what a steep hill is. VP end of the stream up about 20 bucks. That's right. Nice. I assume he's retiring now. off his winnings. Some very steep sections. Nice. 10 kilometers to the dam area. It's the correct dam at least. Hope it is. So the trip so far. No, we had well, it only ended up being like 250-meter climb yesterday. Apparently that's the biggest climb of this entire trip. Almost at the top. It's the steepest climb of the trip so far. Not the biggest, but the steepest. Looks like the top. That's very courteous. On these roads they have been. When they're busy roads, they don't give you space here. All right, top of the hill. Nice. So yeah, that sign that said 7% for 500 meters, that was a lie. That was more than 7. But we've also had signs that say 20% grade when it is like a 7% grade. And then again on the downhill, this is more than 7%. That's what that says. I think they have just like a couple signs. They have a 7% sign, they have a 20% sign, and they're just sort of like, I don't know. They toss a dice, and they're like, which sign should we use? Ooh. Whichever one they have more of, yeah. Whichever one's just kind of available. I use that. I sweat more than I would have liked to on that hill. Trying to dry off, but I'm also gonna get cold now. I tried to vent at the bottom where it got steep, but these hills same on the way back? Yeah, so we'll have to do that hill in reverse. So all this we'll be climbing later on today in the opposite direction. Now we're getting cold. Okay, yeah. Any speed record in your future? Not on a wet day like this. It wouldn't be super smart to push for high speeds in wet, potentially slick conditions. Not too far above freezing temperatures. I'm just adjusting my jackets. Alright, that's better. Here's Stem Endong, you can go back to the Nakdong River bike trail through this area. Yeah, I have to backtrack all the way. I don't know, I'm guessing it's the exact same route. I don't know if there's an alternative path we could take so we don't have to do the exact same path in reverse. But no matter what, we have to get back onto the main bike trail. It looks like it's being censored. I should stop and clean the lens here soon. The rain has, for the time being, stopped. Doesn't mean it won't come back. Not bad, just one funny place drop. Okay. Yeah. Well, at least it's not too bad. Going down more. Don't see ahead of you by many feet. Maybe. Okay. Let's fix both of those things. Clean the lens and then we'll adjust the camera. I feel like the whole camera pole has actually moved. Oh, it has. Ooh, we gotta reset this. All right, camera pole. What's going on? This has to get out of the way. That's gonna slip off. Yeah, it is. Oh, the camera's gonna look all weird right now until I adjust this main clamp mount thing to an appropriate position. Oh, that's loose too. Oh, there's your problem. Okay. Why did you slide down? Usually once the pole mount is established, it doesn't move much. This time, very much wants to, apparently. I need to pull my wrench out. Hard dip after the apex of the hill might die. Yeah, like, even though the trails are really nice here, there's just a lot of bumps here and there that... But now it's not sticking out. I want it sticking out a little bit further. I'm going to stare more at my back right now than I'd like. I can always extend it a little bit. I heard Hitch is gay. Is that true? Why do you care about my sexuality? Are you trying to ask me out? Does it affect your day-to-day life? There we go. That's what that looks like. Looks maybe better. Just gotta get to actually stay out there. Okay. Try that, if it will actually not move. Seems okay right now. Okay, but then I gotta change the camera angle, make sure that's level, that's straight. So it needs to be leaned a little bit that way, leaned a little bit in. And it's starting to rain again. And wait, which way did I say? That way. towards the bike. Ooh. Might have been too much. We'll have reflective tape on it or something. It's got bright red paracord holding it in one position, and then it doesn't stick out further than the rear panniers. If you're hitting the camera, you're hitting the entire bike. So, now that way, out. We went too far. About the camera right down to help. My actual pole mounting system had shifted substantially. Still leaning now too far. So it's actually a bit of a hazard, so I needed to adjust it. So you were right about the camera angle, but it really needed to be fixed, so that's what we're doing. Alex. Close enough to try for now. Go back for beginners. Got a road bike or a mountain bike? Depends where you're going to ride it more. On the road, maybe road bike, mountain, or mountain bike. I'd say maybe for a complete beginner who doesn't know what they want to do with the bike, maybe a mountain bike's more versatile, because you can absolutely ride the mountain bike on the road. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But it's a little harder to take the road bike out in the mountains. Okay. Give that a try. Hybrid for upright seating. If you're noob. Yep. Yeah, you can do a lot with a hybrid bike. Anyway, hopefully the camera looks okay right here. And I'm cold again from stopping. What think about this weather? I wouldn't say it's the most comfortable weather to exist in. It's also weather that makes you want to be like riding in the rain's okay if I go inside and dry everything out at night. Like if I was getting a hotel every night, it wouldn't be so bad. But the prospect of riding in the rain, and then camping in the rain, and then getting up and it's still wet isn't too nice. But thankfully, we just have last night and today of rain. Tomorrow should be sunny. But yeah, when I looked at the forecast, it said it should be decent by this time of the day. It's not decent. Well, it's not horrible. It's not like it's torrentially downpouring on me. It's also not windy, so it can always be worse. Some edging on the other side. Yeah, that guy that does YouTube videos where he just goes around town, finds really bad looking yards and knocks on the door and asks to do it for free if he can film it for his YouTube channel. You should just come here and do that edging on this bike path. Heading over the back wheel. From back and getting wet. Yeah, I got a full fender. And then like there's enough bags back there that would probably, you know, spray the bags rather than me, for better or worse. But there's a full fender. Golden Wheel ranked Victoria's most livable city in Canada. Yeah, a few people told me. Let me talk about it, and I'm just like, you have to have a very high income for Victoria to feel livable. But that's pretty much most major cities in Canada now. Clang, clang. They're building so much in Korea. So much construction, so much infrastructure. I feel like Canada's not building. Korea very much is. But yeah, that's heavy machinery on the other side of this river. Ow. Look at that. What's that we're at? Almost 2. I'm almost at the dam. Must not be crazy far now. Guess we stopped a lot. Okay. Follow this for a while, cross a bridge, cross another bridge. Then once we're there, then we're almost there. Not too far. But man, we're not gonna make it, we're not gonna be able to backtrack very far before we run out of daylight today. This one stamp is quite the expedition. But this is what makes the Grand Slam Tour quite the endeavor. You can ride Incheon to Busan and get a certificate for riding that route. and do it in a couple days. So you could, if you weren't detouring or anything, you could probably do it in like 4 days. If you're trying to go for speed with less gear. But the whole Grand Slam thing is just a fairly large undertaking. Is this damn thing just a bicycle thing? Yes. It is. This stamp better be made of gold? You mean like the medal? The award for completing it?
Action at 40 just resubscribed for 19 months. Hi.
Action Act. Thanks for the 19-month resub. I appreciate it. Sun comes out here tomorrow. It's supposed to, but it was also supposed to stop raining after 12, so. Seems my fender is making noise again. A mobile toilet, wow. You know, it's just more construction on this side of the river now, so.
Hey, how's it going? Pretty good. Whereabouts you headed to? Oh, sorry, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's my SIM card's acting strange. Because we're right in the city. We'll just straight up disconnect from the network entirely for a few seconds and then flip back.
Franklin 1276 just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Franklin, thanks for the 2-month prime. So, Need to get a domestic plan. Able to use eSIM. I could get it onto my phone, and then I'd have to hotspot off of that to get to my Bella box. It's possible. It's my S22 Ultra and S23 Ultra are eSIM capable. When you're going back to Seoul, whenever I finish this tour, when I get 88 out of 89, because there's still one checkpoint that I have to get in the city of Seoul, and then I'll go to the certification center in Incheon and theoretically get my award. But yeah, I don't have a timeline. It just takes however long it takes. When you're getting 2%, kind of the same answer, but more short term. It takes however long it takes. We're not too far theoretically from Busan, but detours like this make things take a lot longer than they might look on a map. Interesting little thing. Oh, yeah, they're growing some tree viney things up here. They're just a little small so far. It'll look cool when this is finished. I'm gonna show you by flight or boat? Boat. I'm telling people every day, like, I fly with my bike everywhere. It's still a pain to pack up a bike for flying, so just walking it on a boat is much simpler. Had or have plans of anyone that wanted to bike tour with you, other than Sarah? No, there's been no plans. The K-Look sim that I told you about uses KT. I think they have an office to pick up in Busan. You get the eSIM version. Okay, K-Look. I'll have to look it up and make sure if it's unlimited data, there's no strange fair usage policy. So in a lot of places, most places, unlimited doesn't really mean unlimited. But I don't know Korea because, it's my first time here. What's our uptime? How many hours did it last today? Five hours today? Yeah, first few days it lasted the full 6, and now it's gone down to about 5, which is fine. It doesn't really matter. It's more a curiosity. How's the trip going? Cram it. It's going pretty good. It's our first wet day. It's rained on and off all last night and all today so far, which is less comfortable, but one of the reasons I decided to come in winter in Korea is they actually don't get many wet days. It's quite a dry season. So I came here with the intention of not getting wet very frequently. That doesn't mean never, just less. Wow, my vocal cords got engaged in, in that one. And left. It says 6.4 kilometers maybe to our dam, which means we almost get to turn around and go back the way we came for I don't know how many kilometers, a lot of kilometers. This is kind of cool looking. There's some ducks surfing through here. If I was a duck, I'd like to hang out here. Yo. What exactly is the purpose of this? I haven't seen like a weir or anything like that, like set up quite like this. Benches for fishes, like so they can take a leisurely break as they swim up or down stream. Overnight ferry between Busan and Jeju, costs about 50k won. Bike fees, bike free, no onboard internet. Yeah, no, I there's a few different places you can take a ferry to Jeju, Busan being one of them. It's a longer boat, but wait. Did it say which direction I'm supposed to go? I didn't see a sign that said which way. I need to look at them. Oh, it was left. I know at some point I'd turn right, it just wasn't this right. Is there a sign that said turn left? Probably just wasn't paying attention. Usually it's pretty good signage. Occasionally there's a missing sign. And then left across another bridge, then right. Another bike. I think it's the second bike I've seen today. So I feel like they need one here. So, because all this has good bike infrastructure. But we do go across left and then turn right. Why are you walking backwards? Is it a fitness thing? Right. Helps with shin splints. Very well might. Why? There's a sign I want to see. Bike certification center, 2.5 kilometers. All right. Oh, it's so long for one stamp. This whole, like the last hour of riding, or a bit more yesterday, and then all day today, get one stamp. $60-kilometer one-way detour, yeah. When I read about like efficient ways to do some of this, most people would ride out and then take a bus back. But I don't want to try and get my bike onto a bus. Won't even get back to where we started. No, we probably won't. We'll have to get back onto the main route tomorrow. It's more than I thought it was going to be. Because how far have we gone today in distance? What's the overlay say? Well, yeah, we've only got 3 hours to the sunset, so. $50.4. Then we got another 2 kilometers to go, and then we got, yeah, just, so we'd have to do another 50K just to get back to where we started today. That looks like a dam. I don't think it's been 2.5 kilometers since that sign though. Is there more to it? Getting very close now. Much further down this way. Looks like we cross a bridge of some sort, and then it should be after that. This is all under construction. There's a tunnel to the right that this big bridge highway goes through that's covered over right now. They love bridges. Oh. Certification center, 1 kilometer. Nice. Oh my lord, that was a lot of bump. Center of Culture and Folk Traditions. Okay.
Anonymous tip $25. Thank you for dinner tonight. Smile.
Wow. Whoever that is, anonymous. Thank you very much for dinner. That's very kind of you. I appreciate the $25, anonymous. We eating good tonight. Alright, I think this is the bridge, and then right after that should be the certification center. Turn back around yet? We're about to, after I get the stamp up here. Ugh. To grab, I'll either have to eat some of my snacks or grab something quick to eat. It's running low on energy here. There we go. Wait, is it 100 meters this way or 100 meters that way? Oh, I see it, I think. Let's go through this parking lot. Oh, had to work hard for this one. It's one of the self-inking ones. Nice. Andong Dam. Took a while. Don't think I'll need my stamp pad. These are the nicer ones here. It's been a while since we got to pull this out. Well, yesterday. It's our passport. Here's Cross Country Cycle Road Tour Passport, Ministry of Environment, Ministry of Interior Safety. Fully government sanctioned. They had to register my passport and stuff in here and everything. There we go. Andong Dam. That's what we're going for. But, what we've done so far. Started here. We're going through. Filled out this one. Filled out this one. Filled out this one. Got to this one, but this one heads up to the west coast, and then we're doing this one, Andong, and then back and down. So, Andong Dam. Let's do a test stamp. Nice. It's kind of hard to get it in the corner because of, I'm trying to do a stamp at the center fold of the book, but there we go. Andong Dam, and the rain's picking up. Very rude weather today. What's this thing at? 44, okay. There's lots of coffee shops, but I just need something quick and satiating that I can consume, put in my belly. Hands Coffee, bakery and drink, souvenir, a memento. And there's another coffee. You can rest here as much as possible and then go over the hill you came over earlier. Well, I have to backtrack the whole thing I did, which is 60 kilometers to get back onto the main route. Maybe bakery place? I kind of want something with protein in it. Bakery stuff is more carbs. Folklore close to the bus class would be a good idea to visit somewhere near here. There's an E-Mart. I could get stuff just from a convenience store. Maybe. What do they have for like meat things in convenience stores? Just need something high calories. Coffee Smith, another coffee shop. Green Baker has pizza buns, sausage and corn in it. Corn! That's interesting. And another coffee shop. Now Coffee. Just so we can quickly. Be nice if one of these has a spot I can put my bike under cover. If it's gonna continue raining. And it's not supposed to be. Rendang is known for jimdak, soy sauce chicken. Okay. That sounds good. See a gym deck. I'm not going to sit down because if I sit down for food, I'm going to be here like pretty much the rest of the daylight hours. There's a lack of daylight hours, so I want to use them for riding, not for eating. I just need something small. So that's leading me towards just the convenience store. Croissant grilled in a waffle iron with sugar. What? It's not gonna work. This one has seemingly a nice little awning. It's the convenience store. I don't know if I can get my bike anywhere there. If that car moves, I could. But it's not going to. Because of aggressive crane parking. What a cute puppy, though. I'm just going to put it up here anyway. What cars have you seen the most in Korea? Hyundai, but I don't know what model. Hyundai? Because it's Korean.
안녕하세요.
Oh, maybe I am in the way. Sandwich. Sweet corn salad. That's not satisfying. Cheese. Chocolate milk, I guess. They don't even have big chocolate. They're only like little tiny ones. Where's the big ones? That's 300 mils. We can get one of those. Let's see if they have sewing needle. There we go.
어머니 쫄 따라다니네.
네?
쫄 따라다녀.
아 사요? 네 그림자. 두 가지 케이크
But don't do like sausage sticks, like pepperoni. Something like that would be nice. Oh, here we go.
사람들 내가 있으면 다 씌워주세요.
Premium jerky. Was that 45 grams? Ooh, it's expensive. Which makes sense. Let's try this little premium jerky. Oops. Okay.
야 이거 진짜 너무하다 심하다. 계산 많이 됐어요.
No? It's good. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. 안녕히 가세요.
Thanks. You usually only find small chocolate milks here. I found one 500 ml carton, which made me happy. Oh, I can wipe you guys now. Why is it so rainy? Forecast said part day rain. It's full day rain. Only got 2 hours of day left, and it's still raining. I got a donut. I got a sewing kit so I can sew my shoes back together. I got a bag of mini donuts too. I got one bigger donut, a bag of mini donuts, beef jerky. Wow. And a mini straw. I don't really need the mini straw, but they gave it to me. Yeah. Why can't they give me 1 liter of chocolate milk? That's the size we're looking for. Alright. Beef jerky. But you can get a tax receipt? Oh, that sounds too complicated. No. The dog's very interested in the beef jerky. I wonder why. Don't look at me with those sad eyes. I shouldn't feed you. You probably have a diet. Actually, I don't know if you're just a stray dog or what. I generally don't feed animals because I don't know the situation. Yeah, this is beef jerky. It's pretty good. It's got a nice little bit of spice to it, a comfortable amount. This dog probably understands Korean better than I do. Like the language. It's just slowly inching up to me. Chocolate's bad for you, you can't have this. How's your bike road trip in Korea so far? It's been really good. Weather by and large has been nice except for today. The cycling infrastructure has been great. The food has been really tasty. For dinners, I miss my Western breakfasts, but the dinners here are spectacular. And there's just a huge contrast compared to looking at Sarah's trip in Korea. They don't really do vegetarian food so much here, so she really struggled to find food any time of the day. And me eating anything. I've really been enjoying just walking into a random restaurant and just seeing what they got. Dog, you just want some loving. Dog wasn't giving me too much attention until I opened a thing of beef jerky. You want some loving in the form of beef in its belly. Okay, so what are we at? Like 53 kilometers. And now you have to backtrack everything we rode today. Have a vegetarian diet at home just for easy's sake? Yeah, we mostly cook back at home vegetarian. I find if you actually like put effort into cooking vegetarian, I don't really miss the meat so much. But when you're traveling, most countries' diets don't facilitate to people that choose to be vegetarian, so if you're trying to get food while you're out, it's a big challenge. Because like the meat component of dishes here in Korea is such a main focus. Even if you went there and you're like, oh, just make me the main kind of meal that you make here, just don't give me the meat, then you'd have like nothing. So for that reason, I think if I was traveling, like if I was bike touring with Sarah around Korea, it would make the evening very stressful trying to get her fed. Because it's just like I don't know how to like. We'll sit down to places and I'll have this like an amazing meal, and she'll just have to stare at me and eat some rice. Everything okay with meals? In Taiwan, it's a bit easier. In Korea, no. She wasn't doing that great with meals. Foreign tourists get refunded 10% VAT. For some good services worth over. Oh, so it has to be spending more than 30,000 won. So, you know, paying 10,000 won at a convenience store isn't that? Or is it over the entire trip 30,000 won? No, each transaction. So sometimes my dinners would be over that, which could be worth inquiring about. Uh-oh, I'm pulling the beef back out. Do you ever day vegetarian dishes, greens? You know, like fried pancakes, potato tofu based dishes with a locally difficult to locate. Yeah, and like some of the things Sarah ate a lot in Japan, like out of supermarkets, there's lots of like tofu, little snack things they didn't have here. So she really struggled to find regular vegetarian food. Gonna eat all this beef jerky. Sorry, I don't know. Maybe you can't. It's also spicy. Do you like spicy food? Probably. You're Korean. Do dogs feel spicy food? Oh. You didn't even go for it. Well, you're about to find out. It was very polite of the dog. He didn't like sprint as soon as a piece fell. Good to experience temple food in Korea. It's vegetarian food. Oh, is it? Doggos cannot have spicy food? Well, that dog just had a piece of spicy beef jerky because it fell out of my hand, but it did get the beef jerky, just very politely, slowly walked over to pick it up. Do they have hot coffee in here? Just one of those to-go ones? I don't really want to go into a cafe. Sometimes they have like the hot little drawer. I didn't see it when I was in there though. I just want to hold a hot drink. Yeah, I see the trash cans. I was looking inside to see coffee. Got some kind of, is it chocolate? Yeah, I think it's chocolate. Ooh, that scared
Pepto
the
Plug
dog.
just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
A Pepto Plug with the Prime, thank you very much. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. Some kind of cookie. Don't worry, you're not in the way, you're fine. Why is it so hard? Is it stale? A strange texture. Don't have usually an E-Mart. They have a picture for premium coffee, but it looks like a coffee machine coffee. I'm not sure about this donut. It's too hard. Can microwave it? The donut? Maybe. I've never microwaved a donut. What a cold, miserable day. It's not even that bad. It's not windy. It is cold. It is rainy. If you added wind, it would be much worse. Yeah. I'll be leaving soon. Let me look at the weather now. Where we're at. Is it supposed to still be raining? No. Yeah, here we are. Well, it could rain a little bit overnight. But tomorrow looks good. You put rain fly on top of pannier and air out a bit before using tonight. If it stops raining. Not while riding. Not easily while riding, I can't think. Doesn't take that long in dry conditions to dry out a rain fly or something like that, but not in these conditions. They're not really separated for recycling and stuff. I'm just gonna ask if they have hot coffee. I really want a hot drink. My hands are cold. My core feels cold. If not, there's cafes like on both sides of this place. There's a coffee machine. Oh, they have the little heater thing. 감사합니다. Yeah, they had the little warm drinks, Japan style. It's a little late in the day for coffee for me usually, but okay. I have those chemical heating packs that our South Korean friend brought yesterday. I'll have to test those out. I'm saving those for the morning when I don't have access to warm things in town. Nice. This is good. Once I start riding again, I'll feel warm again, but I find when I'm hitchhiking, I get pretty good at just like standing in inclement weather, and my body conditions to that. But when I'm cycling, I spend most of the day riding, and what my body has to do most of the day is try to cool itself down from, creating on the heat from riding. But then it gets really bad at staying warm when you stop. I know I'm drinking weird, but it makes my hands feel warm to hold it like this. This is coffee. I don't think you want coffee. I am curious if you'd accept a pet, though. Would you accept a pet? It's just a hand. No food. Might smell like food, but there's no food. It's okay? Okay. Seems okay. Hot coffee and creams. Hot kopi. Okay. No, I can do that. Pretty close to hot coffee. Yeah, we're almost done. Coffee is gross. I disagree. Can we see the dog? The camera's kind of on the fixed point of the bike. When I back it out of here, I'm sure you'll see it. It's like hard for me to freely spin the camera around. Well, I can, but then it's hard to get it back into a position that's actually in a decent spot for riding. Oh, gotta put this away. I'm just going there for now. I want to get warmed up. So, as I back out, you'll be able to see the dog. Okay. You see the dog? we have to ride on the left side as well, going this way. I think it's a multi-lane or multi-direction bike path on the other side. It's a little chubby, yeah. I didn't feel that bad about not feeding the dog. He's probably pretty successful standing outside of that convenience store begging for snacks. Ooh, that's a big drop off. Let's not go that way. Remember which way? Back the way I came. Oh god, okay. Cold. Oh. Okay, this one is up a bit. I wonder if I just have to feed it. Yeah, it just stands outside looking cute. Like I think the dog has found a system that works for it, and it knows how to work it. Say snacks just like Sarah. I don't know if I taught Sarah that or Sarah taught me that, but yeah, we have a specific way of saying snacks. Like, okay. Snacks. So not only we both naturally say it that way, but now we both do. How you doing, Hitch? Cold. Who would have thought winter is cold? Okay, it's late fall. Still don't get snow yet. I think all the places here don't get too much snow. Well, they just don't get much precipitation. It'll be cold enough to snow. But South Korea in winter is fairly dry. See a fallen phoenix. I don't have an insulating mid layer, I just have a, well, I kind of do, I got a vest. Might have to put one on. The down is a bit too much. I could put my merino sweater. I think I got it. It's like, I'd probably warm up eventually, but the city riding, I'm going quite slow a lot of it because I gotta bob and weave through the infrastructure. I think it's cooled down even though it stopped raining for now. We're just gonna put the down on because it's right there. Probably overkill. But whatever. That colder next to the river too. That could be part of it. Yeah. Try to make it so the mic's not too muffled. Old-fashioned long johns. Well, my red shirt is a merino wool base layer, which is what you might call long johns, just made of merino wool. Now I'm probably going to overheat. I'm looking forward to a nice hot meal and a nice warm sleeping bag in my tent. I've been really happy with the sleeping bag I got for this trip. It's been especially cozy. Well, to the point where in the morning I just really don't want to leave. I'm like, no, I'm comfortable. I'll just stay in my sleeping bag. I'm good. Okay. Try this again. Get some more soup tonight. Something like that. You're sleeping outside too? Yeah. Outside all day long, except for dinner. It's army soup there. I'd like to try this army soup at some point, but you guys say it's spicy. And I have a small town Canadian tolerance for spice. Did you have last night's was perfect for a day like this? Yeah, that would be really good. Again, the section's quite rough. Nice not being rained on. Yeah. Apparently there's no rain at this exact moment, nor is there forecast to be any rain right now, but All right, let's see. So we're leaving our one stamp on this little detour we had to do. It's 60 kilometers back to the main route. Let's see how much.
They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Alla Hittersven with the gifted sub. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Let's see how close we can get back to. We're definitely not going to get back onto route, but another. What we got? Just over 2 hours till the sun sets. Let's see if we can knock out. Well, if I don't stop and we're doing 20, then we could do another 40k, but inevitably things are slower with streaming. Very few continuous stops, a lot of back and forth. A lot of the Grand Slam kind of route is really disjointed, and you have to like just be weaving all over the country, sometimes kind of awkwardly and inefficiently, which makes this a bigger tour than you might think, because from a Canadian's perspective, South Korea is a very small country. So, you'd be like, oh, I'm going to do a bike tour through Korea. Well, that'll take like a week, maybe. But to hit every single bike route and get every stamp, it's logistically very involved. Deep tissue percussion massage gun. I'm just gonna bring a big percussion massage gun with me. Knee's still a little sore, but I think it's feeling better, so. And it's very small if you consider the actual road network comparatively. Well, it's still 7,000 kilometers across Canada. I don't know what it is across Korea, but I don't think you can call Canada small. Love Busan's architecture. I'm looking forward to getting to Busan. Sarah has kind of said that Busan is one of, if not her favorite cities she's been to in the world, I think. Like, Sarah's doesn't get excited about that many places that she's been to, it seems. But when she talks about Busan, she's like, oh, I really liked it there. So that's saying something. Massachusetts plates. Let's see. Looks to be a short little F. Wait, this way, I think, because yeah, we crossed that bridge. Grateful Grand Slam tours, lots of pass, minimal roadway touring. Yeah, and most of the time when we are touring roads, which we will be in not too far, it's well, that's a cute jacket for the dog. It's on pretty like small roads with minimal traffic. Korea countryside. Like here we're by a city. I'd say in like 5 kilometers we'll be past this and back into the rural countryside. It's slippery. It looks like it's covered in algae. No, they're just wet. It only has algae on them. Rode in a circle? No, not a circle. We rode out and then we turned around and now we're riding all the way back. A circle would be more, I'd prefer a circle. We're on the other side of the river. To get to the dam, yeah, we crossed 2 different bridges. All right, now we're warming up. Feel better. Now that core heat that I feel now, which is almost a step too much, I need to spread to my toes and my fingers. And then we'll feel nice. Hey, there's a tent over there. Good morning. It's Europe waking up now. $7 a.m. Yep. There we go. Europe is arising. How's it going today? It's been a wet day. In the past hour, it's finally dried up. Well, it stopped raining. So you can see the roads are still wet, but now I've got my core warmed up. I need to vent a little bit, otherwise I'm going to start sweating. And right now, sweating is a bad idea. So when I stop and that sweat turns cold on me, we're going to have a problem.
Brooks just resubscribed for 57 months.
Ooh, look at that. Brooks with the 57-month resub. Thank you very much for that. How many lifetime miles have you biked? I should be over 20,000 kilometers now, so over 12,000 miles. On tour live streamed. And that's only since 2020, so. It's only been 3 years of biking. Well, 3.5 now. Let's watch the drone clip. How did you set it up? So DJI has a DJI Fly app. And it has live streaming capabilities to an RTMP ingest. So I have two different RTMP ingests on my server, my IRL Toolkit server. So we've had one running, which was the camera that you're looking from right now. And then to my second ingest, we had the DJI video signal from the DJI Fly app being sent there, and then through OBS on our server we had both of those two video feeds overlaid. There was a delay, like they weren't synced properly. It'd have to be actively monitored by a mod with server access to sync the two video feeds together properly. So if Europe's awake, we have some mods that could probably handle that. I'm sorry if that doesn't explain it very well. Sometimes for more technical stuff, I struggle to like simplify things in a way that anyone can understand. I just regurgitate information as I see it in my brain. Talking about server access. Yeah, I can give you server access. I just need to remember my login for the server. Because, yeah, you're more than welcome to help out with some of the server side things. And I know you have the capability. Hold up. You're not heading to Busan? I am. We just had to go out to this one stamping point, which is on, which is a detour off the main route. And now we're heading back to the main route, heading to Busan. Oh yeah, I do apologize, but like in cold weather, if you don't want to hear me like sniffling all day, I gotta purge the snot, and that's the most efficient way to do it. It's pretty far for one stamp. Yeah, so 60 kilometers each way-ish. It's 120 kilometers in total to get one stamp. Not rocket weather. Yeah, unfortunately for people that are offended by that, this whole trip is going to be snot rocket weather because it's winter. Famous for Amdong Jim Yak. Yeah, I'm curious if where we finish today will still be in that region and we can get some good chicken. Because I don't want to eat until we're around sunset. I don't want to waste daylight hours. We don't have that many daylight hours per day. So I'm trying to not sit down for a slow meal until we've already run out of light. No booger cam. That's why I do it that way. If I did it that way, we'd probably get a great clip if the conditions were just right, where the stream would get a very up close and personal view of what we're purging. Do it. It'd be funny to do it once. But I feel like I'd feel bad even having that in the clip reel or something like that, because most people don't want to see it. Should have added more stamps along the trail. Yeah, I think for how long it is, it'd be nice if there was 3, one every 20 kilometers.
Police Chaser Network raided my stream with 116 viewers.
Police Chase Network with another raid. Hey, thank you very much. And everyone, welcome back to Hitch, where we are doing a long distance tour through South Korea, collecting stamps at official bike stamp checkpoints. And once we go to all of them, which will take like a month, we get a gold medal, which I'm excited about because I've never won a gold medal in anything. It's my one chance. But thanks for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Should be no police chases today on my stream. Got that clang clang. Yeah, across the river they're doing some heavy construction. We will see about that. Well, I feel like I wouldn't do that well in a police chase, me on my touring bike. I'm not particularly fast, I'm not particularly agile. It's a very heavily loaded bike. Under certain circumstances, I think a bike could be a reasonable thing to get away from the police. But you'd have to have like a good trail network that you knew well.
Just subscribe.
Namdog with the 4-month prime. Thanks for the 4 months. Quiet rate? Like, lots of channels don't have a ton of people actively chatting. For the size of my channel, usually I have a pretty quiet chat because a lot of people watch my kind of content in the background while they do other stuff, so they're not always actively engaged in chat. And then, not necessarily because I don't appreciate it, but I don't like foster that environment of like people spamming and memeing in chat. If people are having fun in chat and like throwing a ton of emotes, like that's great, but it's never been something I've been like actively pushing for. Like Rob CD, he's an emote farmer. to tour and in Incheon. So I'll probably pretty much finish all my actual bike touring in like Jeju or something like that. But I have to get back to Incheon to get my passport like certified and get a medal. So I have to somehow get my way back to Seoul, to Incheon. I have to go back to the one step you missed. I do, but it's in Seoul, so I have to go back there anyway. So at the end of the day, it's not logistically going to be much of a complication. Okay, but I recently saw, it was from a police motorcycles point of view, this like police chase in Brazil, I think, chasing this other motorcycle, and they're doubled up. It's like a guy and a girl on a motorcycle, and they're chasing them like very narrow, crazy streets in Brazil, and it's like the craziest police chase I've ever seen. Both riders are like exceedingly skilled. It's super dangerous to everyone around. So, wouldn't necessarily it's a good thing, but it was impressive. Especially because like the people being chased, they were doubled, right? Like, I feel like it might be much harder to do some like crazy navigating when you've got two people on a little motorcycle. Or in Brazil, hitchhike. I don't know if I'll end up doing like a South America hitchhike ever. I think we're in the latter part of my hitchhiking career, and I'm not going to do things that objectively seem risky like I would do when I was 19 to 23. That's kind of my era of doing things that probably were objectively not the smartest to do, but I thought they were cool, so I did them anyway. Or maybe not cool is the best word. I thought they'd be interesting. Like, I kind of got enjoyment out of a bit of the risk. Hilly LSS LSD. I don't know what that means, but I do have to go for a walk. Seems like as good a place as any. Give some examples. Hitchhiking across Russia alone, hitchhiking to the Canadian Arctic Circle in winter alone, hitchhiking across Australia through the outback alone. Be right back. Arctic in winter? Yeah, I wanted to hitchhike on ice roads. So I did. He wasn't on the edge. Us? For Outback Australia, Canadian Arctic Circle, and Russia, I did not have chat because it was during the 5 years I hitchhiked without a Twitch chat. Because I didn't start streaming on Twitch because, you know, I wanted to be a Twitch streamer. I started streaming on Twitch because I wanted to share a type of traveling that I was passionate about. Sugar. So I'd already hitchhiked in 25 countries before I started streaming. It's crazy, so much traveling. Yeah, it's like, well, what I pretty much worked minimum wage jobs to save money for the trips, but the type of traveling that I found a passion for was so inexpensive that as long as I made it my priority and I didn't spend money frivolously when I was back home in Canada, I could quite easily save enough money to travel for a very long time because transportation was free and I'd camp in bushes, so accommodation was free. We have to do that climb here, I think. I might have to take this jacket off temporarily. How old were you started that? 19. I'm 29 now, so it's been a decade of my life's focus being traveling. Yeah, it's just around this bend that we start our climb. And I'm gonna sweat a ton if I don't take some of this off. Here we go. We'll just stop here. I guess I put all my clothes on. Sure, it's warmed up by now. 6, so I guess warmer. Eh? It's pretty steep, so I'm gonna create a lot of heat. I don't think I can I take this off without, maybe? Yeah. I'll have to put that on later. So I just create a lot of heat when I'm climbing. No furnace. Okay. I'll be back on shortly. Last time I had to strip down to this, I immediately got rained on, which was pleasant. So If I stop moving for long, then I'm gonna get really cold. It's such a balancing act to try to find the right temperature loadout. It really depends on the terrain I'm riding over, but the terrain changes drastically. If it's flat, then I can stay pretty insulated and not overheat because the amount of watts I have to put out is pretty limited. A bit brighter. It does look a little bit lighter. I don't think it's getting warmer though. But it does feel warmer because I'm not getting wet. Oh, don't do that. I wasn't touching the gears. Up we go. There's 2 steps here. This first one, I'm gonna do a little brief down, then we go back up. Big fare from Jeju to Mokpo. Take the ITX to Yongsan, Seoul. Full-size bikes on the train. Oh, that's actually good information. To Mokpo. Okay, that'll be convenient. SB ITX, KTX only have folding bike supply. That's very useful information. I won't need it for a little bit here, but it's good to start thinking about stuff like that. So thank you. Oh, I see almost blue sky. And I hear some kind of military jet. $42. Yeah, that's a good price for a 4.5 hour train from southern Korea to Seoul. If you ever, it'll be about $400. Yeah, it would. Train travel in Canada is not efficient as in speed, and it's also not efficient as in cost. It's expensive and slow, and freight trains get priority. Where are you going? All over Korea. Right now we're heading in the general direction of Busan though. But yeah, that I assume. Oh wait, that map. That's Not the map, that's the clip. Exclamation point map, I think, shows every single checkpoint I have to do to complete this tour. Weird split in the road. Caught my tire up a bit. Oh yeah, there's the map. Most distance you've done in one day? Just over 200 kilometers, 210 or something like that in Norway. All downhill. No, Norway has lots of downhill, but it's only because you rode uphill first. Like just walk it uphill, only because it's physically not possible for me to ride it up. It's always easier to ride it if it's possible. Pushing a loaded touring bike up a hill sucks. If it's just a normal bike uphill, it doesn't suck that much to push it. So the bike's not that heavy and unwieldy. But a loaded touring bike is another beast. Alright, let's pretty much the top. Now I need to insulate because it's a steep downhill on the other side. It's gonna be cold. Okay, thumbs up for creative streaming. Thank you, Duke of Cuck. I won't go too fast because it's wet, and this road doesn't look great either. My phone's giving me an alarm rather. Sorry phone, I can't really do that right now. I need both hands on the bar. Yeah. If I knew the road well, like there's some twists and turns, so I wouldn't break my speed record on that. It is quite steep, so you could get going a really good clip if you let your bike open up, but probably wouldn't be the same thing, especially on a wet day. Ken fire.
Yeah. Bush. Gwyn.
Gwyn.
Yeah. So that's up to there. Gwyn. Gill. Yeah. Gogerich, sorry.
Gogerich.
Chwyrn Dropwyll.
Oh god.
That's
Yeah, my Wi-Fi network just disconnected for a few seconds. There's something having issues, and I don't think it's the Korean network. I think it's my stuff. Nowhere is as safe as or as dangerous as you think. So I met this guy picked me up hitchhiking in England, I think. Ginge Follin is his name. I think he has a Wikipedia page. Anyway, he's on Wikipedia because he's climbed to the highest point of the most amount of countries in the world, I think. But I asked him, like, you've been all over the world, is there anywhere you wouldn't want to go back to? He said he would never want to go back to Somalia. The way he described it was, when you're wandering around in Somalia, people are looking at you like you're a target, like you're a felt like he was going to be like preyed upon. I think they see like a Westerner and they think money. Yeah, viewed as a mark. I think that was a better describer than what I came up with. Trying to keep my effort up because I'm just wearing a base layer and a thin vest. So if I keep my effort up, I can actually stay comfortable in this attire right now, but I have to keep trying. This is your version of Somalia? I haven't been anywhere that I felt actively in danger. I think the whole of India next time. There's some parts that I think would be cool. In my mind, I don't actually know that, like, what it's like in India too much. In my mind, northern India sounds more interesting. Like, not in the Himalayas, but closer to, because it's not freaking hot. But a lot of India doesn't seem like it'd be particularly fun on a bicycle. Cycled around Ireland. I have not cycled in Ireland. I've hitchhiked around Ireland a few times, and it's always been a very good time. But not cycling. Narrow roads there. I feel like there'd be some brushing shoulders with traffic at times. India has tigers, by the way. That's a good to camp outside. I thought tigers were nice, but that said everything I learned about tigers. I learned from Tony the tiger selling me Frosted Flakes. He's an accurate representation of a tiger, right? They're part of a balanced breakfast. Tigers? I don't think you're supposed to eat tigers. They're endangered or something. Smooth tiger extinction in this area has caused water deer population to skyrocket. Like similar things in Canada and many places, like things like the wolf population and cougar population keep the deer population in check. So if we, which we haven't done in the past, like hunt down and remove wolves and really any apex predator, then the species like deers start going crazy. There is a natural balance to things, and we tend to screw it up. Roughly as part of balanced breakfast. Well, I grew up in the 90s. I swear I would see ads. All the sugar cereals they'd say part of a balanced breakfast, and it would show like a kid being served a little bowl of cereal and then like, well, a bunch of healthy stuff next to it. So it is part of a balanced breakfast. Of all the rest of your breakfast is healthy foods. I do like Frosted Flakes though. Camping outdoors, these stop at hotels. Outdoors most nights. I took a day off 2 days ago and I stayed in a hotel for that day off. But on travel days, we are camping. We got another climb pretty soon here. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to stay in my just my base layer here. Purging. Maybe the right one too. Purged. What's everyone's favorite like sugary cereal? You know, you got your Frosted Flakes, your Cinnamon Toast Crunch, your Lucky Charms. What else? Fruit Loops. Cocoa Pops. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did we get 3 Cocoa Pops in a row? 4? Plus the Lucky Charms? I didn't even consider those. What the heck? So many Cocoa Pops. Jeez. I didn't realize there's so many Cocoa Pop stands. I can't even remember. They're just like little chocolate cereal balls, right? Oh yeah, this will be a good climb too. Alright. Buff on chin. Because I don't even remember Cocoa Puffs, so I can't say that's my choice. Ooh, it starts real steep. Nice. We need to switch to my climbing gear. See, this says 7% grade for 500 meters. The start is more than 7% for sure. Visit Andong for a stamp? Yes. And now we're on our way back towards the main bike route connecting Incheon to Busan. All right, this will be a good one. When I came back here the other way, it started pouring rain when I was riding down the hill. I think the other one was steeper though. At the steepest point, that is. It was definitely more than 7% though. Oh, Captain Crunch, yeah, that's one I forgot about. Cheerios. I used to eat a lot of Honey Nut Cheerios. I also like honey shreddies too. Speaking of honey. I'll still eat cereal sometimes. Sometimes I have Vector cereal, and then I'll get mini wheats. What else? And sometimes I'll spice it up. Well, sometimes we have Cinnamon Toast Crunch at home. Sarah really likes snacking on, she'll put like just some dry Cinnamon Toast Crunch in a little coffee mug and just snack on dry pieces of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Pour milk first or after pouring cereal? It's got to be after. Stop. Let's go towards cereal. Umble, notice no milk. So did you go barbarian and pour water in there? Cool, let's not hit the railing. Done water seal, do not recommend. I wonder if like some of the sweetest ones, if you just did a little bit of water, wouldn't be horrible. I feel like most would be pretty bad though. Just eat like snacks. Yeah, at that point just eat it dry. All right, almost at the top here. All right, almost at the top. Then we go downhill. I think this is the last of the steeper climbs for a while, if I recall correctly. We'll see. Okay. Get my buff back down for the downhill, covering my neck so the air doesn't destroy me. All right. I've always hated milk.
This is the spot till I get my cash up to get my Greyhound. The Greyhound in Little Rock, they demolished that motherfucker.
Okay, we'll see if that was just one of those short blips. We don't allow milk haters in this channel. Sarah doesn't like milk either. It's okay. I feel like I don't trust this. When they paint over the road, I'm like, this is gonna be more slippery, isn't it? Probably isn't. But my brain thinks it is. I don't want to coast because I'll get cold. Yeah, I wasn't sure what that guy was going to do. See my bike route sign, we're turning right. Wow, so much slower now. Left. All right, now we're back out on this like nice dike trail. This one goes for a long time. Later on when we're reconnecting back, we'll be on a trail like this for a very long time. It's quite enjoyable to ride. Stop disconnecting though. Internet, please. Ever been dropped in Korea? When you speed up, I'm scared. What does dropped mean? Got marathon tires on my tour bike now. They're so lovely. Yeah, they're solid tires. Really good. I haven't toured in much either than marathons, but I trust them. There's a bunch. Oh, it's almost sun. Almost. Yeah, we're calling it sunshine. I felt the sun today. Not 100%, but partial sunshine. It's about to go behind a cloud. Oh yeah. It's probably as close as we'll get. Need to fall down. Oh, no. Not at speed. The worst fall I had was on a flooded road and I was going like 3 or 4 kilometers an hour, just barely creeping along. Yeah. And the road was just very slick with like algae or whatever, and I slipped. But, like, I broke a camera and a battery or something like that, but just from water. But as far as injury-wise, it was pretty inconsequential. I did hit my head, like, decently, I think, on the ground. So if I didn't have a helmet, could have had nothing super serious, I don't think, but a minor concussion. So you'll always see me wearing a helmet. Is there a command for that clip? I feel like there might have been at some point. But yeah, in the winter, this bike path does not seem very well used. I've seen 2 bikes today. And that includes riding through a city. But especially out here. It is a Monday. If I was doing this yesterday on this route, I probably would have seen a couple. What's our distance for the day? Up to like 70 or something. Then we got an hour till the sun sets. And start speculating where we're gonna finish around sunset. Look at the map here. We still have quite a ways to get back to our route. In fact, I think I'll find my flow. I'm tired of pushing. I'll just put my black and yellow jacket on, which I think will be a nice level of clothing for these conditions at this exact moment. Black and yellow, black and yellow. So I'll have at most about 20 kilometers left, potentially a bit less. Okay. Should be the clip. Oh, can a mod give Blood Doge permission to post a link there? Or a little bit muddy. It's okay. Mud's good for you, right? I believe we have a mod here. TT Studio posted it. Yeah, it's the same one, but Blood Doge, thanks for that. Is that the falling clip? Here's some more military aviation. Best of luck with all the bike remaining stamps. South Korea, and take care. Thank you, Cosmin. Very kind of you. Like, what are we at? 22 stamps now? So, like, you know, we're a good chunk in. But with all the detours and stuff like that, is that the sun? Wow. Just absorbing all the sun's rays. Give me the vitamin D. Headed to Busan. If you're ever going to do any meetups, other Twitch streamers, I am going to Busan. We're on our way down right now. I think like people were watching EXBC and people said I was ending up there, and they said they'd be down to meet up. Who else is in Busan? I only know EXBC off the top of my head that are in Busan. Sugar starting to fade a little bit. We did a good stint of fairly high effort. Now we need to refuel the sugar stores. How chubby. I think I met her at TwitchCon. Is she it? Because she does travel streaming. Is she in Busan right now? Not chubby, rarely IRL. Oh. Hasn't she done some, like, proper streaming trips? I don't know. Can we start calling it Busan instead of Pusan? Is it Pusan? I don't know. That chubby quit IRL, basically. Oh. I didn't know that. That'll be me one day. One day. Not today. Dang right, sick. Oh, I will do my best. Just in South Korea last week. Oh, nice. What do you think? It's my first time here. I'm enjoying it so far. Really great cycling here. If you come here to cycle in the winter, though, you better be okay with cold weather. Hope you log on, you stay in touch with us and talk. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do long term, but at some point I won't want to spend all my time away from home. Just live in Korea for a couple years. Oh, it's like a second home for me. Okay. Wait. Okay, not down into that ditch. All right. Cross the bridge. Hope you enjoy it. Make good memories. Yeah, it's been great so far. 1 week in and had a good time. It's great cycling. Met some really nice people. Ate some amazing food. Ever get homesick? Yeah, eventually. Usually it takes me a couple months before I'm burnt out from a trip. So this trip should be a good amount of time where I enjoy it the whole time before I get to that point. All right, since there's no cars, we're just gonna link you guys over the edge here. Try to get a bit of view. just steal other people's videos and react to them. No need to put the effort into travel. Like, the only reason I stream traveling is because I love the type of traveling I do. But yes, I get what you're putting down. That is the lowest effort content you could do. There's some people that are very, very successful at that. I just don't like when I'm watching content, like, I feel like I don't have interesting reactions to watching things. And I feel like I don't have strong opinions about what I am watching to the point where anyone would give a crap. It's like, why do you care what I think? Drone insurance? Yeah, it's through DJI directly. You essentially insure your drone. So if I break it, I think they fix it for free for 2 years. And but if it flies away, like I can't recover it, like it just falls into the ocean or something, I think I gotta pay like $200 to replace the whole thing. All right, let's take the bike lane. Even if a truck runs it over. Yeah, I think the point of the flyaway price is like, so you're not like as inclined to just be like, oh, I lost my drone, and then you have 2 drones. Now they'd probably, like, based on the serial number, like, essentially block that drone from being used or something like that. But still, all the parts are good on it. Oh, yeah, the truck did run over my road, Mike. But yeah, I think in theory, as long as I got I got the pieces of the drone, I think they'll fix it. In that case, they'd probably replace it. But just because you have, since you sent them the actual drone itself, they'll do it for free. Me and Rob CD did a bike tour together. It could be fun. Like, I haven't watched like a whole day of Rob's bike touring. I don't know what he kind of does for his, like how he schedules his days. I assume a large chunk of the day is scheduled for eating, which is totally fair. I could see us being at a similar pace. Rob tours with very little equipment because he stays in accommodation every night. And I'm not saying that to downplay Rob's touring. He does some great tours. I think he just had like 1 pannier with him. And then would wash his clothes in like the sink at his hotel at night. So I think with his lighter bike and less gear, he can probably do some good distance in a day. I don't know what he kind of averages. Rob eats fast at least. That's true, I eat slow. Now in the evening, since I don't get to stay in a hotel, I'm specifically trying to take a long time so I can charge my batteries. Cold in the tent right now outside, right? All depends on your equipment, on your gear. I have a good sleeping pad and a good sleeping bag, so I'm quite warm once I'm inside my tent like that. But getting up in the morning is the hardest part because you got to leave that very warm sleeping bag and get out into the cold world. You eat normal? Mike eats, so I have heard. I haven't actually seen him eat, but I have heard he's a slow eater. Those hand warmers this morning. So I didn't actually use them because some guy just came up and brought me an Americano, like a hot coffee. So I still have the 2 hand warmers, like the little chemical heat pack hand warmers, which I'm looking forward to using still. What's for dinner? Whatever we find. So, you know, this looks more like civilization. over this way, but we still got 45 minutes till the sun sets, looks like. Morning toad. So the battery I'm running the Bella Box on didn't 100% fully recharge yesterday, so it might die pretty soon. It's been used for a much a full day here. So that could happen at some point here. Just look at a map of where we're at here. How far is that? There's a few places there. Probably be a good goal if it's doable. I don't know if that's too far or not. And Google Maps doesn't work for Korea. We'll see. How many kilometers till the next checkpoint? Still a ways, so essentially we had 120 kilometers in total to get one stamp. Because we had to ride 60 kilometers out to a dam to get one stamp. And then another 60 kilometers back without any more stamps being gotten. So we are like 20 something kilometers back, so we got another 30 something kilometers to get back onto the main cycling route. Or 30. It's over 30. It's gotten a lot nicer, the weather. So we should be back getting stamps tomorrow. Well, we got one today. I need to show Sarah the rose she got me. It's like melting. I didn't know it was like a plastic rose. I didn't know when it got wet it would just melt like that. Good drone area. Potentially. With these trees, as long as I flew it high enough, it should be okay. Might lose track of me with the trees though. But these types of trees, like what we're coming up to here, the bare ones, it's really hard for the drone to like avoid them, as it has optical avoidance, as it's got sensors all over to try to avoid hitting things. But these are hard for it to track because they're thin. Batman used baking powder in his boots so his dogs don't stink. What does Batman's smelly feet have to do with his dog smelling? That's my question. Wow. Bird's awesome. Yeah, a lot of Korea is like bike routes like this, and they're just really nice. I'm guessing this, actually I don't know, because this is just on top of like a dike separating the river from farmland and civilization. So this was built up at some point. Some of the routes are converted rail lines, so kind of a nice flat bit of infrastructure was already in place. All they did was remove the tracks and put a trail in. I'm curious if these were actually for trains as well, and then like multi-purpose to protect the town from flooding river, but also for a train, or if it was nothing but a dike or whatever until they decided to put a trail on it. Dogs equals feet? Wait, is that an actual, like, I thought that was just a typo and I just rolled with it for fun. People actually call their feet dogs? And they get hills. We had a few decent little climbs today. Nothing too high, but they were pretty steep. So I got pretty sweaty. That was a nice little hill. It's pretty though. Got a drone. I don't think I've ever seen anyone stream with a drone. Yeah, I got a drone. Definitely not the first to stream with a drone. I haven't seen anyone use the follow mode, so I was testing out live streaming with the drone and the follow mode for the first time yesterday. The drone's really bad at picking up trees like this. The obstacle avoidance, that is. So this would actually be a kind of aesthetic time to use the drone, actually. But dangerous, because these trees are... How is this happening? What is this?
Yeah, dude.
Oh my god. So you have a beer there?
Yeah, I brought this. We brought this. He brought this for you.
Brought this?
We have a few.
We have a few, yeah. Oh, and also I brought another gift. I don't know if you want to bring it with you right now.
Oh, the stream backpack.
Sarah, do you drink beer or no?
No.
Sorry.
I drank one yesterday.
Whoever made me a streaming backpack with an actual hiking backpack. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much for the signature. I've got a little book of memories here. It's getting more and more full as we go. Yeah. You live near here or you're at work near here? Both? Oh, okay. Yeah. Have you eaten here before? No? Is it? I can recommend. See ya, man. You too. The timing on that. Ah, Trevor. I'm happy. I'm happy. Very good. That's good. I like. Good choice. Nice to meet you. Lots of bikes out today. It makes the same mistakes. Makes the same mistakes. And the mistake is usually when it mishears what you're saying in your native language, not the translation. Have you ever hitchhiked before? Sexo. No, it's not. It's not what I'm saying, Google. That is my classic example of how Google in general does not like the word hitchhike. Before I accidentally pull this up and it says it again, I'm going to exit out of that. Okay, stop. Alright.
I'm from Comox, which is 3 hours north of here, and like our... I swear that was just... I would tell you if I did.
Hi, how are you?
Doing well yourself? And are you just driving home right now?
No, actually, I'm going to. I don't know what it's called, but it's fucking place.
Get you to get baked? I don't actually smoke anything really. Not a smoker. It is legal here though, so like, I'm not anti-weed. I just don't enjoy it personally for myself. Oh, I didn't even realize they were there. And then we'll have the legal experts coming in being like, something like that.
Oh, I need a sport.
Alright. Hopefully.
Oh, hi.
Oh. Okay, I think we're coming back here. Yeah, the bell box battery died, so I just had to pull some batteries out to swap things around, so it took a moment. Actually, I stopped here and had a snack earlier, this exact bench. That's where I had that pear puree drink that was given to us by a kind Korean viewer yesterday. Yes, dead battery. So, keep this handy because I gotta charge it somewhere. Where do I put you? Just at the top of this bag, maybe. Ooh, you got some spray on you. Look at that. It's dried out now, but okay. So apparently, we still get some spray in the mucky conditions, even with the full fender. we got? 30 minutes till we lose the sun. Sorry, just like pulled all these things out and they all came unrolled. I have to shove them back in, and they don't really go in neatly, and then the pannier doesn't pack up well. It's all a process. Anyway, bike kind of needs to clean after today. Just looking a little dirty. Down jackets don't need to be folded. You just shove them in there. That's actually what they're good for. You can, if there's like a little corner, a little nook somewhere in your bag, you just shove it in there. And the battery needs to charge. So, the battery swap didn't really help with our getting to the next town with decent food proposition. I don't think I need to look at it. We'll just keep riding. I do need sugar though. Mm-hmm. Oh. Close. Uh-oh. Ah, back on. Let me just move my mask up until I get warmed up here. Whenever I stop for more than like a minute, I cool down really quick. I need to create heat again. To the left, to the left. Nice short uphill climb. We'll get the blood pumping. It's the main cam. This one's a Sony FD-R X3000. There's the classic IRL streamer cam. Might get to see the sun go down behind the mountains. But it's like not the actual sunset. Actually, we're gonna like force the sunset because we're riding towards these mountains. But then we might see it again later. Does anyone know, like, are all these actual CCTV things actually operational, and like, do they monitor them, or if there's something they just like pull tapes? Or there's so many CCTVs in like weird places. All right, now the sun's behind the mountain. I don't know if we'll ride away from one enough to see it again. Hopefully. It's quite pretty out right now. After raining most of the day, it's nice to see the sun. Thanks for answering. Yeah, no worries. I've never had any issues with some streamers are protective of their streaming setup because it's like they tell everyone how they do it, and other people will do it, and then it's more competition. It's not really been my mentality. I think it's good for the IRL community to grow. Although, the more people that do travel streaming, the more chance you have stupid people starting to stream and doing stupid things. There's already been a few examples of that. Like, I'm pretty sure IRL streaming in Japan is... I think for a while it already didn't have the best reputation, but now it doesn't have a good reputation at all. Because some people ruin it for everyone. So maybe I'll change my opinion on whether I think it's good that more people join the IRL streaming world. Yeah, Rob, no, Rob's like the most wholesome guy. Anyway, I won't name names, but people are like, Smile streamers were just harassing locals and doing really stupid things in Japan on Kick. Rob sent a lot here. Yeah, Rob raids my stream like semi-frequently, which is very kind of him. I do like Rob a lot, and we've hung out a few times at TwitchCon and stuff. We even flew in a helicopter together in Amsterdam. Did not trust them to stop. It's an interesting tow truck. Alright, I got a purge, but I won't do it on their cabbages. Or, is that cabbage? Joining you when you and Jay eat snacks in Vegas. Yeah, he did. He just showed up. Sorry for doing that. It's a requirement.
Says Forte just subscribed with Twitch Prime. It was nice meeting you, Hitch.
Sazate. Ooh, some muddy, slippery mess. Thanks for the 3-month Prime. It's nice meeting you. Where did we meet? Refresh me. Thank you for the 3 months. I'm horrible with like memes. I need like situational. Like, we back at TwitchCon here? I think I don't have a flat, but I think I just need to increase my tire pressure a little bit. Chef to party at TwitchCon. Okay, yeah. Thank you for the refresher. Wanted to film you, so I didn't be that guy. No, at TwitchCon, unless you're at like a specific party, like at the actual convention center, you should expect to be on cameras. It is a live streaming convention after all. Too far from by with the pump now. That's true. That was convenient. My little pump, although I like it, is definitely not as convenient as a full-size floor pump. Ever consider a recumbent bike? I have a semi-recumbent tandem where the stoker is sitting recumbent. Very cool bike. Do we have a command for the tandem still? I don't know. But yeah, I toured with that through Europe all last summer. One, two, three, yeah. I don't know what that's referencing. Is on the tandem bike, because we had an internal gear hub, a roll-off internal gear hub. In order to change gears, you have to like let off power to the drive chain a little bit, for just a fraction of a second rather, while you change gears. And because we have two people riding a bike, both pedaling at the same time, I need to let my stoker, my second rider, Sarah, know when I plan to change gears, so she stops pedaling for just a fraction of a second. So all stream long, you just hear 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, each of those signifying a gear change. Hold up. Left. Bike route left. What do you mean left? I don't recognize this. Look at a map. Where does left go? There's no left. Wait. Was I supposed to go left back there? Was there a left back there? This is saying I should have taken that. Wait, how does that work? Was there a way to take? I think it was one way. There's left up here. I can take a left up here and get back on route. Okay. I just don't know what that, like, there's no way to get up on the sidewalk on the left, so. Because that's the official bike signage. Anyway, you can just turn left there. It's just a rather large thing. Oh, it's probably because that was a one-way merge lane. coming from that way. So coming back this way, we have to go this way unless you want to ride the wrong way in oncoming traffic. I think that's how it works. I still, yeah, I don't think I was supposed to go left there. I think I'm supposed to go this way. I just don't know the best way to do it. I want to just get into the left turn lane. That's what I do in Canada. But I feel like you don't do that in Korea. Do cyclists go like cars and get in turn lanes? I feel like I've never seen anyone do that. Biker before starting content. No. I was a hitchhiker though. We'll just switch to this. And then we just go a block that way, then we're en route. Yeah, I see the official bike sign there. That's strange infrastructure for this though. I only started biking and then streaming it as a pandemic activity, and I just discovered that I liked it quite a bit, so I keep doing it. Now we got it. Korean light cycles are the slowest lights in the world, I swear. They're horrible. They take forever. How many fuzzy peaches left? Somewhere in there. Fuzzy peach. The width of this crosswalk here makes it feel like this is like in the middle of a big city and they're expecting a whole lot of foot traffic. But there's really not much here. That side already has a crosswalk. Why don't I have a crosswalk right now? Like, also going this direction, but on the other side of the road. There we go. Yeah. That was dumb. I should have just gotten the left turn lane. Anyway, there's the official bike sign, so we're back on route here. Now I just have to see how it intersects back with more normal bike infrastructure. Since we had to take a different route, I don't recognize this. Just follow this. Yeah, okay, bike route. And okay, yeah, we just stay on this for a while, then we turn left and cross a bridge. Okay. There's probably food options here, but yeah, 5 o'clock, maybe I should. I think like when we turn left across the bridge, there's a couple of shops and probably at least a restaurant. Yeah, I should figure out food there. But usually I like to figure out my camp spot, then food. But maybe I'll scout out food, then scout out camping, and then come back for food. The sun will set here and within 15 minutes. Bike infrastructure's no more. It'll come back. There's just little sections where you have less. So I still have, you can see the bike pointed on there, like, or painted on there rather. This is a bike lane on the side of the road, but it's limited infrastructure. It's not quite as nice as other spots. Camping situation Korea, like, the way we describe it is out of sight, out of mind. It seems like wild camping, if you're not in everyone's way, then people don't seem to care. Can't say traffic are that heavy either. Yeah, no, I don't mind riding on roads like this. This is fine. And this road's in really good shape actually, so it's quite smooth to ride on. Sarah rode through 500 cities in Taiwan? Yes. She's doing great. Oh, our baton men again. Let's see what he tells me to do. I'm gonna hover behind this dude.
Created my stream with 733 views.
EXBC, hey, thank you very much for the raid. I appreciate it. You're not traveling too far. You're going from Busan to, actually, where am I? I don't know where I am. I'm in South Korea. That narrows it down. All right. About to wind down my cycling for the day and find a place to sleep in my tent and hopefully find some food. But thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. And yeah, it's the tail end of my day, but I still got a few things to do. I gotta find food, charge my batteries, and find a place to sleep in a tent. If you haven't been here before, I'm doing the Grand Slam bike tour of South Korea, which involves going to every single bike checkpoint where you got a little custom stamp throughout the entire country here. So we've done 22 out of 89 so far. That's my turn, right? Sorry, I just got a... That's a very high wall for this construction project. I'm lost. Is it this turn? Yes, it is this turn. What is there for food? Yeah, there's several food options. But I have to find a place to camp. It's easier to find a place to camp when it's light out than when it's dark. Is there food on this side? No, all the food's on this side of the river. We just gotta cross a bridge. We could go to the next town, and there's a restaurant. Let's push. It's not that far. I don't think it's that far, is it? Nah, it's only a few kilometers. Ah. Opened an app, I didn't mean to. Okay. We're all lost, yeah. I think we are. What was EXBC up to today? Or 7-Eleven in Korea? Yeah, I don't know if I've actually been to, I've been to other convenience stores, but I don't think I've done a 7-Eleven yet. Oof. Okay, so the goal in this section is to, along the way to the next little town with restaurants and stuff like that, is to be looking around as we bike along the bike path. Not here, because this is just a bridge crossing, to find a place that we can camp. And then once we've secured our camp spot, we're not going to set up, we're just going to be like, I'm going to camp there. And then we ride into town, we get an absurd amount of food and charge batteries while we eat said absurd amount of food. And then we go back to the camp spot that we scouted out earlier when it was light out. And then we sleep there. Yeah, I've been to several CU and GS25s, but I don't think I've even been to a Korean 7-Eleven yet. I feel like it's strange. So I need to get on this or this path going right over here. But I think I have to do a left turn, like a big loop to get over there. I think. Let's see. At least that's where I came from before. Yeah, it says left. Very good. And where here do I turn left again? Up at the next one. Good signage. Yeah, the signs are super helpful. As long as I'm paying attention. There's some spots where like there's a sign missing and I'm like waiting to look for it. Like there should be one here. Why isn't there no, like you're at a junction where you have to turn left or right and you'd expect there to be one, because there usually is. And then there isn't. And then I get lost. But by and large, it's very well signed, this route that we're on. Saw a drone clip hitch. So funny. Hope the drone is still intact. Yeah, the drone seems to survive. There was like little bits of tree debris on the drone rotor blades from smacking that tree a little bit, but seems okay. All right, now we go under the bridge we just crossed and along the river for a little bit while we're scouting out camping spots. Whoa. Just pruning the tree, yeah. All for the greater good. So it's almost set. A few minutes here, and then we'll probably have like about 15 minutes after the sun sets. It gets real dark. So Try to knock out this distance here. What are these little trailer things? I don't know. I'm getting real hungry though. I'm ready for a feast. I don't know what we're gonna eat tonight. It's really whatever we find. I just walk into any restaurant and I'm like, all the food. But if you're new here, it's like a lot of restaurants, apparently a lot of Koreans don't eat alone. Like, I think the majority of places I've gone for dinner, I'm like, like table for one. And they're like, sorry, we only do like 2-person meals. And I'm like, that's fine. I can eat 2 people's worth of food. And then they'll serve me, but they don't like single people. It turns out a 2-person Korean size meal is a perfect 1-person hitch size meal. Also, if you're new here, I have to do this a lot. It's very cold, so I get very sniffly. What day are we on this trip? Day 7. 1 week into touring. Should be about a month of actual touring days. This would also be an okay place to fly the drone. Just not right now when we're trying to finish up for the day and find a place to camp and find some food. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to get the drone back out. Don't do it over your left shoulder. Yeah, we talked about that. There's a reason I do it over my right shoulder. If chat's annoying me, maybe I'll just throw a cheeky lefter out though. Yeah, also if you joined here recently, it rained most of the day, so that's where all this standing water comes from. I don't know if it's supposed to get below freezing tonight, but we could have some sketchy riding tomorrow if it does. Water in its liquid form can be slippery enough. Once we get it in its solid form, we could be slipping around more than ideal. on this bike track. So I'm curious if this was this one in particular. A lot of the bike tracks around Seoul, closer to there, were definitely converted railway tracks. I'm curious if this one was as well, or if there was just a dike already here. There's a river to our right, and like farms and bits of civilization to our left. So they had this to protect from probably like reasonably frequent floods. So I don't know if there was really train tracks on here, or if it was just a dike with nothing on it, but you know, it's a flat elevated platform. Pretty good spot to put a path on. So the sun will have set by now, which means it'll get dark very fast now. Oh, there's one of these. I camped next to one of these last night. It's a little outhouse. Some kind of little office. There's like a little, it looks like a bus stop, but it's not. And then what looks like another outhouse, but I think it's just a shed. So I could camp behind that little shed or something like that. Although we're next to a farm there. But still pretty private. And because not many people would be on this track unless they're cycling, no one's gonna really notice you or see you or care. It's not like you're right in town in a public park or something like that. I'd say like an open flat area like that would be fine too, but that's right behind some person's farmhouse. Cami, ever been visited by police? What were you doing there? Only once, actually, surprisingly, in Japan, on the island of Shikoku. This had to be through a translator because I don't speak Japanese and they didn't speak English, but essentially the gist of the conversation was, hey, you can't camp here. You can camp over there, though. Let me show you. And then I grabbed my stuff and I walked like 100 meters, 200 meters over with them. And then he's like, you can camp here. And I'm like, okay. And that was that. Wouldn't pay embankment just for bike road? Like, I feel like this could have been dual purpose because there's a river there and there's civilization there. This is when I look at this, this is a dike. Would definitely work as a train track, but like, this protects civilization from flooding. It absolutely could have been a railway, and it would make sense too. But I think part of the original purpose is to protect this farmland from potentially seasonal flooding. All right, I see the bridge, and over on the other side there is seemingly some restaurants, so we can get some food there. Could potentially also camp on this little clear spot here. There is a road down there. Could also go closer to the river there, but I don't know where the closest access is. I don't know if someone lives there though. Or, well, I don't know if that's just like a farm building, or if someone lives in that part of the house. So 505 kilometers on the strip. And then plus what we did today, right? Oh, that is. Did that burn down or is that just falling apart? What's going on down there? I could camp down there. Ooh, that could be nice. Ooh, there's even benches down there. Ooh, that might be it. That might be it. I could also kind of get under potentially a bit of a tree, which could help with potential condensation. Is this a bathroom too? Oh, that car turned. What is this place? Oh, there's a bathroom. Okay, we're probably gonna go back there. I think that's gonna be the best spot. Oh, there's a gazebo here too. Alright. And that's the bridge just up here, just on the other side. This is where the food is, so. Alright, I think we've sorted ourselves out, at least for the camping. Now we need to sort out the food and the charging of batteries. The end of the day, like, there's several things to sort out each time. So we'll be back over here. Looks like a nice place to sleep. I see. Oh, I feel like it makes it look evil. There's a giant red glowing cross at a church there. There's not much for like lights in the city, and there's just randomly a glowing red cross way above, high in the sky. Is that a speed limit sign on a bike path? Most of the bike paths here do have a speed limit. They're anywhere from 20 to 30 usually. Wait, big red neon crosses are common? Why'd they choose red? Alright, so I'll pull over somewhere up here and we'll take a quick look at the map and see how many restaurants are around. I think there's a few, so. How many hours till sundown? The sun should have set about 10 minutes ago. It'll be dark, very dark, in the next 10 minutes. Okay, so my route goes left, but we're not going there right now. I'm gonna pull into this parking lot here and think about my life. Hey. Mackey's time? I don't think this kind of town's gonna have a McDonald's, but I will have to take you guys to a Korean McDonald's at some point for the culture. Okay, it's that place. There's apparently, that looks closed though. Oh, there's several in this little area. Like, seemingly a lot. What about this one? Ooh, let's see. The taste of braised nose bridge is good. I ate it with the regular flavor, but it was quite spicy. The seasoning is so delicious that I eat it with my eyes closed. The combination of seaweed, bean sprouts, and kodari is great. The algan soup is spicy and refreshing and has no fishy smell at all. Although its chain restaurant is a great restaurant, the interior restaurant is spacious, clean, and comfortable. The parking lot is very spacious. The river view outside the restaurant is also nice. Oh, that sounds wonderful. It's just right there, so that seems reasonable. Fish. Some kind of fish. Oh, my speaker turned off. It must have died. Speed Razor with the 5 gifted subs. Hey, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Or gifted sub. Welcome to the Twitch Bikers. I appreciate it. View is amazing. The light right now is quite nice. I like it. It's gonna get dark real fast though. So, good time to eat. Just gonna wave this car through. So. Wait, it's definitely closed. It's okay. There's lots in town. We'll find something. Why are you closed? Sadness. There's forever? Are you forever closed? Oh, it looks nice in there. Nice river view. Wow. A view that I won't get to enjoy. Good thing there's lots of options. If there's one place, I'd be so sad. These little clean restaurant cinemas would look down at South Korea for doing things solo. I don't know, just like a lot of the restaurants are very much like the meals are for 2 people. Also, if you can eat 2 people's worth of meal, then you're fine. Or is that the fish? Was that just the cafe and this is the fish? Is this the restaurant? Did I do this wrong? No, I think, no, that's a coffee shop and a fish. This is just a sign for both, I think. I don't really look down upon it. They just plan their restaurants around you going with people. Okay, so that place is closed. But if we just go a little down here. Hey, another bike. What about this place? This place has lights on. But it looks really dark in there. I think in here to the left, but I've already kind of slowed down and cars are coming. somewhere in here. There's a million little food options. Just looking at Google Maps, which is not the best map for Korea, but there's... Okay, with so many lights, you have to be a business, right? Right? What is it? What are you? Can I eat whatever you are? I feel like the lights are guiding me. There must be food at the end of the light tunnel. What are you? Are you food? I don't think it's food. Okay. I don't think that's food. Why would you tease me like that? With lights. I'm like a fly. Ooh, front brakes. Screaming a little bit. Okay, if I turn right in there, there's lots. Yeah, it's after 5. Some restaurants don't reopen till 5 for dinner, but it is dinner time. Okay, this looks like city streets. There's gonna be food in here. Food, food, food. I need to eat some food. Is that food? I can't tell. Oh, there's definitely gonna be food here. Chicken. Ooh. Little general store. Food here. Oh, yeah, there's gotta be food in here. What are these? That's like cafe? I can't look in places. I can't even tell if they're open. They got bright lights. But then I look in the window and they look so dark. Okay. You smell anything? I haven't been able to smell much yet, but maybe I'm just slightly frozen. So my nose isn't working correctly. Because, yeah, like, lights are turned off there. Can't tell on that one. I don't know how to read the signs, so I don't know what they say. Guaranteed there's gonna be something open. I feel like comfortable about my prospects of finding food. I'm just confused at what is open, what isn't. I'm sure I've already rode past a couple places that are technically open. Coffee? No, I don't want coffee. Too early? No, after 5 is usually dinner time. A lot of times they're closed until 5. That looks like food, but I don't know where I'm going to put my bike here. It's going to get smacked on these narrow streets. What that place? Well, that place. The door's partially open. I'm very confused. Well, this place. I see one light on it. I see tables. That's a good sign. It's got a little pig. No, ooh, but it's got very high pitch noise. It's probably just outside though. Anyone hear that? It very much gives me restaurant vibes though, because it's a restaurant. Because there's tables that you eat at. Ooh, my headlamp is on red. I need to charge that. So the things we need is they have to be able to feed me and they have to be able to let me charge my batteries. You can hear it? I feel like it's just going to be an outside sound. But it's going to kill me if I can hear that inside. So this Osam bulgogi and cold ginseng are good. The sound of the boss's saxophone is amazing. The boss plays saxophone? Yeah, we're going here. Grilling raw pork while listening to saxophone music. Fuck yeah, this is great. Saxophone. It's saxophone time. I'm gonna get my bike up, at least part way up here. You guys ready to listen to the boss's saxophone? Yeah, I feel like if we just have it up there, it shouldn't be in the way, right? Right? Are you even open yet? Most places are 5 p.m. I hope there's saxophone. Whether it's live or not, that's okay. Okay, I need to get stuff. I need the batteries I need to recharge, and yeah. I guess maybe I should check first. Because last time I committed, and then I got turned away, so let's try to avoid doing that again. I'll just get my translator up. Oh, thanks for the raid there. Wait, who was that? Spectre Void. I appreciate it. Just checking to see if I can eat here, and then I'll talk to you guys. Oh, there are saxophones. For what? One person? Pork? Pig goat. Yeah. It's okay if I charge my batteries while I'm eating here? Like a battery, like a like there? I have like that one, no? Yeah? Okay. And one more. Is it okay if I film myself with my camera?
카메라로 내 모습을 찍어도
Yeah.
괜찮을까요?
감사합니다. Thank you. Here. All right. Batteries, camera, action. And I don't hear the high-pitched noise in there. Oh, I need you. I need you. Oh, I need to not drop you. I need you. I need you. You on the table. Do. Bring a jacket because I'll need to put this on when I leave because I'll be cold. Take you out. It's a nice outlet right in the corner where I'm going to sit. Which is actually right next to the bike, which is great. So I can stare longingly at my bicycle. Yeah. Which is important. Okay. And then just the camera. But we'll switch to a cell phone in there. Wait, I need a tripod, which is in here. Okay. Backpack's all messed up. So I have used that line before. There's probably a better way to try to translate that. I'm like, can I film myself with my camera while I'm eating here? And it's like, Google really wants it to be like, can I feel myself? I'm like, no, Google. Why you gotta do that? Not everything has to be sexual, okay? It's not the vibe we're going for. I think that's all we need, which is a lot of things. Okay. This. Okay. I've brought all of the power in the world to charge. We can eat and charge and switch my camera over. Okay. Ooh. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. Okay. What do you order? Pork. I figured it was going to be pork because there's a little picture of a pig outside the restaurant. Spicy pork, I guess we'll find out. I might regret my decisions. Okay, so I need to get this running. I think I found my USB hub so we can. Just letting this bitrate pick up, and then we'll switch over to just a cell phone stream while we're eating. Come on, bitrate. I know you can do it. I believe. Do you believe in life after love? Okay. Probably once I turn the bell box off, it'll go faster. I'm going to switch over and then turn the bell box off. Starting. Stop. It's a compliment, right? I'm going to switch to the mic in a second. Doing a mediocre job of mixing it, but trying to not spill. Alright. Decent little start. I want to eat this? Me too. Me too. Getting the charge? Yes. So, well, I'm plugging it in right now. I'm trying to get it in ASAP so I have the most time charging possible. I'm talking about plugging into the plug here. Miss. There. Shorter ones. You're probably right. Carbs. Carbs. Okay, that works. Make this charge down slow. That's not the budget one. I wanted I think not include rice. It seems a lot of places I go to, they actually don't, but, well, no. It seems 50-50. Some of them include rice, some of them don't. Of course, it's very easy to add rice, but kind of follow always included. Can I hold them with something? It's like cast iron, so it's definitely hot. I kind of melted this a little bit. It's okay. There are 2 portions? I don't know if this is a 1 or a 2 portion meal. Doesn't seem like too much food. I can always order more. I'm okay with being here for a while. There we go. Enjoy that. Oh yeah, I gotta plug the mic in here. I don't know when it's coming. She'll probably rescue me. I think she knows I'm clueless. Oops. Can you hear me now? The sound is good. Okay. wasn't working? Can you hear me now? Can I give a few seconds find those sounds? I haven't used that cable before with audio, so maybe it's just that cable. You know, it's just, I'm very quiet because I don't want to be loud in a restaurant. So. Look at this one. It's very loud, or very long, but, you know, doesn't really matter. How about now? Oh, yeah. I feel like we're probably done. What do you guys think? Better? Okay. That's good. I think that's off. Yeah, the other ones, they kind of like cook it for me. This one, it's my job. I am the pork master. I think this is probably done. Anyway, this is a cast iron pan, so it'll keep kind of cooking for another couple minutes here at a slightly lower temperature. All right. Chopsticks. Slightly burnt hand wash. I don't know if that's supposed to be used before or after. We're using it before. You do cook on yourself in these restaurants. Okay, well, I think it did pretty decent. Definitely have some charred sections of sauce, but the meat looks good and the veggies look great. So I think we did good. Okay, stop sliding. And you just didn't really see, but we've got a whole setup of sides, as per usual in Korea. Okay, well, the heat's off. It's just a cast iron pan, so it's holding onto the heat for a while. We got cropper with a 21-month reset. Oh yeah, my speaker. Where'd that go? There. Leave lettuce? Yeah. Alright. Cropper, thanks for the 21-month reset there. Okay. Do we make parachutes of stuff in lettuce like we did at the other place? Finding out how spicy it is. Ooh, what should I drink tonight? Is it good? The flavor is good. I'm just waiting to see how much the spice picks up. It's spicy, but I think it'll be fine. Beer? Yeah, maybe just beer. We keep having soju, and soju is just... Ooh, what kind of sauce is this? I don't know. What is this? So when you see me eat in Korean restaurants, my whole experience is, ooh, what's this? Ooh, what's that? Because there's so many things.
Stoneman 500 cheered 100 bits. Damn, that food looks great.
Oh, there we go. It was at biking audio levels. We need to turn it down to restaurant audio levels. Stoneman, thanks for the 100 bits. Wait, what's pleasing? So I'd be like, wait, what is beer in Korean? I keep forgetting the please one. Like you say it whenever you're ordering something.
Spectre Boy cheered 100 bits. That food does look amazing.
Spectre Boy, sorry, thanks again for the raid as well. And the bits. Megju? Juice요. Megju. Megju. Megju? Juice요? That was the smallest bite ever. Megju? Juice요. Alright, she's standing there. I forget the what I say to request service. Make Joe? Make Ju? Someone spelled it phonetically. I thought it was... Is it close to Meg Ju? I do like the makgeolli, the Korea traditional rice one. That's nice as well. But I haven't actually had a beer in Korea yet, so... Oops. 맥주? 주세요? Gas. Yeah. Gas. Like gas? Wait, where? When was this? I probably did. I did it. Oh, with the eel. 감사합니다. They serve it in like decent sized bottles, but small size glasses. Oh yeah, that's hitting the spot. This works. This is good with this dinner. Okay, beer's good with any dinner. I probably will try to make. Let's try to make these lettuce concoctions here. They're quite fun. Well, I want to try to do. This one's kind of falling apart, so let's try another one first. Yes, this one's better. Okay, so let's do it with this sauce. sauce it up in there. And get some meat, some veggies. We have some, I'm gonna put a clove of garlic in there. Some rice. And then we can try other little sides as well, but we're going to start with this one. Oh no, I caught it. You bundle it into a ball. Roll. And eat it. Whoa. Yep. Now, what I want to do is try these different sauces, but this camera is actually going to die pretty soon once I plug in. Okay, 25%, that's not too bad. I'm going to turn the brightness down though. I can switch to my other phone too, or I can... I did actually find my USB hub adapter, which means I can use the microphone and charge at the same time. Like an old Korean man now. With my knee pain, I feel like an old man. Whether I'm Korean or not is to be determined. I do like the little lettuce balls, they're good. Okay. But I would like to try some of these sides. So, just straight up on their own, and then I can like kind of figure out what kind of flavor it is, and then I can mix things. Which is what's great about Korean dishes is there's all these sides and you can mix everything together and switch flavors around. It's fun. So like sprouts. Yeah, that'd be good in my parachute bomb. Vegetables that go in bibimbap. Oh, they are? I have no idea what that is. No clue at all. All bland taste. None of these are, yeah, well, these two. They don't have strong flavors. But I think that'd go good in my little thingy. And that one as well, yeah. Now super strong flavor on it. But it would mix well with things. Put it in with the rice then. Those things? Well, I put it in with the ball. You kind of mix all the flavors together. But I'm really hungry, so I'm just gonna have some rice and some meat straight up. All Korean food is meh? Maybe you're just meh. I feel like I've been to Korean restaurants in Canada, but I haven't actually had Korean until I came to Korea. As I've never eaten meals like this until I came here. With all the side dishes, I'm like, oh, the food is good here. Is this Korean barbecue? You call this Korean barbecue, right? You just gotta try the different sides. Okay, this is pretty mild as well. What's this? What is that? I don't know if you are. You a mushroom? None of these sides here have an especially like strong flavor. They're all quite mild. So, someone was saying these sides are what goes in bibimbap. And then this is probably some kind of kimchi flavored something, I would assume, which we will try. side dish is now a thing that Sarah would like. Yeah, most of the side dishes, most places I've been to have been all vegetables, so vegetarian, with a few exceptions. Although potentially the sauces would have like, you know, non-vegetarian things in them. Okay, I'm very hungry. I just need to start eating. That was very close to just spilling my beer on all my tech. Random, still very hot piece of meat. Since I'm charging more things, I'm just curious what I'm actually charging at. 60 watts rather than 100 watts. Which will make, well, okay, that was only at 40 something percent, so that's not too bad. I don't know what that one's charging at though. This is using one of the good chargers, right? Wait. Oh, that's bad. Where's this one going? Oh, it's that one. Okay, these have to trade. I was using a USB-A charger on my Anchor battery that I need. Well, would like to charge quickly. Today's done. Cycling is done. We've scouted out a place to camp. It's just on the other side of the river here, so we just crossed the bridge and then rode down the path a couple hundred meters maybe, and then there's a good spot seemingly to camp. So yeah, today's pretty much done. All we have to do is actually finish what needs to be done, fill my belly, and charge my batteries, and then go to sleep. So, accomplished everything I want to. All I have to kind of do is wait here now, and fill my stomach, and then sleep. Good progress today. Oh, did we do 92? That turned out being good. I felt like we were pretty slow at the start, and then we picked up speed at the end there. Oh, let's make another parachute. Cut YouTube in bed in the mornings. The bike lanes look so good and great, but they are, by and large, a few spots that are less developed or under construction, so they're just not good yet, but they will be. Oh god, nearly dropped, yeah. But yeah. Most places are amazing. I love garlic. We get a big clove. We could put some of like the lettuce or something in there. And some rice. Come here. Okay, more than that. That might be too much. We're going for it. Whole clove, not even chopped. Yeah. So, if Sarah was here, she would not be kissing me. This is the stuff. Picture of Qatar bike lanes. Seems good. The Netherlands probably have nice ones too. Qatar, really? I guess they have a lot of oil money, so you can invest it in a variety of things. But yeah, Netherlands, I can confirm, has wonderful cycling infrastructure. Yeah, if you're en route, Korea has some of the best cycling infrastructure I've been on. The thing about comparing something like Korea to the Netherlands is the Netherlands has this bike infrastructure everywhere. You don't have to like plan your route and be like, I am on the bike route. You just are like, I want to go to that town over there, and you just ride down the road, and there is bike paths. They're just there. You don't have to plan around which route to take that has infrastructure. They're just there. Most other countries, they might have good infrastructure, but you have to find it. You have to plan around it. For example, me and Sarah really liked riding through France. It was nice. But only when you were on the Eurovelo route. As soon as you got off the official cycle route in France, you're just riding on a narrow road with cars that pass you closer than you would like. Korean bike road infra is not good. The stuff I did before I got onto the official bike route, like when I was riding from my hotel in Incheon to the official start in Incheon as well, it had bike infrastructure, but it wasn't good. It was very awkward. And everyone just parked blocking the entire infrastructure. The Koreans are aggressive parkers. But when you're on the infrastructure, when you're on the official bike route, at least this one is really good. There's some spots that haven't been maintained like in the past X number of years or something like that, so there's like a little bit of, they're getting churned up a bit, but still you're on your own independent bike lane. Get 2 liters of beer. Surprisingly, this is only a 500 milliliter bottle. It looks substantial, but it's like the equivalent of a tall can of beer. So, yeah, I thought it was gonna be more. I might order another one of these because it's tasty and I'm hungry. The percent on it? Probably 4.5%. Hi from home. Douse the pants. Like home. Do I know you? Home? Or just Canada? Come sum it up. What'd she say? Courtney Coleman. Oh, really? I know. Rice soup. I don't know what I'd do without you guys. That does look like rice. Scorched rice water. It's very hot. Pretty simple. There's a ton of flavor to it, but it will be good. I'm just gonna put it over here for now. It's very hot. Cool down. It's to calm your stomach. Main dish get burnt? No, just like the sauce was getting burnt in the pan, but like the actual pieces of meat are looking good. Yeah, I don't think any of the meat actually got burnt. Just the bottom of the foil did, I think. Yeah, I know. I think I did okay. Eat it with the meat? The rice soup? Soup plus meat. Okay, let it cool down for a bit. Want to tell me what you're eating? It's pork. Dip it in the beer. Normally I cook it on aluminum foil. I always had it straight from the pan. I haven't had it in aluminum foil on this trip yet. I don't know if it's common or not though. I'm 7 days in. Foil is usually cheaper price quality. Okay. But yeah, I think I'll have to order more, which is fine. We can do that. I think it's very tasty, so I could eat a lot of this. Final place to camp tonight? Yeah. We just crossed a bridge, and then there's like a town here. On the other side of the bridge, there's not much development there. It's just like a dike and farmland. So there's like a nice little park on that side. We're gonna camp over there. Should have the meat for the next dish. I could just through a translator be like, can I order more food? Chuchan recommendation. Show menu. Oh, there's a menu there. One moment, please. Can you eat all that? I'm almost done. Order something different. Okay. You want more food? I do. I need more food. Ooh. Can you read that? Was it clear enough? Also, if you see something interesting, you have to tell me like how many rows down it is. Fried rice. Oh, that'd be good. Okay, how hungry am I going to be after this? I'm actually not sure. Some food, but maybe not like another main. Which one did you already order? I don't know. She just brought food as soon as I sat down. She's just like, this is what the foreigner needs. Sixth and seventh are duck. That could be fun. You ate the first one. Okay. Sixth is duck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. One's like kind of, the sixth one is kind of like partially curved in. Can you see that correctly? Probably. You first 20,000 won plus 1,000 plus 4,000. Someone just decided it's going to fall over at that moment. Do you want more meat? Probably, yeah. Six is duck roast, 7 is duck slices. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Duck. Seventh is somewhere that you ordered, but the duck version. Okay. Could be fun. I might have to switch my phone around because this one's about to die. I don't know if this is like anyone else has the same opinion, but like me being like, excuse me, I'll have the duck. To me sounds very much like bougie. Like I'm out at the country club ordering the duck. Is that just me? Oh yeah, I got my rice soup. Please just order. You talking too much? I'm not in a rush. If you're in a rush in this stream, you're gonna have a bad time. Everything takes time. I'm charging batteries. What are you doing? This is very important. Me sitting here eating very slowly is important to the day-to-day process of this trip. It was really hot when we got this. I got this quite a while ago, and it's like just eatable now. Rob Diff. Oh, Rob goes to a hotel at night. He doesn't have to charge his batteries when he eats food. So when he goes in to eat, he destroys food and then carries on. In the evening, it's my eating time, but it's my charging time. Okay, I can get a phone out and be like, can I order the duck? I don't care which one. I can find my phone. Oh, it's in my bag of batteries. In which case, I need to charge this phone because it's about to die. I could probably get it out there. I could ask a recommendation. I could chew Chan. Use Google Lens. You guys already translated for me. We want one of the either menu item number 6 or 7, which is duck. Recommend the 6th one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I can just point. Juseo. I'm gonna go grab my other phone from the bike, and then when I come in, I'll be like, hey, Juseo, please. Sore knee. Ori Ross Juseo. Is that the duck dish? Is Ori Ross the duck dish? Ori is duck. Ori Ross is 6. Okay, Ori Ross Juseo. I'm gonna grab a phone. Hold on. Ow, my knee. Why am I having such problems with it?
그때 먹고 보자. 하는 거 많고 봐. 네.
몇 분이세요? 뭐는 누구라고?
Okay. Ori Ross Juseo. Ori Ross. Duck. Ori. On.
1인분이 안 돼.
No? Oh, okay. Chuchon? Chuchon?
추천해달래요.
뭐또 먹으려고?
More food.
혼자는 뭐 먹을 게 없는데.
우리 오리로스 한번 더 두개 먹으면 이게 좀 떠났어.
이제 3인분 해가지고 1인분 달라고. 오리.
네, 오리.
오리 주물러.
Yeah.
주물럭 말이잖아.
주물럭? 주물럭으로 먹자 우리.
I don't know. I think I'm ordering something. Okay.
유튜버?
YouTuber, yeah. The cyclist.
맛있어요.
Bicycle.
Delicious. Very delicious.
근데 주물럭이 하나가 안 되니까 우리 거 2개 해, 3개 해갖고 하나 들어가.
아, 진짜?
I'm gonna switch to this one because this one's charged and that one's like dead. I could just plug it in, but anyway, it's a pain.
편집해, 나니까.
방해되는 거 같네. 30도야.
Okay, so we'll be disconnected for a second while I switch them over, and then we'll be back. I think I did order something though. I'm not sure what. Initially when I said ori, they said they're out. Japanese style, no. And then they talked about it more and maybe they have some kind of duck. I don't know. They first said for 2 people? Oh. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Classic 2-person thing. Then said just give it to him? Oh, okay. Well, we might be having way too much food. Should be good.
이제부터 20분이라서.
아니, 그러시면 안 돼. 해보세요. 다음에 올게요.
아저씨 노래부터 하면.
I'm gonna turn off my GPS tracking now.
치워놓을만 한데도 치워놓지도 않고.
그전 아저씨하고 완전 비교되는. 홍찬 그가 있으면 너무 적극적이어서 미안할 정도로.
Okay.
낮에 오면 쌤한테 불러줘. 여기 너랑 왔었지 예전에? 왔었어. 제육볶음 먹었어.
You can finish all the food? You get if I'm about to get like a full meal for 2 people right now, after already having a normal 1-person size meal, I might end up tapping out. So far, like I've eaten everything I've been served. As far as like the main courses, I usually don't finish all the sides. They're free. The sides are just come with the whatever you're having. But I would feel very sad if we couldn't finish. What did you get for dinner? This was like a pork dinner thing, like a Korean pork barbecue thing, which is very good. And we had it with some different sides and stuff like that. And now we're ordering some duck, I think. I just asked for you to help you. The restaurant said it couldn't serve 1 person, but the man persuaded the staff well and let me do it. All right, that's nice. Should thank them. Soup I'm eating now, traditional Korean dessert. This is the rice soup. similar to coffee producing. This one is?
근데 그냥 뒤로 뺐어야 앞에가 소리가 딱 걸리네. 아까 원래 했던 소리.
It's very mild in flavor. There's not too much like craziness going on there, but it is nice
아니 낮게 바로.
in like a comforting way.
아나 60구석 6m 하라고 했는데 6.5m 하라고 했는데.
Bit of delay in sync ever since you changed.
다 작네.
Is anyone else noting a desync?
6m에 같이 오니까 다 높아질 거 아니야. 버스는 6m면 이렇게 가면 훨씬 높지.
I can try and server fix, or I can try to re-push my feed to the server.
저거 똑같이 하라고 했는데. 다시 한번
Massaging my knee.
하나 안 좋거든요. 보기 싫거든요.
Very little. Okay. Can you do an eating show for 10 people? What do you mean? I like eating. Part of this show is about eating. I eat enough food for multiple people. Half a second is a lot. Fraction of a millisecond, what other people are saying, is not a lot.
그거 뿌리자면 돼.
How's the food so far? The pork was very good. Big fan. So I've had like, for Korean kind of dinners, I've had like a chicken and eel dinner, a couple pork dinners. 감사합니다. This one doesn't have aluminum. This looks like a single size serving. I think they're making an exception for me. It does seem strange to me, like if they're just taking, oh, maybe they pre-portion them for 2 people, and that's why they don't want to serve it for 1. They have it all set up as like, take this bag, this is a 2-person meal, and to have 1 they have to like split a bag in half pretty much, and now it's an odd size and they pretty much only serve it for 2 people. I don't know. It seems in my head initially strange that they're just like, we can't portion things for 1 person. It has to be for 2. Gave you the 7th one. The sauce does look the same, so this is probably going to taste pretty similar, just instead of pork we have duck. I wonder if you can feel the difference in taste. Oh yeah, we'll need more rice too. I'm curious. I don't have like extremely fine-tuned taste buds. I'm not good at picking up this fly. I will eat you. Make sure they don't charge you the full price. I think if you were eating as 2, it would be the menu price times 2. That's what the other places were when I had to eat for 2. Whatever the dollar thing on the menu was, that's per person, and then you double it. So I think, yeah, flavor-wise this should be very comparable because I think it's going to be the same sauce, just duck instead of pork. You want the bowl of rice? Yeah. Last time she brought the rice a little bit later, closer to when it was going to be ready cooked, so I would suspect the same. 2 servings earlier, and now it's 1 serving? This looks about the same size as the last dish I had. You could be right, though. It would have been a very small 2-person serving, though. I'm gonna pay whatever they tell me that I have to pay. I do think it'd be a very strange idea to know that I'm like filming and the Westerner comes here with the camera and then they like take advantage of you pricing wise. That doesn't sound like a good business strategy. So I'm sure it'll be a fair price whatever it comes out to. Smells spicy. I feel like it's like full high. Maybe it's supposed to be super full high. Sorry. I think it's really high. Last time it was like middle. Oh. Unless it's supposed to be like wok fried. Maybe they expect me to lower the temperature accordingly. Little do they know I have no idea what I'm doing. Duck is seared? Duck is high heat. Oh. I don't know what I'm doing. See what I mean? It's just it's like splashing. And it was starting to burn like in a nice sear way, not like a burn way. So I assume that was like too much. I wonder if this is more spicy. The inhaling. I'm scared now. I'm curious if they have a spicier sauce for this. Because my nostrils are tickling me and making me cough. Is this probably cooked enough? It's not the same as first? Oh, okay. The sauce is different. I'm a little intimidated. I wasn't as affected by the cooking with the last one. My eyes are watering. I'm coughing. Oh god, this is gonna be... Looks delicious, I agree. I'm just scared. Please don't hurt me. I'm gonna say it's done. I don't mind things on the rare side anyway. I don't know if duck's bad when it's rare, but... Yeah. Oops. Off to the side. You're fine. Okay. I do need more rice though. I might have to ask for it. What's rice in Korean? I'm very intimidated. Just put some of them to cool off. So on the grill, this is duck. But I'm intimidated about the spice level. More rice. Bap juice요. Bap. Okay. She's cooking something right now, but next time I see her, bap juice요. It's not bad at all. I'll make sure this stuff on the bottom's not burning. Yeah, it's fine. Why was I sneezing and coughing? Is it cooked? Yeah. No, it's good. Don't forget the parachutes. You can try. I'm out of rice though. Feel a difference in taste. I think the sauce is a little different. The texture is definitely different. Taste. Outside of the sauce taste. If I didn't know what I was eating, I wouldn't know this is duck. And I would just assume it's like a porker or something with like a good flavor from the sauce on there, right? Does it taste like chicken? I wouldn't say it tastes like chicken per se. Oh. Just on the phone. Fell on the table? It could be, I'm just missing. Yeah, no, I really thought this was going to be super spicy because my nose was all tickling and I was sneezing and coughing and I'm like, oh no. You're just on the phone, so I'm not going to, interrupt phone call. So I'm just going to eat my Ori. Could you just yell it out? It feels so wrong. Because in North America, like, you don't just, like, yell at your server what you want. Someone paid for a food today? I got a $25 anonymous donation for dinner. I don't know if that'll cover this. I've ordered, like, 2 separate main dishes. And a bottle of beer. Oh, and that was a missed opportunity. Other Koreans don't speak English, you need Korean? Well, that's what I'm trying to order in Korean. I'm trying. I'm very bad with languages. for someone that travels as much as I do. Honestly, I struggle with English. I don't speak English good. Bob. It's hard to understand your English. Some people say I speak clearly, but I mean like my grammatical knowledge. Am I hard to understand? Ooh. No, don't turn around. 밥 주세요? 밥 주세요?
밥?
밥?
밥 달라고?
네. It's being sarcastic? Well, no, like some people speak language in a way that is hard for people learning that language to understand. I had to speak up and yell that across the, not yell, raise my voice and say that across the restaurant, so. I have to trust you guys. Enough of you said it was Bob. Because if one person gives me the complete wrong translation, I can make an absolute fool of myself. You think how much do these foods total in Canada? Like if I was at a restaurant, I feel like I haven't done proper like Korean kind of barbecue like this in a restaurant. 감사합니다. Rice, we did it. You should order fried rice. Bokimbap. Oh, that'd be good. I think this will do me after this. I'll be satiated. That's fully charged. Let's get this one. This one takes. I don't even know what the maximum. Wait, it should say. Oh, but it has a Velcro over the battery information. It would give like the volts and amps for input and output to give you an idea. You can just multiply the two to find the watts. 10 camping tonight? Yeah. We're camping down by the river. Korean speaking a louder voice in general, so I wouldn't be too worried. Yeah, some. What is that noise? Where are you currently? I did turn off my GPS tracking after I got here, but does anyone know? Because I don't actually know. I did already find a camping spot though. It's like the line ringtone. Oh, okay. It's at a frequency that it feels like maybe those are like when they get a message, it gives them that sound. A free camping spot? Yeah. Korean Messenger, Kakao Top. Oh, I use Kakao Maps, which definitely works better than Google, especially for navigation. The bike navigation actually is pretty interesting, and they give you like good information, like percent on bike pass and elevation gain. It's pretty decent. I find the map loads really slow though. Really slow.
하나 못 가주시겠어요? 지금 못 가도 되나요?
I guess compared to Google slow.
볶아달라고.
가도 돼요 지금?
불좀 켜놔요.
What is your language? Canadian? I guess. But honestly, like, rural Minnesotans talk more Canadian than most Canadians, so I don't even know. Why did you come to South Korea? I wanted to do this. They have a whole cycling passport in Korea. No other country has like promoted cycling in a very official way like this. And you go and you fill out all these different stamping checkpoints, and if I fill this entire thing, I get a gold medal. And like, it's very official. When you get this is like connected to your passport number and stuff like that. There's a serial number on this, and like this is connected to me personally. And like this is organized through government agencies, the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Like, this is serious stuff. What does it cost? I think the passport was 450 Korean won, so like $4. But it's like quite high quality. It's higher quality than a lot of passports. The actual like material of the book itself, like the front and rear cover, it's quite nice. No one? All the countries you've been? I've toured in lots of countries, but no country has promoted cycling in a way that like is fun like that. They might have bike infrastructure, but they don't have like they haven't gamified. They haven't like given a reward at the end. They haven't like put checkpoints along the way that signify a certain amount of progress. I think it's a great system. I think there's specific kennel halls to get the stamp. They call them certification centers, and they look like little red phone booths. And inside them, there's, as I showed in the thing, like each stamp is different and kind of says the location. So usually they're spread out between like 15 to 30 kilometers to the next one. The one we did today was an awkward one because there's a main bike route running from Incheon to Busan. And we're kind of in the middle of that. But to get one specific one, we had to go 60 kilometers off that main route out and then 60 kilometers back. So we got the stamp, but we're still not even back to the main route to continue getting more regular stamps. So we had to do 120 kilometers in total to get one. LF Kust route has a certificate you can get, but it's not as awesome looking as a proper passport. Kust, where is that? That's fun though, I didn't know yet. So if you just do Incheon to Busan, you can get a certificate. Maybe the East Coast route, you can also get a certificate for just doing that one route. But if you do every single one, you get a gold medal. North Sea route around Netherlands. Oh, that's... haven't I already done that? Can I get a certificate, please? Because I've cycled the coast of the Netherlands once with Sarah and once last year. Where's my certificate? That's correct. I've got Incheon to Busan certificate. Yeah. I think in my passport they have sections for like specific route certificates, but there's so many bike routes. Like each bike route has a spot where you can get like a sticker and put it there, and then there's like a certification, like authentication number and check the bike path. What does that mean? I've already finished a few routes. In theory, if you went to an actual certification center that has an office on those routes, when they're open, you could get a sticker to certify each individual route. There's a lot of them. I think the Santiago in Europe has stamps, but in the end, you only get a certificate, no medal. I didn't know the Camino had stamps. That's nice. That's a very famous one, both for hiking and biking. So that's fun. Let's have some garlic. Now that we're eating, the lady working here has found a TV show or movie to watch. Our saxophone? Actually, our saxophone's like by the front door. So, someone here, I think it's a guy that owns the place, maybe he's not here right now. Someone here plays saxophone, but they're not here right now. One of the things I got excited about this place was the reviews, just like the owner plays the saxophone nicely, and I'm like, that sounds like a good restaurant to go to. East Coast course is the ocean background. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that, which we'll probably do after we get to Busan. We'll go up the East Coast. What's going to happen though is when we get to the northeast corner, we're like now just in the northeast of Korea, and there's no connecting bike anything. So I'm probably going to have to take a bus connection to get somewhere, which I don't know how I'm going to do yet. I know people do it, so it's very much doable. They let you put your bike underneath on the intercity buses. Seems to be a sync offset. You're not the first to say that. I could try fix. Let me just stop my feed and start my feed and see if it fixes it. But yeah, we should be back. Other people are saying the same thing, so I don't think it's just a them problem. Apparently it wasn't like horribly out of sync, but still. We're going to Jeju. It might be the very last place we go to. Seems fixed now. Good now. Okay. Probably should have done that sooner, but I was lazy. There, I'm just assessing my battery situation here. Sounds very dramatic whenever she's watching. Is that you green? It is you green. Okay, that's good. Back Sangju tomorrow. I don't remember where Sangju is. Is that where the crossroads were of the bike path? We are, what, like 20 kilometers away from getting back onto the main bike path, I think. Keep your eyes on your bike in places like this or not. If possible, yeah, my bike is literally just outside this window, so I can stare at it, appreciate it, all its curves, more, well, you know, it's a cylinder. Cylinder has curves. Anyway, I'm staring at it. Yeah, we can all admire my bike. Well, actually, you can't see it, only I can. It's my bike, not yours. I like to be able to stay within eyeshot, but it's not always possible. I think especially in small town Korea, chance of bike theft is minimal. I'm not going to say it doesn't exist, but I think it's minimal. People are saying bike theft is one of the few like crimes that is kind of common in Korea, but I'm guessing that's more in like Seoul and Busan. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ooh. Maslador with the sub. My notifications aren't working again. Let's see if this works. There it is.
Maslador just subscribed with Twitch Prime.
Thank you. Finest two-person meal. I think I had two one-person meals. Well, these are two-person meals. They're small two-person meals. But we'll see. A fill on beer. Beer is carbs. Carbs is good. Once again, I am eating slow. That's because I'm letting this battery charge. So I'm not in too much of a rush because we're accomplishing really good things right now. Filling my stomach and filling my batteries. Alright? Maybe I could have one more beer. Stuffman, how was your day? Wet. It rains until like 3 p.m. Maybe just a bit before that. And with that, it's just like kind of uncomfortable. And now everything's kind of mucked up from like road spray and stuff like that from the wet roads. But it's more like the next week is supposed to be just sunshine every day. Cold, but sunshine. Even when it's cold, if the sun's on you, it feels quite nice. Huge difference. So, wouldn't say it was the most comfortable day, but we got through it. Castball still looks like it's got some left. It's done. Well. I guess it depends on your definition of some. That was some. Tried sitting and charging, a place kicked you out. I had a place a few days ago that said I could charge, but only off of their little charging, cell phone charging station, and it was useless. It was useless. I'm like, fine, whatever. They probably won't charge as fast as I'd like, but hopefully it's, you know, competent enough. I plugged in one battery there that was empty. This one has like 8 dots to show what percentage full it is. I don't know why they didn't just go with 10, because it's 10%, that's easy. Anyway, it started at 1 out of 8, it finished at 1 out of 8. It didn't even get over 10% charged in my entire time eating there. And I wasn't rushing. I was there a while. I was kind of upset. With my charging brick, we get a lot more done. It can do 200 watts of charging at a given time. How full are you? 70%, 100%? I'll be reasonably full after this. I could eat like a dessert. Samsung chargers enable fast charging. Generic ones are so much slower. Yeah, so it's kind of annoying. So like, I have Samsung phones, and they can do up to 45 watt PPS charging. But PPS is like Samsung's charging protocol. So unless like a charging brick, I think they have to like license it. Has paid to license Samsung's proprietary fast charging protocol. Then the most we can do out of it is like 25 watts. Kind of annoying. Dessert as for fried rice? I'm tempted. Can't go wrong with fried rice. The fried rice I had at that chicken place was ooh. Yeah. What would dessert be in Korea? That's a good question. Do restaurants do like desserts? I went at the chicken place. I kept asking for more things, including I'm like, do you have any desserts? And I think they kind of like laughed and they're like, no. Please have a free coffee at the entrance after payment. I would. That sounds really nice, but I don't like drinking coffee in the evening because caffeine affects me greatly, and when I leave here, it's bedtime. Well, I have to go find my bed and set up my bed and crawl into my bed in a bush. But I need to like get in the mentality of sleep, not caffeinated go-go. What do you have eating for lunch? Snacks. I finished snack throughout the day. We had a viewer yesterday come by with a bag of snacks. So I also got a bag of snacks on my day off. So I had a lot of snacks, so it was good. We had a lot of them. Will your tent be dried out? Oh yeah, I forgot. It's wet. Well, the tent flies wet. We'll see if that's transitioned to the tent body or not. It'll be fine. Dried out now after packing up earlier this morning. No, like if you pack up a tent wet, it's kind of impossible for it to dry out. To the extent, like, if you... Okay, thanks for the 400 bits. The raid and the bits and more bits. It's very kind of you. Thanks for the 400. Spectre Void. Oh yeah, to the point where, like, your tent will get moldy. Because the moisture's just kind of locked in there until you take it out and let it dry out properly. It's like waiting for bottled water to dry. Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty good. I don't know. I'm sure I've had duck before, but I don't know how long it's been. Probably a long time. Australian who liked Korean coffee. His name is Rod Speedy. Would he have coffee after dinner? I love coffee. For breakfast, lunch. Up to like probably like 2 o'clock, maybe. Then after that, I cut myself off. Songpyeong, rice cakes, hot tuck, sweet pancake, sweet rice mini bundt cake. you like cheese? Yeah. New footprint with Tyvek. I'm making my nylon sag just enough for the footprint to catch and pool water under my tent body in the morning. Yeah. That's no fun. Was the floor of your tent compromised enough where the water ingressed properly into your tent? Or were you like floating but staying kind of dry? This tent's still new, so even when there's a bit of water around, it seems to stay out, fortunately. Really lived off of cheese in Norway? That's true. That's true. Sausage and cheese and bread was my main Norwegian meals.
오래 계시네. 롱타임 오고.
Bye bye. I heard him randomly speak English long time ago. Do you have a tent sponsor now? But yeah, like we're talking about footprints. One thing I'll see quite often car campers do is they'll have like a full size like heavy duty tarp to use as a ground sheet underneath their tent, which is fine. You're car camping, like space and weight isn't a premium. You can bring whatever you want, but they'll lay out this giant tarp underneath their tent, and it's like spreads out way beyond the footprint of their tent, and that can become an issue when it rains. The rain sheds off of your tent and then just lands on the tarp in general, and quite often your tent, you kind of like push the ground down, so water wants to kind of like run under there at that point. And then you end up sleeping on a pool of water. That's not what You're Now on TV did. They had a seemingly properly trimmed footprint, but the tent fly had sagged in a little bit, so the water started dripping and hitting the footprint where he didn't expect the water to be hitting, and then ran under the tent. Putting that large top over top of your tent, like tying it to a couple of trees and making a tarp over top, rather than using a tent fly. Then you just need a very large tarp, because say if you just use the tent body, which is not waterproof or resistant, it's just mesh, and then you put a tarp over top. If you don't have good coverage with that, and like it gets windy, the wind just blows in sideways and goes underneath the tarp and gets you wet. So you need it like to be like either really large or like position the tarp in a way that it very much canopies over the tent nicely. Still use your tent fly and then use your tarp on top of that. Now that's just a lot of things. The goal of the sleep systems, generally, if you have to carry it on your back, or in this case in panniers on a bike, is like packable and comfortable enough. And adding an extra, 10-foot long tarp or something like that is adding a good chunk of weight and space. Sure to eat Jim Dak at a restaurant. That's some kind of chicken that's special to this area. We didn't have chicken, we had pork, and then we had duck tonight. With 2 different meals. So we didn't Jim Dak. A little bit of flavor in this, yeah. Wait, a high-end Eureka or MSR? Why? You might be right. In the one-person tent size range, the MSR tents I'm looking at seem to have, like, based on reviews, like a few flaws. What was it? MSR. It was a carbon something. They used carbon fiber poles, and I think people had a lot of problems with the carbon fiber poles. And then it was a semi-freestanding tent, so you still have to kind of stake it out for it to be set up properly. And some people had some issues with that. Eureka I don't have experience with. I don't know what the tents are. I think, don't they make some pretty budget tents in a good way, like solid tents for a good price point? But yeah, if I was gonna get another one right now, it's really nice to have a freestanding tent, but I really like the Dyneema material. It's so like the sill nylon, the tent fly or the rain fly that my tent is made of right now. It doesn't let water through, but it lets water kind of just like penetrate into the material. So it is noticeably a wet tent fly. The Dyneema material, it just, water always just sits on top, and like if you shake out the tent, it's just dry, like there's no water left, there's no water in the fabric. And then with that, it doesn't sag when it gets wet because it doesn't get wet. Where the sill nylon, when it gets wet throughout the night, you might have had the tent staked out really taut, like it's the fabric's pulled tight, but by the morning, again, if it gets wet, it just sags. A small thing you want, one person Eureka tent. It's called Eureka Solitaire. Put together 2 minutes. Like mine takes, if I do it competently, probably about the same. But like, outside of being an okay tent and setting up quickly, what makes a Eureka tent better than, in this case, what I have is a big Agnes tent, or better than a North Face tent. And I feel like unless you've tried those tents and determined that they were worse for this specific reason, it's not really fair to be like, you need these brands because you haven't tried the other brands. And that's where I hesitate to recommend, say, I might recommend a brand because I've tried it and I trust it, but I hesitate to ever say something's the best. And be like, if you're not using this brand, then you're making a mistake. Because I haven't tried enough to be able to say such broad statements about an entire product class. I have a Z-Pax Plex Solo, light as hell, kind of loud in the wind. Top of the mountain this spring, had trouble sleeping. I have a Z-Pax Plexamid. It's the predecessor to your Plex Solo. So a very similar tent, but you have the updated model. Yeah, I liked it a lot. I broke it though. Marmot Tungsten PL, I mean, you all probably, was a good tent of yours. My Nature Hike's copy of it works well. Yeah, Marmot Tungsten is a very solid, if you get the regular one, entry-level tent. You can probably catch it on sale for like, I think I got mine for like 170 Canadian or something like that. And then they have the ultralight version, which is a little bit lighter. It's not that much lighter. Unless they pay you. Like, if a tent company sponsors me and, you know, they pay me to like use and promote the brand, as long as I use it and it's decent, I will promote it for them, but I'm still not going to say this is the only tent you should buy. Because unless I was like a full-on tent reviewer and I was trying, you know, dozens of tents and kind of really got to get a feel for all the pros and cons of everything, I just am not in a position to say this is the best. But yeah, when I used to sell gear, my tent I used for years before I started experimenting with different things was the original Marmor Tungsten 1P. It was cheap, and it never let me down until... Actually, on the streaming trip, my first trip in Europe on stream, I was camped at Land's End, southwestern England, in Cornwall. And I was camped like right on like the land overlooking the coast, and a southwesterly storm came in, like a named storm. It's called Storm Diana, through the night, and in the morning my tent just folded in on itself. And yeah. That had been used for many years though, so not the tent's fault, just long use life, and it's a high-sided single wall tent. It's not really designed for like named storms like wind gusts approaching 100 kilometers an hour. Yeah, so it's not even an age, yeah, it's just it's not designed for that thing. There's some that probably could handle those kind of conditions, but they're like expedition tents meant for like mountaineering kind of expeditions. How can you control your drone while riding? The drone has a follow me feature, and then it has automatic obstacle avoidance, because it has 360 degrees of sensors all around the drone. So in theory, so essentially how I start it is the drone is hovering and facing me, and I just, on my screen, I like poke and drag and create like a rectangle over me, and it recognizes me as an object that we are now tracking. I turn on active track, now it's tracking me. And then once I start riding, it follows. So I don't have to actively be like controlling and theoretically actively like paying 100% attention to what the drone's doing. I will be paying very close attention, at least for a while till I get used to it. But the limitation on the obstacle avoidance is really these conditions right now. The trees here are mostly bare, and those thin branches with those thin little twigs sticking off are very hard for the image sensors to pick up and recognize as an obstacle that we need to avoid. You know, a full leafy branch of a tree, it sees a lot more with the leaves and stuff like that, so it recognizes that as an object a lot easier. So that's why we hit a tree. Well, the limb of a tree.
아니면 소리안 빨라 이래 아니나 알았어.
Cheap still did a job fine, cheap ones, high-end ones. Yeah, no, like, I would still gladly use my first Marmor Tungsten 1P tent. It technically isn't fully broke, it just folded in on me, and some of the straps that hold the tent poles to the tent fly above to kind of help it stay rigid are broken off, but in competent conditions the tent's still fine. Generally what I get with a higher end tent is a lighter weight, more packable tent. for the given size, whether it's 1 person, 2 person, 3 person, 4 person tent, and potentially better materials, and potentially better like craftsmanship, like it's put together more competently, potentially, not necessarily. Drone is camera now. The drone is going to be only used in times where I think it's safe to use the drone, and then even then, at most, 30 minutes to an hour a day. Ever tried the hammocks? I've never hammock camped yet. I would like to try on a trip at some point. Have a competition to name the drone. Like, I guess you could name the drone if you want to. Like, several people have tried to name my bike, my touring bike, the Kona, sitting out there. Nothing has stuck though. I'm not against having a name for my gear, but it has to sound right. It has to, like, fit. Wait. He doesn't have many birds of prey that want to fight your drone. I saw like 2 hawks today. They could go for it. It'd probably be sick footage. Of course, multiple people go for drone, you make drone face. Okay. Alright, this battery's getting close. And then we can pack up and go sleep in a bush. You get final decision? Well, yeah, no. Just, yeah, some people tried to name the tent, or not the tent, the bike. And some people in chat were vibing with it, and others weren't. And then I was just kind of like, it's fine. But it never was like, oh my god, that's amazing. That's the bike's name. I don't know if a name exists that would, be that exciting for it. Screaming Firehawk. It would be kind of funny if, like, this tiny mini drone has a name like it's some huge fighting aviation I don't know. Battery's full, how many hours can you stream? I pretty much, like, if all my batteries are full, I have about like 2 days of long streaming stored. So I didn't 100% have to charge tonight, but if I didn't charge tonight, I'd be very limited on batteries tomorrow, and when I charge tomorrow night, I would need to charge a lot. If I do just a bit of time every night, then it's much easier to maintain it. Call it Steve, because you know Steve always screws up. It's Steve. Yeah, could go with the generic just name. Bob. I always thought, like, if I had a cat, I'd name it just something like give it a human's name. I always found, like, animals' human names funny. Like, in the same way, like, a cat named Steve. I just think that's nice. Just massaging my knee. it's upset. I think once again we're probably not going to switch back to the main pole camera mount for the ride to the campground because it's not far enough to warrant setting all the Bella box stuff up again. Order dessert, bro? I don't have dessert. While I was doing well, it goes wrong. We just shout Robert, you know, like, oh, yeah, you use their full name. Yeah. Drone protect you from Norwegian bug swarm. Actually, having the bit rate's rather low on it. Would be interesting. Getting good footage of me just getting destroyed by knot, which is the Norwegian word for what we call black flies or midges. Helps my need elevated poster. I can see how that might be difficult. Yeah. I could potentially put like a pannier underneath my sleeping bag to elevate it, kind of, but I do need to be in my sleeping bag, so. God, this Nighthawk's charge so slow. It looks like Light Fury from How to Train Your Dragon. So was that a specific dragon? Screaming Firehawk Phoenix Talons. It's a really long, wordy, aggressive sounding name. Get some inflammatory chat. I might need some. I've only had very minor knee pain and I've always been able to deal with it without too much trouble, but I started to feel it the day that we took the day off and I thought the day off would sort that out as well. It's another reason I was like, a day off would be decent. Didn't seem to, though. I probably won't let this go to 100%, but it's at 6 out of 8 dots. So I like ones like this, because it like just tells you the percent charge it's at. This one actually won't go to 100% anymore, so that's why I'm letting it stay at 98, but don't worry, try stretching a bit. Would it help with the knee thing? It's like a ligament. Can you stretch it? Ever had a proper bike fit done? No, not a really professional one. Straight might melt away, many minded. Yeah, that's the mentality I usually have. I've toured so much on this bike with the same setup, like shouldn't be a bike fit issue because I've toured so much. And you did say that in your message, but I've just never had a problem. Laptop 64 hours already large for a laptop. Yeah, pretty much for consumer electronics, they just try to keep them under 100 watt hours because then you can't fly with them. And then it's not really a nice consumer electronic because then you can't take it with you anywhere. But yeah, pretty much all my batteries are 100 watt hours, give or take. I have some smaller accessory batteries that are a bit smaller though. Cold part of problem. Could be. I don't know. Yeah, I haven't done a winter tour, so maybe my body responds to cold weather by getting sore joints. One sore joint. My left knee in particular. Right knee's fine. Okay. I can start slowly putting my life together here. Cold makes sense. Just figured a past injury there. I don't think I've necessarily had like a knee injury, but I'm convinced I have a bit more sensitive knees than I might have otherwise had, because me and my sister used to play this game. So like, this is hard to show this from here. So like, if you are on like carpeted floor and you're standing on your knees, so feet are on the ground, but you're on your knees and you're upright. If you, with your hands, grab your feet, so you're literally balancing on your knees, like now you're balancing on your knees and you walk around while all your weight are on your knees and you like wander around like that, and then we'd fight each other and like knee each other and try to knock the other ones down. We were both quite good at this. You have any idea how hard that is on your knees? It hurt a lot. And I swear that gave me some like knee damage years down the road. Change the seat position 2 centimeters. Wonders. Yeah. So in the past, I fixed knee pain by adjusting my seat height ever so slightly, and I did that, and maybe it's a bit better, but I'm not sure. I would say some of you try that right now, because it feels really weird and it takes a bit of getting the hang of to walk on your knees like that. But given the topic of conversation being knee pain and damage, I would say avoid that. Sarah's a sword mom from New Bike. Sarah's also been biking really hard, so I feel like, yeah, she's just been spending a lot of time on the saddle, and she doesn't use padded anything, so. What did Sarah do today? She has been pushing hard? Yeah. She did like 100 kilometers 2 days in a row. I still haven't touched 100 on this trip. Feeling rushed because 12 days doesn't feel like that. I told her, like, the person already told you you could extend it. He asked for 3 days notice, but that would, you know, mean on day 9, and she's on day 7. So, like, I don't know why she's rushing. Got padded shorts at least. Like, I wouldn't say you have to. Like, when I started touring, I toured across Canada. No padded shorts, just regular shorts. I toured through Europe, Portugal and Spain. No padding. I toured through southeastern US, Key West, Florida to Raleigh, North Carolina. No padding. I only started using padding last summer when I rode across through Europe with Sarah, but not at the beginning, only when my normal athletic shorts that I used for cycling broke and I couldn't find anything else I liked. Then I was just like, screw it, I'll try cycling shorts, we'll see. And, well, I still use them now, so they are nice. But my first... First, like, close to 15,000 kilometers of touring were with no padding. She ran bike for 12 days, but she can extend it. We already discussed it with the rental shop.
Hey.
Hmm? I'm gonna bring a phone. What's this?
식사라고 밥.
밥?
먹었는데 뭔 식사를 해?
의자.
This?
의자.
What? A chair? Oh. 감사합니다. Yeah? 감사합니다. Alright. And this?
이거 먹어볼래 이거? 이 밥 비볐는 거.
Bob. So rice. Oh God.
어서 가요.
감사합니다.
다이어 짰다고 약간.
노후 자금을 ENS에 투자했다가 뒤늦게 가족들에게 이런 사실을 말하게 됐습니다. 투자금은 노후 자금 3억 5천만 원에 달합니다. 이들이 가입한 건 모두 홍콩 H지수에 연계된 상품이었습니다. 은행, 증권사 등에서 판매하고 있는 ENS 상품은 연계된 주가가 정해진 기간 내 65에서 70% 이하로 떨어지면 이자를 받도록
Sleep.
하지만 만에 하나 기준 이하로 떨어지면
Tent. Tent. Yeah. From Canada.
춥잖아.
Translate.
최대 절반가량 떨어지면서 그 무렵 판매된 ENS
다 요즘은
상품의
다
수요가 또한 커진 상황입니다. 가입자 일부는
내일부터 날씨가 춥다는데.
불안전 판매를 했다고 주장합니다.
Yeah. Today it felt cold with the rain.
오늘은 비와 함께 쌀쌀한 느낌이 들었다.
은행들은 상품 위험성에 대해 직원 설명과 확인 전화 등을 통해 여러 번 안내했다면서
I'm used to cold weather because I'm from Canada.
금융감독원은 은행과 증권사들의 해당 상품 판매 실태 등을 조사하고 있습니다.
맞아.
자, 이번에 문제가 된 ENS
Sorry guys, I'm just having a quick bowl of rice.
이거 거듭먹.
투자자들은 은행 직원들이 이런 사실을 알면서도 예금보다 수익률이 높다고
What type of fish is that?
주장하고 있는데요.
고등어.
8조 원이 넘는 상황.
고등어 찌개. 고등어 찌개.
이어서 배주환 기자가 취재했습니다.
Mackerel. Oh.
홍콩 증시의
It's a
중국 기업 중에서 대표적인 50개 종목을 들여 산출합니다. 알리바바, 텐센트, 샤오미 같은 기업들이 여기에 포함되어 있습니다. 2018년부터 3년간은 10,000에서 12,000포인트 사이에서 박스권을
Oh.
이 손으로 이야기할 사람을 잘못되게만 만드는 거야. 널 버렸지만 아버지나 그러니까 그 사람한테 맞설 생각으로 복수 같은 거 할 생각도 하지 마.
바꾸고 있어 봐. 이거 바꾸고 줘야 돼. 지금 한번 이렇게 맛없게 비빈다 이거.
맛있다고 하면 뭐 그래.
무슨 짓을 인간을 미워하지도 못하게 해. 이렇게 바보이냐고.
Can I show this food to my video camera?
엄마가 불쌍하게.
이 음식을 내 비디오 카메라에 보여줄 수 있나요?
Yeah?
네.
It's very good.
아주 좋습니다.
Okay. Sorry. It was just like they beckoned me over and I'm like, can I bring my camera? Had to establish things. It's okay to.
내 쪽에 가지 마.
괜찮아.
근데 내가 돌려.
Yeah, the food. Is it okay?
어, 오케이.
Okay.
냄새날 것 같은데.
많이.
감사합니다.
어디서 왔어? 메딘.
캐나다?
어디? 캐나다?
거기 확실히 뭔가 있어.
Vancouver.
어디에서 왔나요?
Where are you from?
I'm from Vancouver Island. Sorry.
아, 아일랜드.
Island. From a small town.
정말 내 아버지가 양천이 맞냐고.
아일랜드 작은 마을 출신. 아일랜드의 작은 마을 출신.
Are you from here originally?
그 사람이
원래 여기 출신이신가요?
Here?
오케이.
핸섬.
응?
핸섬.
감사합니다.
막걸리 한 잔.
사진은 뭐 무료성에 불이 붙었어. 시위가 이거야. 이러니 장기훈이 쉽게 투자받는 건 아니었어. 장기훈이 민심행을 오해하고 가시죠. 장기훈이 양이찬 이 두 인간 빨리 망해야 하는.
우리가 원하든 원하지 않든 그 사람은 네 아버지야. 우리는 자신 있는 선택할 수 있는 거야. 그냥 하는 거지. 그러니까 그 자식은 어떤 일이 있어도
Makgali? No?
막걸리.
아니.
Makgali?
풍천.
막걸리. 동동주.
풍천 동동주.
Oh. I've never had this before.
나는 전에 이런 적이 없었습니다.
몇 살 되네? 에이지. 나이 에이지.
Easy.
나이가 몇 살?
그렇게 웃지 마.
Oh, I'm 29.
29?
살입니다.
건배.
Come
은하를 기다려요. 은하랑 같이 미국에 가서 미나를 만날 거예요.
여기 이 지역의 전통주.
Pongju.
은하가 올 거예요.
풍천 지역의 전통주.
Ah, very cool.
방에 가지니까 뭐 12시. 친정엄마 손잡고
Oh, he downed it.
자기가 가지고.
어이구 좋다.
나는 왜 그런 엄마가 없나 싶어서 화가 나.
아니 멸치하는 거 진짜 맛있다. 나는
같이 먹어.
시어머니가
우리나라
맛있는 것도
음식을 잘
사주고
먹네.
아기 나오면 필요한 거 있으면 사라고 카드도 주는데
한국 음식을 잘 먹으시네.
그래서 믿었는데
Korean food is so good.
아기를 빼앗겼대.
한국 음식이 너무 맛있어요.
시어머니가 다 있어.
I have had it in Canada, but I think it's not the same. Oh, I've had Korean food in Canada, but it's not quite the same as it is here.
캐나다에서 한국 음식을
남편이 바람나면 막 친정엄마가 나서서 야단쳐 준다던데.
한국에 온 지 얼마 되었어?
How long has it been since you came to Korea?
I started my trip 1 week ago
만났잖아.
일주일 전부터.
in Seoul, Incheon.
솔로 혼자.
Solo, one.
왜 시어머니랑 장난치냐 야단도 못
I'm going to every bicycle certification center in Korea.
자전거 인증센터 자전거 타고 왔네.
In the
하회 마을 갔다 왔는지 물어볼까? 하회 마을 다녀왔는가?
Have you been to Valhalla Village?
I'm not sure.
은선자 할머니가 점심 맑으실 때
Where is it?
여기 어디로 가는 거?
Haho.
이거요.
Is it?
베네쪽으로? 아기 낳으면 제일 먼저 아기한테 익히는 것이.
Churchman, 5 kilometers away.
근데 이걸 못 따라.
And there was this by the Queen of England 20 years ago.
운전자 할머니가
It's kind of capital of Korea.
그럼 여기 하회 마을은 안 나왔다. 지금 현 위치가 여기잖아.
Here.
여기잖아.
Here, yeah.
여기인데
언니랑 나 어렸을 때 입었던 걸 아직도 갖고 계셨다고요? 치매로 정신 흐려지기 전까지 매일 이 베네 쪼거리한테 오셨어요. 따님 보고 싶다고.
요 인근에 있는데.
보고 싶어 했어요?
My the lines on the map are my exact route.
작은 따님 만나고 공감하는
내 정확한 경로입니다.
These
내일 보고 싶다고.
saw bicycle. So, today I rode to the dam.
엄마.
오늘은 댐에 갔습니다.
Angdong.
네.
Oh,
나를 잊은 게 아니었어.
and then
나를 기다리고
홍천 하회 마을은 영국 엘리자베스 여왕이 다녀가신 곳.
Hampton Haho Village is a place where Queen Elizabeth is
Oh.
여기서 4km.
And
현
it's like
위치에서
this-
4km.
Yeah.
현 위치에서 4km 거리에 있습니다.
It is 4 kilometers
okay.
away from the current location.
제시 단도직입적으로
Maybe I will go there tomorrow.
아마도 내일 거기에 갈 것 같아요.
나 양희철이랑 친구 인연을 끊었습니다. 제시한테 그렇게 몹쓸 짓을 하는 게내 친구라서
소고기 먹는데 또 잘못.
미안합니다. 제시를 못했습니다. 제시가 이 세상에 머무는 날까지 아낌없이 사랑할 겁니다.
I like this a lot.
나는 이것을 아주 좋아한다.
It's good.
좋아해?
Yeah.
사랑합니다.
I've already eaten so much food.
나는 이미 음식을 너무
I
많이
had
먹었습니다.
I had pork and then I had duck.
돼지고기를 먹은 다음 고기를 먹었습니다.
And now
오리 먹고.
it's very kind of you to invite me to your table to eat with you.
나를 당신 테이블에 초대해 당신과 함께 식사하게 해주셔서 정말 친절합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you. And then just yeah.
지금 뭐 아일랜드에서 직업은 무엇인지 궁금하네요.
I wonder what jobs are in Ireland now.
One more time.
뭐 한다고?
당신 딸인 거 몰랐습니다.
어.
그리고
What are you doing?
어.
피해 딸이 뭐 별겁니까?
With the video or? I'm here to show what it's like to bicycle tour around Korea.
저는 한국 자전거 여행이 어떤 것인지 보여드리기 위해 왔습니다.
한국 자전거 여행이 어떤 것인지 보여주기 위해서 왔다.
In Korea, they have a bicycle passport.
자전거 여권을 가지고
And then you,
자전거 여권도 있나?
I'm trying to go to every location.
나는 모든 위치에 가려고 노력하고 있습니다.
내일 하회 가면 돼.
밤에 한번 가면 좋고. 자전거 여권 있는지는 처음 보았네.
This is the first time.
여권이 있는지 처음 알았다.
Yeah, it's. I think it's very cool that they've created this.
나는 이것을 만들었다는 것이 매우 멋지다고 생각합니다.
It promotes bicycle tourism.
자전거 관광을 홍보하고 있습니다.
자전거 곳곳을 다니면서 좋은 거 많이 보시고 한국에서 좋은 추억 만드시기 바랍니다.
I hope you see a lot of good things outside
감사합니다.
memories of Korea.
I've already enjoyed my time here greatly.
나는 이곳에서 즐거운 시간을 보냈습니다.
I think I'll continue to enjoy my time here.
나는 여기서 계속해서 즐거운 시간을 보낼 것 같아요.
Everyone has been very kind to me.
모두가 나에게 매우 친절했습니다.
You gotta.
이름이 어떻게 돼?
What is your name?
Trevor. Ooh. Trevor.
트레버.
Trevor. And you?
My name is
My name is 조현도.
My name is.
조현도.
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 Joe Hylo do.
기현 씨, 이건 너무하잖아요.
여기는 안동시 풍천면이고요.
This is Andong City.
Oh, you gotta push the.
기분 나쁜 일이 있어서 그렇지.
안동시
수학이 왜 화풀이를 해요?
여기는 안동시 풍천면
아니 희지생 왜 수학
This is Punchy and Maya, Andong City.
현 직책은 주민자치위원장입니다.
His position is chairman of the Resident Autonomy Committee.
지역의 위원장. 주민자치위원장.
Is that right?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I know, I kept saying one moment. I was mid-conversation. He called me handsome and cool, though. So, I'm gonna ride off of that high for like 5 years. But yeah, my mic died here. Let me switch, because once we go out, it would be obnoxiously loud if I don't swap. Show stomach. I don't think that really shows it. No, sorry you missed some of the conversation, but like we were mid-conversation. It's weird for me to just get up and like start playing with my camera. To fix the hang in there. Is that extra time vent my battery? Try to see a little bit more. Often adopted. Like hitchhiking leads to it. Like it's a very hitchhiking thing. Cycling lessons. I feel like I stand out more since we're in the winter here. Shorter cable. Might give them my card just so they can see what I do if they're curious. I'm still on the phone. I know, I'm just switching the cable. This cable might be breaking, so it might not work, but whatever that regional liquor is that they gave me, it's quite good. Well, more wine than liquor. Did the mic switch over? Customers or owners? I think those are the owners. Yeah, we hear you. I should use the washroom here. I'm gonna leave you guys just looking at my gear here, and then I'll be right back.
지경이가 죽었다. 못 잡고 있었다. 주경이라고? 그만해. 주경아. 살아있다니. 내가 살아있다니. 만날 사람이 없어서 어디로 갔어? 너무 늦지 않아? 정면입니다. 지금 좀 있겠죠? 대표님이 제 아버지랑 했습니다. 대표님도 아시다시피 전 노력시자라고 그 얘기를 찾을 생각이 없습니다. 나도 아들이 없어. 그런 헛소문에 대한 진역을 하겠고 본격적으로 협박을 좀 할 거야. 협박? 장비인과 지원을 두고 가지마세요. 판단하세요. 내가 그런 협박이 하나 판단하시지 않으면 정치에서 끝나겠거든요. 네가 무슨 일이 있었어?
Sorry about that.
그걸 밝혀서 내가 당신의 후회자라는 걸 세상에 폭로할까?
Okay. It's trying to show me something. Oh, there. Is it you? What? Body? Bodybuilder? No way.
이건 나고, 이건 나고.
That's it. That's you. What? No way. 또.
아들인데 나이가 29살.
It's my son.
Oh, your son. 또.
동갑이.
Very strong. His son is a bodybuilder. I feel weird asking to show his son to everyone though. Well, maybe he'd want to show. How old is your son?
당신의 아들은 몇 살입니까?
29세.
Oh, same.
29 years old.
Oh.
138번.
Which one?
139번.
나이스!
142번. 마지막 번호 140번입니다. 계속해서 어슬레틱 클래스 3위 선수를 보내오겠습니다. 3위 선수 번호 142번 박헌승 선수입니다. 선수 번호 138번 박성환 선수입니다. 네, 축하드립니다. 박성환 선수님께서 어슬레틱 클래스 2위를 수상하셨습니다. 계속해서 바디빌딩 그랑프리전에 출전할 어슬레틱 클래스 1위 선수 번호 139번
That's a great accomplishment.
그것은 대단한 성취입니다.
선호 138번
Is it okay if I show this video to the camera?
이 영상을 카메라에 보여드려도 될까요?
Yeah? Okay. Okay. His son's in the middle there.
계속해서 2위 선수 번호 138번 박성환 선수입니다. 네, 축하드립니다. 박성환 선수님께서 어슬레틱 클래스 2위를 수상하셨습니다. 계속해서 바디빌딩
That's him.
그랑프리전에 출전할 어슬레틱 클래스 1위 선수 번호
Yeah, those quads are crazy.
139번
Yeah, he won.
그래서 1위를 수상하신 선수들과 기념 촬영에 가겠습니다. 수고해주신 모든 선수들에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
윤두가 웃어!
오재호 멋있다.
웃어!
오재호 사이드 찬스.
Wow.
네, 이것은
Very impressive.
매우 인상적.
좋아요.
Were you ever into lifting weights?
엮기를 들어본 적이 있나요?
나는 태권도.
I am.
나는 태권도 코치 32년 했어요.
I've been a taekwondo coach for 32 years.
세계 선수권대회에서 세계 대회에서 3위를 한 적도 있죠.
There was a time when I spent 3 days talking about the world.
세계 대회에서 3위를 한 적이 있어요.
I once placed third in a world competition.
Famous. Very cool. That's amazing.
그 놀라운.
The people you meet all over the world. It's crazy. Nice bedroom tonight. I actually found a really nice spot to camp. And it's dry. Like the rain has stopped, so I'm kind of looking forward to it. It'll be nice. I know you might think I'm crazy for that, but 감사합니다. Thank you very much. Thank you for everything. It was wonderful to meet both of you.
모든 것에 감사드립니다. 두 분을 만나서 정말 좋았어요.
좋은 여행 하시고 즐거운 시간 되시기를 바랍니다.
I hope you have a nice trip and have a great time.
감사합니다.
다음에 기회 되시면 한 번 더 와요.
Next time. Come again.
바이바이.
계산.
응? Which? Car?
아니. 식사하신 거 계산하고 가세요.
Before leaving.
Sorry, I totally forgot.
죄송합니다. 완전히 잊어버렸어요.
Okay.
좋았어.
Okay, let's do this. Cardo, okay? Yeah. Trevor.
이거 안 되는데.
No?
이거 안 돼. 딴 카드.
Okay. Cash. What is the cash?
26,000원.
Can you?
저 전짜리 있네 2,000원. 아주 히트도 꺼야 돼. 아, 너무 또.
26,000. Okay.
3개.
감사합니다.
재밌게.
야. No, I'm saying for a video. Okay. All right.
냉감.
아.
자, 자
야,
보내.
감사합니다. Okay. Oh, foggy.
안경을 끼가 보이노? 날씨가 안 좋아서. 날씨가 안 좋아서 어떡하나?
What should I do because the weather is bad?
It's just fog.
그냥 안개일 뿐입니다.
It's better than rain.
비보다는 낫습니다.
내일 아침이면 기온이 많이 떨어질 텐데.
The temperature will drop a lot tomorrow morning.
So it's okay. I've already slept in as low as -4 degrees Celsius on this trip.
나는 이번 여행에서 이미 영하 4도까지 잠을
okay.
잤습니다.
하여튼 건강 조심하시고 잘 보내요.
Anyway, take care of your health and have a good time.
Thank you. Bye bye. That's nice that they're concerned about my well-being. Sorry, I'm like carrying everything like a baby right now. It's foggy out right now. I have to cross that bridge. I should be very careful as far as visibility. I'll turn my tail light on and headlight on. That's the extent of me being careful about my visibility. So that's all I got. Fog, of course, yeah, not the best for visibility. You guys won't be able to see much, so stay tuned for that. You'll love it. Okay. We're just doing the cell phone on the handlebars trick.
우리 집에서 잘래?
I'm going to sleep at my
여기서.
house.
You? Me?
식당에서 여기서.
Here? Me? Are you inviting me to sleep here?
나를 여기서 자도록 초대하는 겁니까?
괜찮다면 여기서 자도 돼요.
It's okay. You
Inside?
can sleep here.
Yeah. Really? If that's okay, that would be wonderful.
괜찮다면 정말 좋을 것 같아요.
Okay.
Okay. In here?
Okay.
I guess we're staying here. Just in here?
아이고 감사하다.
Just gotta let all the warm air out. Didn't expect that.
더 있어. 아니 저거 내가 아침에 내일 아침에 8시까지 안동을 가야 돼. 그래. 여기서 7시에는 나가야 되는데. 이거 해야 되니까. 거기 가서 갈아입을 옷이 한 개 있어야 되겠지.
아파트에 가자.
아, 그래도 되겠다.
자전거에서 안 돼.
바이크 안에 넣고 우리 아파트에 자러 가자.
Here goes my apartment. Sleep. Bike in here?
여기 힐.
Oh,
여기
okay.
파킹. 같이 집에 가자.
Okay. All right, bike's going in. Okay. Okay. Let me spin this around first. Can I spin it around here? Might be too wide. We're gonna lose network actually, probably, because the Wi-Fi's gonna get too far. Just, yeah. Need to bring, that, toiletries.
고기 얹어 놓고 들어와. 얹어 놓고.
Babe?
네, 고기 얹어 놓고.
Can you?
아유, 다 저기 쪽에 놔. 백하고 소지품 여기 테이블에 얹어 놓고 밖에 잠깐 나와.
Put your bags and belongings on the table here and come outside for a moment.
Okay.
한번 들고 와 이거.
This?
들고 와.
just helping throw some stuff out.
갑시다.
Yeah. Okay. Sure, yeah, expected.